Chapter 153. While Zhao Hao had not made a move, listening carefully to his breathing, Yin Zhaoge could tell that his internal organs had already been cleansed by his aura qi. With such abundant stellar energy, it was very likely that he could already form a wall of qi within his body. In other words, the current Zhao Hao was at least at the pinnacle of the middle inner aura stage. It was even possible that he had already stepped into the late inner aura stage. Compared to half a year ago when they met on Cloud Portent Mountain, he had once again improved by leaps and bounds. Having nearly blown up his clan's giant spirit magnetite vein in Cloud Portent Mountain, Zhao Hao's days in Infinite Boundless Mountain should have been very difficult. However, he had now clearly already become a core, direct disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain, having even successfully surpassed Ho Xiang, who was close to his age, being brought by Infinite Boundless Mountain to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. It could be seen that he had still managed to obtain Infinite Boundless Mountain's attention. After all, leaving aside his knowledge of alchemy and medicine, Zhao Hao's cultivation level was already very outstanding compared to his current age. Plus, his speed of improvement was shocking. Although he almost made a huge mess in a major event, as a junior disciple, his martial talent was worthy of any Holy Land's attention. Zhao Hao's gaze focused on the spiritual light that shot to the skies above Yin Zhaoge's head. He really reached the Xiantian stage. Comparing it to what he knew of Yin Zhaoge's previous cultivation base as well as his recent rate of improvement, Zhao Hao also felt slightly shocked. Yin Zhaoge had not just suppressed him in the Golden Needle liberating pill technique, or the restoration of the giant spirit magnetite vein. In terms of martial arts cultivation, he was also extremely talented, causing even the most knowledgeable person to be amazed. However, although he was slightly shocked, Zhao Hao was not nervous. He retracted his gaze from Yin Zhaoge. Martial cultivation. The higher you go, the slower your progress will be. As for the realm, I will soon catch up to you. Zhao Hao laughed coldly in his heart. Beating you is like beating a dead dog. Regarding Zhao Hao, Yin Zhaoge didn't care too much about him. Sweeping his gaze past him, he looked at the other Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples. There were a total of 4 Infinite Boundless Mountain core, direct disciples who had come to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet this time. Jihanru was there as well. From what Yin Zhaoge knew, after having been defeated by him at Cloud Portent Mountain, Jihanru had been in secluded cultivation. Originally already at the peak of the early Xiantian martial scholar realm, just before coming to the Alliance meet, he had successfully broken through his previous tranquility, stepping into the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm. The other youth was of similar age to Yin Zhaoge, being older than Zhao Hao. He was younger than Jihanru. Her eyes shone with intelligence and a friendly expression on her face, as she smiled and nodded towards Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment, matching the other person's appearance with the information in his mind. This youth was called Xiaoyu, also a core direct disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain. His cultivation talent was extremely high, and it was even rumored that in terms of talent and comprehension, he was currently second to none amongst Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation. It was just that this person did not have much enthusiasm for cultivation. He did not do anything for 3 days and dried the net for 2 days. However, his talent was really outstanding. Even if he was not that focused, he was still an elite of the younger generation. As the other party expressed his goodwill, Yin Zhaoge also smiled and nodded, which could be considered as returning the gesture. That Xiaoyu appeared very happy. Swiveling his head, he said to Jihanru beside him, "Senior apprentice brother Ji, look, it's very simple. There are no problems that cannot be solved through communication. First, with a good atmosphere it will be even easier." The corners of Jihanru's mouth twitched. He turned his head, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge was involuntarily rendered speechless, but his attention also did not linger on Xiaoyu and Jihanru for too long. Beside them, that oldest Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple seemed to be smiling whilst also not, as he looked over with an unfriendly gaze. Looking at that Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. By the side, Yi Zhongzhou snorted a little miserably. Infinite Boundless Mountain has let that madman Lu Shengfeng out this time? Lu Shengfeng, a direct disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain, was of the same age as Su Fei and Tang Yonghao. It was just that as compared to the other disciples of Infinite Boundless Mountain, Lu Shengfeng's notoriety was known to be vicious and merciless in his actions, having a brutal temperament, liking to torture and kill his opponents, especially liking to bully the weak, often liking to kill martial practitioners whose cultivation bases were lower than his for no reason at all. Therefore, in recent years, Infinite Boundless Mountain had often restricted Lu Shengfeng from going out alone. However, his talent was indeed outstanding, being second to none amongst Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial practitioners of the same age, being especially proficient in actual combat. Many a time, Infinite Boundless Mountain loved and hated him at the same time, giving him an endless headache. Lu Shengfeng's gaze shifted back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Yi Zhongzhou. Baring his teeth, he wanted to stride forward. Beside him, Ji Hanru's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said to Yi Zhongzhou, "Jadesi City's senior brother Yi, right? I've long heard of your name. Please do not be stingy with your guidance." Saying thus, he directly punched out towards Yi Zhongzhou. Lu Shengfeng glanced coldly at Ji Hanru, his somewhat unfriendly gaze moving back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Yi Zhongzhou, finally coming to rest on Yin Zhaoge. Xiaoyu laughed towards the heavens, rushing forward. "Senior brother Yin Zhaoge? I am Xiaoyu. This is the first time we've met, and I have some questions regarding that Thunder Element Revival art. Please guide me." Lu Shengfeng's face revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not, his hands behind his back as he finally halted. However, Yin Zhaoge noticed that the light within his eyes was giving off a feeling of threat. Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru were also acquainted, and could similarly feel that while Ji Hanru's attack was aggressive and threatening, it actually did not have any malicious intent at all. "You can also be considered to have put in a lot of effort." Yi Zhongzhou shook his head somewhat helplessly, sending a sound transmission to Ji Hanru with his aura qi as he moved to receive Ji Hanru's attack. Ji Hanru said in all seriousness, having just stepped into the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm, "I seek guidance from senior brother Yi." As the two clashed, there was no anger in them, but the clash between the direct disciples of Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain was still exceptionally spectacular. After Fang Zhuan and Elder Chan had arrived, they had met with the bigwigs of Turbid Wave Pavilion and Infinite Boundless Mountain. As for the sparring between their disciples, as long as it was not especially out of line, they would not interfere much. The Heavenly Connection meet was originally a gathering of the heroes of the world, a clash between geniuses. As Yin Zhaoge and Xiaoyu chatted idly, their expressions suddenly changed slightly as they looked in another direction. The gazes of Ah Hu and Lu Shengfeng also similarly looked in that direction. A young man speedily approached, first nodding towards Yin Zhaoge, Lu Shengfeng and the others before coming to the place where Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru were clashing. This man interlaced his hands, his arms drawing a circle in midair, sweeping up circles of aura qi that resembled waves which simultaneously enveloped Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru. An illusory heaven and earth formed of aura qi appeared in the air, resembling a muddy swamp. Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru instantly felt as though they had sunk into a swamp. The two had not been fighting to the death in the first place, as they immediately stopped. However, the newcomer was also only a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. However, his vision was accurate, his force used skillfully, his timing perfect as he instantly separated the two of them. Looking at that youth, Yin Zhaoge identified him, Ruan Ping? That Ruan Ping separated Yi Zhongzhou and Ji Hanru, saying, "Coming to my Turbid Wave Pavilion, you are all guests from afar. Please allow my clan to play the role of a host. The Heavenly Connection meet will officially begin very soon. Why the rush? Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers and the overall selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there will also be some red packets and gift packs for the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue to subscribe." Chapter 154. Ruan Ping looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He was handsome and had an extraordinary appearance. He was one of the direct core disciples of the Lake Region's sacred ground, Turbid Wave Pavilion. He was proficient in the Lake Region's secret martial arts and had extraordinary skills. However, what Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about was that as far as he knew, this brother seemed to be rather infatuated with the Sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan. Although the age gap between them was about 10 years, this did not affect Ruan Ping's enthusiasm. It was just that over the past half year or so, the situation in the Eight Extremities world had suddenly changed as the relationship between the sacred grounds had become tense. Turbid Wave Pavilion, who had always remained uninvolved, was clearly even more sensitive to every single movement. Although Ruanping was a disciple of the younger generation, as one of the core disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion, if he was still the same as before, he would be extremely conspicuous. It was unknown whether the elders of the sect had specially reminded him, or if Ruanping had restrained himself, but his behavior in recent days seemed to indicate that his feelings for Mengwan had gradually faded. His gaze sweeping over Lu Shangfeng, Yin Zhaoge and the others, Ruanping nodded slightly. "Please follow me." Lu Shangfeng smiled, retracting that wolf-like gaze that had always been appraising Yin Zhaoge and Yi Zhongzhou. Being of similar age to Ruanping, Yi Zhongzhou had long been acquainted with him. He immediately said, "Ruanping, it's rare for us to come here. You must bring us to see the famous Clear Concealed Lake." Clear Concealed Lake, located in the northwest of the lake region, was the venue for the Heavenly Connection meet this time. This area was covered in clouds and mist all year round, but as the clouds and mist on the surface of the lake changed, the scenery was extremely beautiful. As the clouds moved about, it seemed to contain boundless truths of the heavens and the earth, and it was capable of giving birth to all sorts of wonders. All the martial artists in the world yearned for it. Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners frequently came here to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. As the host of the Heavenly Connection meet this time, Turbid Wave Pavilion had also arranged for the venue to be here. Ruanping smiled. "Of course, you may move about freely, but our sect's elders have set up an array formation on the lake's surface. If you are free to move around, you need to be careful. Don't touch the array formation's restrictions." Yin Zhaoge and Sikong Qing. Under Ruanping's lead, the people of Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain stepped into the waters of Clear Concealed Lake. Stepping on the water's surface, Yin Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings, only feeling carefree and relaxed. As the clouds and mist drifted, the mist and the lake water seemed to be constantly intertwining and changing. The boundary between the heavens and the earth seemed to have become blurry. As Yin Zhaoge glanced over, a lake appeared within the sky, while the clouds seemed to have transformed into a lake. Could it be that Turbid Wave Pavilion's flowing water illusory cloud force came from this? Yin Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at the scene before him. Beside him, Sikong Qing also did the same. Yi Zhongzhou and the others who had accompanied her also looked at Sikong Qing with faint smiles. Beside Yi Zhongzhou, a girl in her early 20s sighed softly, a person who is infatuated with the martial way. The girl was named Li Jingwan, also a heaven's favored son of Jade Sea City's younger generation like Yi Zhongzhou, her age being similar to that of Yin Zhaoge and Xiaoyu. Her facial features were like a painting. Although she wasn't as elegant as Sikong Qing, she was still a rare beauty. Unlike Yi Zhongzhou, who was loud and unrestrained, Li Jingwan appeared very gentle as she looked curiously at Sikong Qing. Along the way, Sikong Qing appeared extremely quiet. Other than greeting them, she didn't say a single word. No matter what happened, she followed Yin Zhaoge's pace. However, whether it was Yi Zhongzhou or Li Jingwan, they could both tell that Sikong Qing wasn't someone without a mind of her own, only seeming to be afraid of trouble. This young lady seemed to have devoted all of her attention to cultivation. She did not intend to, or even disdain to, allocate her time elsewhere. Although she still understood the basic ways of the world, she wasn't someone who was good at socializing. Her mind wasn't on this at all. Yi Zhongzhou smiled, outstanding talent and also dedicated. The heavens will not mistreat her. Li Jingwan said, "That's right, so young, and already at the peak of the late inner aura martial scholar realm. I heard that around half a year ago, when clashing with Infinite Boundless Mountain's Ho Xiang in the mountain domain, she was still a mid-inner aura martial scholar. Such a rate of improvement is truly frightening." The terrain here was vast, the small islands within the lake dotted densely like stars in the sky. Treading on the water, the group very quickly arrived at the central region. Within Clear Concealed Lake, the few largest islands were here. The main island, Clear Concealed Island, was where the Heavenly Connection meet was being held. Ascending Clear Concealed Island, there were naturally disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion to welcome the guests, arranging for them to their respective lodgings. The architectural style of this place was filled with the scenery of the lake domain, with numerous small bamboo buildings erected there, arranged in picturesque disorder. After settling them down, Yin Zhaoge exited the bamboo building, walking towards the surface of the lake once more. Coming to the surface of the lake, traversing amidst the clouds, Yin Zhaoge gradually closed his eyes, leisurely walking on the surface of the lake. Following behind Yin Zhaoge, Ahu did not disturb him. His attention was mostly placed on the surrounding environment, preventing anyone from disturbing Yin Zhaoge or from creating any sort of danger. At this moment, however, he wasn't in the mood to comprehend the profundities of clear concealed lake. Only when the heavenly connection meet officially began, and Yin Zhaoge participated in it, would Ahu come out alone to wander about. Although his eyes were tightly shut, Yin Zhaoge's spiritual sense had been magnified to the maximum, the acupoints of his entire body nimbly pulsing, absorbing and exhaling the surrounding spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth. At the same time, he was also feeling the spiritual qi flow of clear concealed lake, feeling the unique, miraculous aspects of this treasured land. After walking for a while, Yin Zhaoge halted, standing silently and unmoving as he extended his hands forward, slowly moving them about amidst the clouds. After a while, Yin Zhaoge set off once more, continuing to tread on the water. After walking a certain distance, he once more stood still, unmoving. Just like this, the movements of his hands continued unceasingly. The surrounding clouds around Yin Zhaoge were swept along by him, gradually forming a mass of qi that grew larger and larger, moving along with him. Observing the changes in the clouds and water of clear concealed lake, it has indeed given me some other ideas regarding my own martial Tao. Yin Zhaoge pondered. Having stepped into the Xiantian stage, spirituality has been born in my aura qi. Having reached the mid-Xiantian stage, the aura qi will form the illusory heavens and earth, further developing the changes between real and illusory, probing into the secrets of the heavens and the earth. Within this, perhaps there are some things that I can make use of. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge was suddenly slightly taken aback. Following closely behind him, Ahu asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying their surroundings. This formation seems to have changed. Ahu was unable to make heads or tails of this, a blank expression appearing on his face. Yin Zhaoge did not continue speaking. Formations like the Tao of alchemy and artifact forging were all relatively independent theories of knowledge, closely related to the martial Tao. However, a martial practitioner's cultivation base did not completely determine their attainments in formations. Also, the changes in the spirit formation that enveloped clear concealed lake were very small, not being obvious at all. While Ahu's cultivation base had already reached the heavenly connection stage, he had never dabbled in formations before. Therefore, it was not strange that he could not see through it. To Yin Zhaoge, formations were also his weakness, but that was only in comparison to his other abilities. Compared to other martial scholars, Yin Zhaoge's attainments in formations were similarly outstanding. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge just happened to be specially improving himself in recent days, being exceptionally sensitive to matters related to formations. At this moment, he very quickly sensed the abnormality. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Tisk, is this the aftereffect of infinite boundless mountain spreading the news back then? Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers, as well as the general selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there will also be some red packets and gifts for the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue to subscribe." Chapter 155. In terms of the clan's overall interests, the recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein had been a great boon for Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, having completely broken off their relationship with the Heavenly Thunder Hall as a result, having lost their original advantageous position of being able to attack and defend as they pleased, personally entering the fray, to Infinite Boundless Mountain, their initiative in the overall situation would undoubtedly be damaged. Helplessly, they had no other choice. Therefore, while those of Infinite Boundless Mountain had very rationally made the decision to ally with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, standing against the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. However, as for Yin Zhaoge, who had brought about all of this in the eyes of Broad Creed Mountain, he was a great contributor, while in the eyes of Infinite Boundless Mountain, their feelings were very complicated. While there was no evidence whatsoever, There were quite a few people of Infinite Boundless Mountain who deeply suspected that it was Yin Zhaoge who had deliberately dug a huge pit for them that they had no choice but to jump into. Therefore, starting half a year ago, some rumors regarding Yin Zhaoge had begun to spread from the mountain domain, praising him as being rare in the heavens and hard to find on the earth. Let alone those of the current younger generation and those of the same generation as Yin Zhaoge. Even Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di, who had suppressed his generation that year, seemed inferior to that aura. Participating in the heavenly connection meet this time, Yin Zhaoge had long since been mentally prepared that there would be quite a few people attempting to gauge his worth. Infinite Boundless Mountain's Lu Shangfeng was the number one person. It must have been hard for Infinite Boundless Mountain to have been able to suppress this ferocious beast from coming to find them when he had remained at Cloud Portent Mountain. What was worthy of Yin Zhaoge's attention was that as his name had become more and more resounding over the past year, the experts of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation had gradually begun to overlook his age and cultivation base. Because Yin Zhaoge's actual battle accomplishments were too glorious. He had easily killed Xiao Shan, who was of the same level as him, and defeated Chao Yuanlong, who was of the same level as him. He had also defeated Ji Hanru, who was of the innate stage, while at the late Outer Aura Grandmaster realm. The results of the fight between Lin Zhou and Yin Shan had already spread. Many of the opponents were old and had been cultivating for a long time. They were all much higher than Yin Zhaoge. Also, all of the aforementioned people were elites amongst the Eight Extremities world's younger generation and martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, geniuses who drew the attention of the entire world. Any one of them would be able to compete with most of the martial artists of the same realm in the 6 Great Holy Lands. It was possible for them to crush their opponents, or even challenge those of a higher level. However, these geniuses had all been defeated by Yin Zhaoge. Of the entire Eight Extremities world's current younger generation, Yin Zhaoge had such glorious battle achievements. They were all at the top. Earlier, because of Ji Hanru and Xiao Yu, Lu Shangfeng had not been able to make a move. However, Yin Zhaoge had not thought that in participating in the Heavenly Connection meet, his first opponent would be someone from Turbid Wave Pavilion. After all, with the current situation of the Eight Extremities world being as turbulent as it was now, Turbid Wave Pavilion's neutral stance was still very stable. His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, carefully feeling them. He was no longer trying to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth. Instead, it was to distinguish the operation of the array formation and the spiritual chi network. And from the looks of it, he only wants to dampen my momentum and sharpness, more of a probe. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before the corners of his mouth arched slightly upwards. The formation in front of him was naturally not just a simple mist. The formation set up by the senior martial practitioners of Turbid Wave Pavilion, if they really encountered an invasion from outside, would display a powerful might to resist the incoming enemy. The formation in front of him had only changed slightly. It didn't possess much killing power. Trapped within, Yin Zhaoge would at most be lost, unable to walk out of Clear Concealed Lake, also unable to return to Clear Concealed Island at the center of the lake. Of course, it was also precisely because the changes in the formation were slight that even a Heavenly Connection martial practitioner like who was unable to detect it immediately. Also, if the changes in the formation were too great, it would immediately alarm the martial grandmaster experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion here as well as Feng Zhuan and the others. Making use of the geographical advantage to set up the formation, its foundation still being this Clear Concealed Lake's boundless variations of clouds and water, Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, striding forward once more. It was just that as he advanced this time, the rhythm of his footsteps became exceptionally strange, sometimes even going backwards. As he walked, Yin Zhaoge's entire body's aura chi surged, the lake water beneath his feet rippling unceasingly. Accompanied by his breathing, the surrounding cloud chi congregated and dispersed unceasingly, momentarily seeming to have the feeling of surging winds and surging clouds. With Yin Zhaoge as its center, a hurricane arose on the surface of the lake, moving alongside Yin Zhaoge. Wherever it passed, the lake water, clouds and mist all became chaotic. The hurricane's momentum expanded unceasingly, beginning to spread into the surroundings. Following closely by Yin Zhaoge's side, Ahu opened his mouth wide as he looked at this scene. After a while he grinned, "Fighting with my young master?" On Clear Concealed Island, within a bamboo house, At the center of the hall stood a massive mirror that was as tall as a person. The surface of the mirror that resembled ripples of water shockingly displayed the scene on the surface of the lake. Ruanping was currently standing before the mirror, expressionless as he looked at the scene displayed on it. His demeanor was still the same, his appearance extraordinary, just that he was not as gentle as before, a sharp glint appearing within his gaze. Only at this time did he reveal some of the competitive look of a youth. Looking at the Yin Zhaoge in the mirror, after pondering for a moment, Ruanping extended his hand, wanting to touch the mirror. Just before it, his hand suddenly paused slightly. Then, someone else pushed the door open and entered. It was two girls, both dressed in the same green garb as Ruanping's direct disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion. The two girls both wore bamboo hats on their heads, a light veil hanging down concealing their faces. The tall girl walking in front took off the bamboo hat on her head, revealing a generous, candid face. Her facial features were only above average, but had her own demeanor. Seeing her, Ruanping retracted his hand, nodding slightly. "Thank you, senior apprentice sister." The Turbid Wave Pavilion female disciple surnamed Xia also came before the mirror. Glancing at the scene within, she instantly knit her brows slightly. "Junior apprentice brother Ruan, why do you have to do this?" These days, hearing his name so much that calluses are about to form in my ears, Ruanping smiled slightly. "So I'm trying to see if his reputation is not undeserved. From the rumors he is very versatile. So, I want to see how his attainments in formations are. This is actually just as well. Without really having to fight, we can also exchange blows. I also don't intend to make things difficult for him. If he really is trapped within the formation after a period of time, I will personally enter the formation to bring him back to clear Concealed Island." That senior apprentice sister Xia glanced deeply at Ruanping. The clan seniors have already come to a unanimous decision not to interfere in the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan. Why do you have to make things difficult for junior apprentice brother Yan? You can't be doing this for Mengwan, right? Ruanping smiled. I admit that I cannot forget about the Sacred Sun clan's junior apprentice sister Meng. But even more so, I will not forget that I am a disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Even if I have the intention of seeking the phoenix, it would also be to be able to bring that phoenix back here, and not for me to enter the door myself. Instead, senior apprentice sister Xia, protecting that Yin Zhaoge like this, it can't be because of that senior apprentice brother Su of Broad Creed Mountain? The female disciple surnamed Xia said mildly, "The decision of the clan seniors, I will strictly abide by it, separating public and private matters. Moreover, senior apprentice brother Su is extremely confident in junior apprentice brother Yan, not needing my care." She looked at Ruanping. "I'm reminding you to remind you that it is still not too late to stop now. Otherwise, the one who will suffer a loss will be you. Thank you everyone for your support all this while." This time during the Rising 515 Fan Festival's glorious Hall of Fame and the final selection of works, I hope that you will all be able to support us. Also, during the Fan Festival there will also be some red packets. Receive one and continue to subscribe. Chapter 156. Within the mirror as Yin Zhaoge strode forward, winds and clouds instantly surged on the surface of the lake. As Yin Zhaoge walked, his gaze swept the surrounding area, suddenly stopping in a certain direction for a moment. Within the bamboo house before the mirror, Ruanping's heart jumped. The Yin Zhaoge within the mirror was currently clearly looking straight at him. Separated by the formation, separated by layers of scenery, the two of them seemed to have passed through the distance of space. Yin Zhaoge looked over, smiling slightly. Ruanping instantly knit his brows tightly. Separated by the formation, Yin Zhaoge was actually still unable to see him. However, this scene meant that Yin Zhaoge could clearly sense that someone was monitoring him through the formation. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's strange rhythm within the mirror, suddenly advancing and suddenly retreating, Ruanping, who was extremely familiar with formations, immediately saw that Yin Zhaoge had the ability to walk out of the formation on his own, returning to clear Concealed Island. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's movements, roiling winds and clouds were actually reversely affecting the formation. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, if he didn't enter the core of the formation and didn't touch the foundation of the formation's treasures and spirit patterns, wanting to directly shake such a massive formation would still be beyond his capabilities. However, if this were to continue, the changes to the formation would become greater and greater, and very soon, it would alarm the senior experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Feng Zhuan and the others were all present. Turbid Wave Pavilion was strictly neutral, having never intended to form enmity with Broad Creed Mountain in the first place. If the matter was brought to the elders of the various clans, using a formation to make things difficult for them, Ruan Ping would inevitably be reprimanded. Moreover, he was currently completely unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. If they were to continue increasing the power of the spirit array and form a killing array, Xie Yuchan would be the first to object. Xie Yuchan said calmly, "You wanted to test out junior apprentice brother Yan's attainments in formations, and now it can be said that you have achieved the desired result." Ruan Ping was silent for a moment before he smiled and said, "He is indeed extraordinary. He lives up to his reputation." After saying that, he reached out and wiped the surface of the mirror. The image on the mirror disappeared. Meanwhile, within Clear Concealed Lake, Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled slightly. He could feel that the earlier abnormalities of the formation had already disappeared. Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, his footsteps slowing as the winds and clouds stirred by his aura qi also gradually calmed. Ahu followed behind him and gave him a simple and honest smile. "Young master, is the other party afraid?" Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "It can't be said to be cowardly. Turbid Wave Pavilion and our clan originally had no conflict at all. While some people are bored and looking for trouble, there will always be people who are not as bored as him." Very quickly, the clouds before them suddenly dispersed as two women, one tall and one short, wearing bamboo hats and dressed in green, walked over on the water, arriving before Yin Zhaoge and Ahu. The tall woman took off her bamboo hat, revealing a rather ordinary but elegant face. It was Xie Yuchan. Junior apprentice brother Yin also has great attainments in formations. Xie Yuchan smiled. "Just now my hands were itching, and I played a joke on you. I'll apologize to you here. Please don't take it to heart." Looking at Xie Yuchan, Yin Zhaoge blinked, smiling. "Senior apprentice sister Xie is too serious. It was just a small matter. How could I blame you? If senior apprentice brother Su knew, I would be in trouble. But next time you should at least give me a heads up. I wasn't prepared at all just now." Not only did Yin Zhaoge recognize the woman before him, he was also rather familiar with her. Xie Yuchan, one of the peak descendants of Turbid Wave Pavilion's younger generation, a late Xiantian martial scholar even stronger than Ruan Ping, only half a step away from the heavenly connection stage. Currently close to 30, in the eyes of the secular world, she was already an old lady. However, with Xie Yuchan's talent and potential, and the cultivation realm she would be able to attain in the future, according to her longevity, 30 years of age was nothing much. In the Eight Extremities world, there were also many female martial practitioners who remained unmarried for their entire lives. Yin Zhaoge could also be considered to be familiar with her, but this friendship, like with Yi Zhongzhou, also originated from Yin Zhaoge's fellow disciple, the heavenly rock Su Fei. Xie Yuchan shook her head, laughing in spite of herself. "Junior apprentice brother Yin must be joking. The last time I met senior apprentice brother Su, he was praising you for bringing face to Broad Creed Mountain for an entire day." "Oh, an entire day?" Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "There's something going on." Xie Yuchan pointed at him. "You ah." She swiveled her head to look at the short girl by the side. "This is my junior apprentice sister Zhang Yao. You haven't met her yet. Get to know her. In the future, when little Yao travels outside, if you meet her, please take care of her." That short girl had already long since taken off the bamboo hat with a light veil on it, revealing a round, cute face, looking about the same age as Si Kongqing. Zhang Yao, who had always been appraising Yin Zhaoge curiously, now hurriedly bowed. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Zhang Yao, "Greetings, senior apprentice brother Yin." Yin Zhaoge smiled, returning the greeting. "Junior apprentice sister Zhang. Nice to meet you." Xie Yuchan said, "All right, junior apprentice brother Yin. Do you still want to comprehend the Tao on the lake?" Yin Zhaoge answered earlier, "I already had quite a few gains. What's left is for me to settle and sort through. There's no need for me to continue staying on the surface of the lake. However, I've heard that in the region of Clear Concealed Lake, other than the few main islands in the central region, there are other beautiful sceneries that I would like to go take a look at. At the same time, there are some treasures that can only be found here. If your clan doesn't mind, I would like to collect some of them. Xie Yuchan said naturally. Since that's the case, we'll bring you around for a stroll. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble senior apprentice sister Xie and junior apprentice sister Zhang. Traveling together, Yin Zhaoge was like entering a treasure vault within clear concealed lake, his gains being rather abundant. It was just that his gains were mostly things that only he himself knew about. In the eyes of others, they didn't seem all that special. As they walked, a strange-looking bird suddenly flew over the surface of the lake, traversing through the layers of clouds, accurately finding Yin Zhaoge, Xie Yuchan and the others. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the bird resembled a big goose, but was much smaller in size, its entire body fiery red, exceptionally striking amidst the dense clouds. This should be the fire goose that your clan has reared? Able to freely traverse the clouds of clear concealed lake, even being able to accurately find your clan's disciples, its flying speed extremely fast, making it convenient for communication. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he sighed in praise. I've heard of it for a long time. Finally seeing it today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. Xie Yuchan said. I've let junior brother Yin see a joke. She extended her arm, that fire goose circling and landing on it. Xie Yuchan took off a note tied to the bird's claw. Looking at its contents, she raised her brows slightly. Oh, a Pichio actually appeared in the vicinity. When the elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion received the news, the matter wasn't urgent, and didn't require experts of a higher level to specially rush over from clear concealed island. Through the formation, they could generally confirm which disciples of their clan were in the vicinity, before sending word to someone nearby to deal with it. Xie Yuchan and Zhang Yao just happened to be in the vicinity. Judging that Xie Yuchan had the ability to deal with it, the elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion had sent word over via the fire goose. I said that I would be junior brother Yan's guide, but something just had to happen. Xie Yuchan looked at Yin Zhaoge. However, a Pichio is rarely seen. Is junior brother Yin interested in going with us? Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding. If senior sister Xie permits it. I also just happen to want to see this strange beast whose name I've heard of, yet have never seen before. They immediately set off, very quickly arriving on a small island nearby. As Yin Zhaoge and the others ascended the island, someone had already arrived in the forest on the island. This person didn't show himself, instead quietly watching Yin Zhaoge and the others walk over to the island. He was also very surprised, but quickly retracted his gaze, preventing Yin Zhaoge and the others from sensing him and discovering him. A dangerous light flickered within this person's eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It was clearly Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple Lu Shangfeng. Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers, as well as the overall selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, there are also some red packets and gifts on the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue subscribing. Chapter 157. On the way, Zhang Yao secretly sent a voice transmission to Xie Yuchan. That's right, senior sister Xie. It was clearly senior brother Ruan who did it. Why are you taking responsibility for it? Xie Yuchan answered. Don't be fooled by junior apprentice brother Yan's humorous demeanor in front of you and me, but he is actually a person who doesn't care about sand in his eyes. Now that junior apprentice brother Ruan has provoked him, he will definitely seek revenge. Similarly, while junior apprentice brother Ruan may look peaceful, he is actually extremely arrogant and competitive. It is even more impossible for him to lower his head to junior apprentice brother Yan. The final result would only be a clash between them. Our clan does not intend to interfere in the matters between the Sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creek Mountain. While we do not fear the two of them, we also do not want to take the initiative to provoke them. If we can resolve this small matter, that would be for the best. Otherwise, if it becomes a big matter, who knows what the final outcome will be? Zhang Yao nodded. It's just that senior sister Xie has taken the blame for senior brother Ruan. Xie Yuchan smiled. Junior apprentice brother Yin is an understanding person. The truth of the matter could not be hidden from him. It was just that he still gave me some face. When I gave him a way out, he immediately accepted it and pretended not to know anything, not pursuing the matter any further. I see. Zhang Yao suddenly understood. After a slight hesitation she said, I just hope that Senior Marshal Brother Ruan can understand Senior Marshal Sister's painstaking efforts. Xie Yuchan sighed. I hope so. Ascending the small island, Yin Zhaoge observed its environment rather interestedly. This place was filled with bamboo forests, and the weather conditions were similar to that of Clear Concealed Island. The area was slightly smaller, and it was closer to the edge of Clear Concealed Lake. Yin Zhaoge had indeed never personally seen the so-called Pishio. There were images of the Pishio, but coincidentally, Yin Zhaoge had never seen them before. There were innumerable strange beasts in this world, and there were also many that Yin Zhaoge did not recognize. But the name of this thing, Yin Zhaoge had heard of it before. It's huge, almost like an elephant. It's quiet and doesn't like to move. It has a gentle temperament and doesn't like to fight. He was rather lazy, but he was extremely strong and had boundless strength. His mouth could swallow gold and iron, and he was even more talented. It can control black water and white fire. The Pishio that had appeared at Clear Concealed Lake this time around was rumored to still be in its infancy. However, its strength was so great that ordinary martial scholars would not be able to contend against it. Although Pishio had a gentle temperament and didn't like to fight, they had a very bad habit of gluttony. They ate a lot and didn't have any thoughts of moderation. If left unchecked, it might very well be like locusts passing through, completely eat up a place. On Clear Concealed Lake, everything from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to the grass and trees were closely related to the formation. Of course, the formation wouldn't be destroyed after the Pishio devoured an entire island. However, it wouldn't be good to let it continue eating like this. Thus, after a turbid wave Pavilion Junior disciple discovered it, he sent a message back to Clear Concealed Island. Clear Concealed Island then contacted Xie Yuchan, who was nearby, to deal with it. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Ahu traveling together with Xie Yuchan and Zhang Yao, that disciple was slightly taken aback. However, he still quickly went forward to explain the situation. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge, Xie Yuchan and the others immediately entered the dense forest of the island. Traversing the dense sea of bamboo, the expressions of Yin Zhaoge and the others changed slightly as they could vaguely feel it. There was a big guy in front of them. Yin Zhaoge and the others exchanged glances. It should be that Pishio. Before they had finished speaking, the expressions of Yin Zhaoge, Ahu and Xie Yuchan all changed slightly. What the hell is that big guy doing? In the depths of the sea of bamboo, intense spiritual chi fluctuations suddenly emanated, as though a massive vortex had appeared, stirring up the spiritual chi of the entire island as it surged towards its center. Raising his head and gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the clouds in the sky up above were all beginning to tremble slightly. It was the formation that enveloped the entire Clear Concealed Lake being affected, being stimulated and activated. Ahu rubbed the back of his head. From the looks of it, it feels like this Pishio is about to advance. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's most likely the case. Xie Yuchan strode forward. Let's go take a look at the situation. If the conditions allow it, it's best not to interrupt its advancement. As they traversed the sea of bamboo, a barren empty space suddenly appeared before their eyes. Without having to ask, it was obvious that it had been forcibly eaten out by that beast. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that in the center of the empty space, there was a massive clump of light. The color of that clump of light intermingled black and white. Looking carefully, it was clearly a jet-black stream of water and white flames, merging together, rotating rapidly as they formed the shape of a sphere. The splendor of black and white flickered unceasingly, the water and fire clashing, yet appearing exceptionally harmonious. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, and not bad, not bad. Yin and yang coexisting and blending together, drawing inspiration from the heavens and the earth, obtaining the profundities of nature. It is indeed extraordinary. While there are innumerable beasts in this world, this Pishio can also be considered a rare and precious species. The spiritual chi fluctuations gradually stabilized, but were actually even stronger than before. The Pishio before them was clearly about to complete its advancement. That ball of light, the unceasingly rotating black water and white flames, also gradually grew thinner, revealing the true form of the beast within. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression was gradually turning sluggish. That senior apprentice Sister Xie? Twisting his rather stiff neck, Yin Zhaoge asked Xie Yuchan by the side. This is the legendary Pishio? Xie Yuchan nodded matter-of-factly, that's right. These beasts are extremely rare, only being found at the border between my lake domain and the fire domain. They are not found in your heaven domain. If you have not seen a diagram before, it's fine. There's a living one right here. Does junior apprentice brother Yen intend to tame and rear this beast? Xie Yuchan asked. This is also not impossible. Yin Zhaoge was a little dazed. While its size was much larger than he remembered, it was still in its infancy, resembling a small elephant. However, the beast before them was clearly a giant panda that had been greatly magnified in size. Of the four of them, Zhang Yao, with the lowest cultivation base, carefully looked at that massive beast. While it's still young, it has such great power. No wonder some villages in the wilderness of the secular world still worship the Pishio as a totem. Totem? Yin Zhaoge opened his mouth, while the expression on the face of who beside him was solemn. Young master, this beast is very strong. If it is proficient in utilizing its own strength, it can at least be comparable to an early Xiantian martial scholar, perhaps even stronger. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Yin Zhaoge nodded after a while. Yes, I can also see this, just that I had never thought of it before. Looking at the giant panda before him, Yin Zhaoge, who had just regained his wits, also felt a slight surge of heat in his heart. He had a good impression of pandas, Pishio, although the one in front of him might be a little different from the one in his memory. Raising such a big fellow was still rather interesting. The only problem was how to use it. This left Yin Zhaoge rather scratching his head. It would be a waste to keep it as a pet, but it would be weird to order it to fight. As for being a mount, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched as a scene surfaced within his mind. I will cause the internal crystal furnace to reappear in this world. Your mount is a panda. I will bring the golden needle liberating pill technique back to the world. Your mount is a panda. I will restore infinite boundless mountains giant spirit magnetite vein. Your mount is a panda. I can beat martial artists of the same realm into submission. No one can match me. Your mount is a panda. Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the author's Hall of Glory, as well as the general selection of works on the 5/15 Fan Festival. Other than that, there will also be some red packets for the Fan Festival. Receive one, and continue your subscriptions. Chapter 158. Your mount is a panda. The mount is a panda. It's a panda. Panda. A voice seemed to reverberate unceasingly within Yin Zhaoge's mind, causing him to involuntarily roll his eyes. Actually, you have quite a personality. The attention-grabbing effect will definitely be off the charts. It's very eye-catching and unconventional. But what's with this comfortable and shameful mentality? Rubbing his temples, Yin Zhaoge smiled bitterly as he looked at the giant panda before him. Forget it, even if it's just raising it as a pet. While its appetite is a little bigger, it's also very pleasing to the eye. Being in charge of acting cute, it's also pretty good. Using it to pick up girls, it should also be a great weapon. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth curled upwards as he thought rather unscrupulously. He turned his head to look at Xieyuchan's senior sister Xie. To tell you the truth, this beast is quite to my liking. I wonder if your sect is willing to part with it? At the end of the day, Clear Concealed Lake was Turbid Wave Pavilion's territory. Encountering this giant panda this time was also because it had followed Xieyuchan over. Hearing his words, Xieyuchan smiled. Apart from rearing fire geese and a few other variant beasts for sending messages and transportation, our clan rarely rears variant beasts. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would only have sent this Pishio out of the vicinity of Clear Concealed Lake to prevent it from affecting the formation. If junior apprentice brother Yen wants it, you can naturally capture it. If you need my help, just say the word. However, I think it won't be difficult for you and this brother beside you to capture this Pishio. Just do it. Hearing the other party not mentioning the matter of the transaction, allowing him to hunt as he pleased, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, senior apprentice sister. I thank you first. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xieyuchan was very generous. Yin Zhaoge naturally wouldn't treat him unfairly. Calculating for a moment, he already had a plan. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to take down this giant panda first. Yin Zhaoge beckoned to Ahu. Ahu gave a simple and honest smile, instantly rubbing his palms together. preparing to walk towards the center of the empty space alongside Yin Zhaoge. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge's gaze suddenly hardened as he vaguely felt the aura qi of a martial practitioner fluctuating in the distance. Beside his ear, there seemed to be a faint twang of a bowstring. The enemy's target wasn't them. Suddenly, from another direction, an arrow was shot towards the panda in the middle of the clearing. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that in the direction from which the arrow had come, a middle-aged man stood within the bamboo forest, a greedy look on his face as he stared at the giant panda in the middle of the empty space. He's not from Turbid Wave Pavilion. He is also a warrior of the innate Grandmaster realm. The martial practitioners of the lake domain obtained the permission of Turbid Wave Pavilion to enter this clear concealed lake to seek fortuitous encounters. He didn't notice us. However, I noticed that big guy and got greedy. He should only be at the early stage of the Xiantian realm. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to capture the panda alive, so he took advantage of the panda's advancement to launch a sneak attack. Many thoughts instantly flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind before he soared into the air. With a flick of his right sleeve, a streak of green light shot out from within, emitting the roar of a dragon as it instantly traversed 100 feet. His sword swept across the sky and arrived before the arrow that was shot at him, intercepted in mid-air. TSK, Exploding Spirit Arrow. He's really willing to invest in it. Even as Yin Zhaoge broke the arrow with his sword, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The arrow shot by the person who had come. It was shockingly a specially made Exploding Spirit Arrow. This arrow was exceptionally rare, but also extremely powerful. Even if it was blocked by the opponent, it would also form a second wave of attacks, killing and injuring them. Even Xiantian martial scholars would not be able to withstand a sneak attack. It would be very easy for them to die on the spot. Having been broken by Yin Zhaoge's sword, a strong light instantly shot out from within the arrow. However powerful this arrow was, it was completely unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. It was just that panda was currently in the final stages of its advancement, about to be completed. If it was disturbed at this time, the consequences could be big or small. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips, shaking his head as he brandished his sword. His sword resembled a dragon as it drew a circle within the air. Where the sword light passed, scars were left behind in the air, the circle of light shining, the center resembling a vortex as it emitted an immense suction force. After that exploding spirit arrow had exploded, the numerous golden lights that were born were all absorbed into the circle of light formed of Yin Zhaoge's sword light. It was just that this way, the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth that had originally already fluctuated due to that panda, attracted by Yin Zhaoge's sword light, instantly became even more unstable. A large amount of spiritual qi was similarly absorbed by the circle of light formed of his sword light. The winds and clouds within the sky surged as the formation was stimulated, automatically operating. Before everyone's eyes, the clouds and mist roiled, space seeming to shift and distort unceasingly as everything instantly scattered. The formation was very quickly controlled by someone, the chaotic clouds and mist quickly calming down. The illusory scenes before Yin Zhaoge's eyes returned to normal. Before him was still the forest from before, just that the tall bamboo trees resembled wheat fields blown by the wind, all of them collapsing. Tisk, why bother? Yin Zhaoge retracted his sword exasperatedly, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. Swiveling his head, he saw a plump, furry head appear before him, a pair of massive dark circles under its eyes that blinked continuously. Yin Zhaoge could not help but be rendered speechless. Heh? You've actually been transported to the same place as me? A panda the size of a small elephant scooted over to Yin Zhaoge somewhat intimately, yet also somewhat clumsily. Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Ah, you big fella. Saying thus, he extended his hand, lightly stroking that panda's black and white fur. The panda extended its tongue, lightly licking Yin Zhaoge's palm. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Like that person, I also want to capture you, just that I have the confidence that even if you have advanced, I will still be able to capture you alive. The panda blinked, sticking out its tongue and licking its lips, a very human-like glow appearing within its eyes. Oh, its intelligence isn't low. Ah. Yin Zhaoge discovered that he could vaguely read the meaning of this panda's gaze. It was just that after reading it, Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. This lazy thing's gaze was probably asking, if I follow you, will I be able to eat my fill? Yin Zhaoge looked at it, amused whilst also exasperated. You're not afraid that I'll capture you in order to kill you and eat your flesh? That panda scooted over in a charmingly naive manner, rubbing its head against Yin Zhaoge in a very impolite manner. Yin Zhaoge sighed, you should also take it easy a little. If you're too good at eating, I can only drag you along to become a performer. This panda let out a light cry, resembling a human opening its mouth and smiling. Yin Zhaoge raised his head, pondering, let me think, this panda this Pichio, what kind of food does it eat? Although it was gluttonous, especially gluttonous on all kinds of bamboo, that was merely to fill its stomach or to be gluttonous. From what Yin Zhaoge knew, if the Pichio wanted to raise its strength, it needed to consume all kinds of fine iron and precious ores. It especially liked precious ores that were rich in the qi of yin and yang, and these kinds of things were often rather rare as well as expensive. Compared to the appetite of this big fella before him, it was definitely a big money eater. Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the author's Hall of Glory and the general selection of works on the 5/15 Fan Festival. Also, there are some red packets and gifts on the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue subscribing. Chapter 159. Although Broad Creed Mountain was a large clan with many businesses, raising such a big fella would still not be a problem. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge had now also obtained the right to prioritize the allocation of resources. From Yin Zhaoge's point of view, he was very happy to be a local tycoon, spending money extravagantly. However, after pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge thought of a material that, after being refined through a special method, could be used as food for this giant panda. Moreover, this material had a high yield and a low price, and its effects were even better than ordinary ores and refined iron. It was a perfect example of good quality and cheap. As for its name, Yin Zhaoge very mischievously prepared two alternative names. One was called Pan Pan, the other was called Fat Tiger. As for the latter plan, Yin Zhaoge's idea was to name his next pet Little Fu, and the next one Big Xiong. These were all Yin Zhaoge's vile interests due to boredom, but there was no need for outsiders to know about them. TSK only these two. Which one should I use? This is really a headache. Yin Zhaoge was all smiles as he looked at the giant panda before him. The extremely intelligent Pippi's huge body trembled slightly. It instinctively felt that something was wrong. Yin Zhaoge chuckled as he patted his big head, before raising his head and gazing into the distance. They were still on the small island. The area was limited, so it was not difficult to find the others. Before Yin Zhaoge had even strode forward, his gaze sweeping the area as he saw a green-clothed figure in the distance currently walking over towards him. The person who had come was the young female disciple from Turbid Wave Pavilion, Zhang Yao. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the huge yet docile and adorable giant panda beside him, the round-faced girl instantly relaxed. Senior apprentice brother Yin has already subdued this Pichio? Zhang Yao approached curiously. The panda lazily rolled over on the ground. It was fat and cute, giving Zhang Yao a good impression of it. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge, grinning, he said, I'm still young after all. I have no resistance against this kind of cuteness. Zhang Yao asked carefully, Senior apprentice brother Yin, can I touch it? Swiveling his head to look at the big fella beside him, Yin Zhaoge saw that it looked as though nothing had happened. I don't resist. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge nodded, sure. Zhang Yao immediately cheered and leaned forward. While she was busy getting closer to that giant panda, Yin Zhaoge asked, that person who knocked the bow wasn't a martial practitioner of your clan, right? Coming to her senses, Zhang Yao replied, I've let senior apprentice brother Yin see a joke. That person isn't a martial artist from our sect, and should be a martial artist from the lake region, Chu province, where this clear concealed lake is located. Although I haven't seen them before, to be able to enter the clear concealed lake's formation, they should be from a first or second-rate power that is close to our clan, or be solitary practitioners. He's probably just trying to capture this Pichio. He hasn't discovered us, nor is he hostile. Although she was young, and her cultivation was still at the inner aura realm, this round-faced girl was a genuine core direct disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Although his cultivation was not as good as hers, but in terms of status and treatment, he was the same as Xie Yuchan and Ruan Ping. Yin Zhaoge could tell that Zhang Yao's experience was also rather shallow. However, to be able to become a direct disciple of a holy level force, there was no need to doubt his martial talent, potential, and strength. While Yan Zhaoge had never seen Zhang Yao in action before, just having traveled together with her, he had seen that she did not lack in actual combat experience in the area of movement and breathing. He should not be any weaker than that infinite boundless mountain disciple Ho Xiang, whom he had met at Cloud Portent Mountain. Hearing Zhang Yao's words, Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head, "And I know. Besides, even if they knew we were there, they wouldn't be able to find us. Actually, there's no harm. This Pichio, if your turbid wave pavilion doesn't take it, then it can be considered as an ownerless object. Who can obtain an ownerless item? However, if he attacks me, then I won't show any mercy." Zhang Yao smiled slightly. "He can't compete with you, senior apprentice brother Yan," Yan Zhaoge said. "Let's go look for the others. This island isn't big. If we shout, senior apprentice sister Xia and Ahu should be able to hear us." Gradually becoming familiar with each other, Zhang Yao was no longer as reserved in front of Yan Zhaoge as she smiled. "If I shout, I'm afraid my voice still isn't loud enough." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "I never asked you to shout in the first place." Saying thus, he immediately roared towards the heavens, resembling a dragon roaring to the 9 heavens. By the side, just listening, Zhang Yao felt her heart tremble, the aura qi of her entire body becoming unstable. Senior apprentice brother Yan's cultivation base is so high. Zhang Yao was secretly speechless. While she was not very experienced, she had seen quite a few experts before. Turbid Wave Pavilion and Broad Creed Mountain were one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world. How could they not have a few Xiantian martial practitioners? However, thinking back, Zhang Yao found that of all the early Xiantian martial scholars she had seen before, there actually didn't seem to be a single one who could compare to this Yan Zhaoge before her. While they had never truly clashed, thinking back carefully, even the mid-Xiantian martial scholar Ruan Ping might not be a match for Yan Zhaoge. Thinking of how Ruan Ping had tried to probe Yan Zhaoge earlier, Zhang Yao couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Luckily, senior apprentice brother Ruan didn't really make a move. Seeing Yan Zhaoge cease his roar, Zhang Yao said, "After hearing it, senior apprentice sister Xia and that big brother should hurry over to join us. Shall we just wait here?" Yan Zhaoge didn't answer, instead looking in another direction. Zhang Yao asked curiously, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, what's wrong?" Yan Zhaoge laughed. "There are still others on the island." When he had roared just now, Yan Zhaoge had clearly felt the fluctuations of a martial practitioner's aura qi in the distance. Then, the other party had begun approaching them, not having any intention of concealing his tracks at all. As the other party got closer and closer, Yan Zhaoge carefully felt and distinguished him, yet discovered that his martial path was neither that of Ahu, nor that of Xie Yuchan. Afterwards, even Zhang Yao could feel the other party's existence, as the sound of heavy footsteps resounded by her ears. With every step the other party took, the great earth seemed to shake slightly, as though a towering lofty mountain was walking. Infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner, late Xiantian martial scholar. Yan Zhaoge already knew what was going on. The next moment, from the distant bamboo forest, a tall figure walked out. The newcomer was around 30 years of age, a bloodthirsty glow vaguely flickering within his gaze. It was precisely Infinite Boundless Mountain's direct disciple Lu Shangfeng. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that Lu Shangfeng was actually grabbing a person's leg, dragging that person along as he walked. The person being grabbed by Lu Shangfeng was clearly that middle-aged martial practitioner who had attacked the Pichio with an exploding spirit arrow earlier. One of the middle-aged martial practitioner's legs was grabbed by Lu Shangfeng, the other leg shockingly broken at the knee, blood flowing out in an unending stream as a long trail of blood was dragged out on the ground, soaking the fallen bamboo leaves on the ground. In Lu Shangfeng's other hand, however, was that middle-aged martial practitioner's longbow. He released the middle-aged martial practitioner's leg. Other than his broken leg, that middle-aged martial practitioner was also heavily injured in many other places, looking as though all the bones in his body had been broken. The middle-aged martial practitioner had been on the brink of death. Now that he had finally broken free, he wanted to struggle. To him, Lu Shangfeng, who was like a nightmare, squatted down. Lu Shangfeng raised his head and smiled towards Yan Zhaoge and Zhang Yao, the bowstring of the longbow in his hands pressed against that middle-aged martial practitioner's neck. Thank you everyone for your support all this time. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the author's Hall of Glory, as well as the general selection of works on the 5/15 Fan Festival. Other than that, there are also some red packets and gift packs for the Fan Festival. Receive them and continue subscribing. Chapter 160. Compared to the pain, the pressure of the blade pressing down on one's body and death looming right before one's eyes was more despairing. The power within Lu Shengfeng's hand was not released as he raised his head, smiling towards Yan Zhaoge and Zhang Yao. It was just that smile, no matter how one looked at it, contained a bloodthirsty madness within. Zhang Yao's expression changed slightly. Infinite boundless mountain senior brother Lu. I wonder how this senior offended you? The middle-aged martial artist was no longer a threat to Lu Shengfeng, but Lu Shengfeng still wanted to kill him. After all, this was Turbid Wave Pavilion's territory, and unlike other places, the entire clear concealed lake was a blessed land occupied by Turbid Wave Pavilion. That middle-aged practitioner had also obtained Turbid Wave Pavilion's permission before he could enter. Now not only was he heavily injured and on the verge of death, he was even more likely to be tortured to death. Zhang Yao naturally could not turn a blind eye to this. Although their cultivations were far apart, Zhang Yao, who had been taught by Turbid Wave Pavilion since childhood, did not lose her composure or panic. However, Lu Shengfeng's first sentence stunned her. He didn't offend me. I just didn't like him, so I wanted to find some fun for myself. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising Lu Shengfeng once more. Zhang Yao came back to her senses. Senior martial brother Lu Shengfeng smiled. What? Was it very rare? This junior sister from Turbid Wave Pavilion seems to have yet to understand that bullying others is the source of happiness. Zhang Yao frowned. How can this be? Lu Shengfeng smiled and said, since you know who I am, then you should have heard some rumors about me, right? It is necessary for me to defend myself. That is, the rumors are not exaggerated. On the contrary, the rumors are much more conservative. Lu Shengfeng said unhurriedly, as for me, rather than defeating opponents of the same level or defeating stronger opponents, I actually prefer to kill people weaker than me, because it saves time, effort, and worry. You can even slowly enjoy the pleasure of killing them. When fighting against an opponent of the same level, being able to defeat or kill them is already quite good. If you want to capture them alive and slowly torture them, you might be playing with your life. That's why you have to go all out. Otherwise, you won't be able to experience a lot of fun. Lu Shengfeng glanced at Zhang Yao before lowering his head. His gaze landed on the middle-aged martial artist whose neck was being strangled by the bowstring. Didn't you ask me just now where did he offend me? He did make a mistake. This mistake is that you are weaker than me. Zhang Yao stared at Lu Shengfeng with wide eyes. Lu Shengfeng acted as if nothing had happened. People always think that bullying the weak is derogatory, but who doesn't do that? Just like you, junior sister. If you were to be alone with this person, he would have to treat you with respect, because you come from Turbid Wave Pavilion, which is much stronger than his. Therefore, even if he is an early Xiantian martial scholar, and you are only at the middle inner aura stage, he will still be a head lower than you. If there's no need, I don't want to offend you. Lu Shengfeng bared his teeth in a smile. I come from Infinite Boundless Mountain, you come from Turbid Wave Pavilion, and this junior apprentice brother Yan Zhaoge comes from Broad Creed Mountain. The 6 great sacred grounds are lofty and lofty. If there's anything good, the priority will always be ours. The best treasures will also all be ours. At most, it will be a contest between the 6 great sacred grounds. However, it definitely won't have anything to do with the other first and second-rate powers. For example, the Extreme Yin Crown. Now, a Seckless Maiden of Extreme Yin has emerged, obtaining the championship in the Extreme Yin bout. Do you think that she can take away the Extreme Yin Crown alone? Lu Shengfeng said mildly. Isn't this bullying the weak as the strong? Those first and second-rate powers are dissatisfied with us. They say that we sacred landing-level powers are too domineering, slandering us behind our backs. It is only because they aspire to be like us, yet are temporarily unable to achieve it. Lu Shengfeng released the bowstring in his hands. Having just had a trip to the gates of hell, that middle-aged martial artist was completely drained of energy. Having already been heavily injured in the first place, his mind was no longer able to sustain it as he directly fainted. If he was stronger than me, he naturally wouldn't have ended up like this. Even if he was wary of infinite boundless mountain behind me, not daring to kill or injure me, at least he wouldn't have been captured alive and beaten to death by me. Lu Shangfeng stood up, extending his leg to lightly kick that unconscious middle-aged martial artist. Lu Shangfeng smiled, because he is weaker than me, and the clan he comes from is weaker than my infinite boundless mountain. Therefore, no matter what I do to him, he can only endure it. Zhang Yao wanted to say something, but Yin Zhaoge raised his hand to stop her. While I don't agree with a portion of your views, I can generally understand your thoughts. Yin Zhaoge looked at Lu Shangfeng. No wonder infinite boundless mountain often locks you up in a cage. The smile on Lu Shangfeng's face vanished as he said indifferently, everything about the clan is good. Just that it's too inconvenient, with too many restrictions. He raised his head slightly, a little out of sorts, too many rules and regulations, too much concealment and concealment. This is clearly the life that everyone yearns for. Yet they just refuse to acknowledge it. Making people unable to do as they please very stifling. Lu Shangfeng's gaze once more fell on Yin Zhaoge, baring his teeth as he laughed, just like before, those two trash Jihanru and Xiaoyu, who just had to get in the way. But luckily, they're not in the way now. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. There's a problem. Looking straight at Yin Zhaoge, Lu Shangfeng's eyes were filled with a dangerous light. What problem? Yin Zhaoge asked. When you meet someone stronger than you, who wants to take care of you, what will you do? Lu Shangfeng chortled. You mean to say that you are such a person? I heard that long roar of yours just now. Your strength isn't weak. No wonder you were able to defeat the early Xiantian Jihanru back then in the late outer aura stage. But to say that you're stronger than me, that's still a long way off. Lu Shangfeng tossed the bow in his hands to the side, exercising his muscles as he walked towards Yin Zhaoge and Zhang Yao. If I meet someone stronger than me, I naturally won't go up and provoke him. If the other party comes looking for me, I'll just hide as far away as I can. Lu Shangfeng said nonchalantly, seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, seeking benefits and avoiding harm. This is everyone's nature, no exception. To you, to me, to this junior sister of Turbid Wave Pavilion, it's all the same. It's just that I have a little more hobbies than others, liking to take the initiative to be the calamity and calamity of the weak. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Isn't it just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Hearing his words, a smile instead appeared on Lu Shangfeng's face as he nodded matter-of-factly. Everyone is the same. No matter how brave they appear on the surface, no matter how much they face difficulties, no matter how righteous they are, they're actually all the same deep down. If they can avoid touching the strong, who would be willing to? Stepping on someone weaker than them, there won't be any losses at all. If they're stepped on, so be it, what does it matter? Looking at the approaching Lu Shangfeng, Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly. I'm not interested in reasoning with you. I'm just reminding you of one thing. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth also suddenly revealed a hint of a smile that caused one to feel danger. You can very well follow your own beliefs, but when walking outside with such a mindset, you must definitely open your eyes a little more. Thank you everyone for your support all this while. This time, I hope that you will all be able to support the glorious Hall of Writers and the overall selection of works on the 515 Fan Festival. Other than that, the Fan Festival will also have some red packets and gifts. Receive one and continue to subscribe. Chapter 161. And thanks to everyone else who tipped, voted for, subscribed to this book. Thank you all. Seeing Lu Shangfeng let that middle-aged martial practitioner off, Zhang Yao first let out a sigh of relief. But seeing him clash with Yin Zhaoge once more, Zhang Yao's heart suddenly leapt up. While Lu Shangfeng spoke of bullying the weak as the strong and fearing the strong as a matter of course, from what Zhang Yao knew, this person did not lack battle experience against opponents of the same level. On the contrary, Lu Shangfeng's actual combat experience was extremely abundant, virtually second to none amongst Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation martial practitioners. Senior apprentice brother Yan. Zhang Yao looked at Yin Zhaoge. While Yin Zhaoge's past battle achievements seemed even more glorious than Lu Shangfeng's, this was, after all, an early Xiantian battling a late Xiantian expert. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands nonchalantly. Junior apprentice Sister Zhang. Retreat lest you be affected. Worry appeared on Zhang Yao's face, but she also knew that a battle between two Xiantian martial scholars was not something she could interfere in. She could only retreat. That giant panda who had always been by Yin Zhaoge's side now stared fixedly at Lu Shangfeng. The laziness and indolence from before had disappeared, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. While its body still looked fat and clumsy, its aura had completely changed, shockingly revealing a violent feeling. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, patting it. You can just watch from the side. That giant panda blinked, obediently crawling to the side, its aura vanishing as it regained its charmingly naive appearance. Swiveling his head to look at Lu Shangfeng, Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, with the formation on the island having been disturbed by me just now, the accumulated spiritual qi has dispersed, and will not be able to gather again within a short period of time. In this battle we can go all out, not causing any spatial changes due to the formation. We will be teleported separately. Lu Shangfeng stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. You are strong, extremely strong. Honestly speaking, as a late outer aura martial scholar, defeating an early Xiantian martial scholar like Ji Hanru, this is something I cannot do. In just over a year, his cultivation rose from the late inner aura stage all the way to the early Xiantian stage. Even I can't do that. But it is precisely because of this that I really want to kill you right now. Lu Shangfeng's eyes gradually narrowed as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Because if I don't kill you now, I won't be able to kill you. Based on your momentum, if I let you jump a little more, you might surpass me. When that time comes, I'll have to avoid you. Just thinking about it makes me hate you. Lu Shangfeng's footsteps weren't fast, but with every step he took, the earth seemed to shake. It was as if a mountain was moving. I really want to kill you, but not because of the matter of the giant spirit magnetite vein, where you screwed over infinite boundless mountain. To draw us into becoming enemies with the heavenly thunder hall. Lu Shangfeng pointed at himself, then at Yin Zhaoge. I killed you only because I wanted to kill you, and not because of anything else. There's a smell on you that I don't like. I really don't like it. It makes me very uncomfortable. He retracted his finger and pointed it at his heart. This place is telling me that only by killing you can I feel at ease. His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge looked like he was smiling whilst also not. He didn't speak, as though he was watching a clown amusing himself. The gaze within Lu Shangfeng's eyes grew more and more dangerous, the smile on his face vanishing as he was expressionless. That's right. Just like this. The more you look like this, the more uncomfortable I feel. In order to make me feel a little more at ease, I can only kill you. As he said this, Lu Shangfeng strode forward, step by step, towards Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, he had already arrived before Yin Zhaoge. With a roar, his aura rose to its peak as he suddenly punched towards Yin Zhaoge. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge could only feel as though a great mountain had collapsed before him, smashing downwards towards him. The same divine mountain fist, executed by Lu Shangfeng, was much more powerful than Ji Hanru's. Streams of vigorous aura qi, condensed to the point of seeming corporeal, coalesced together to form an illusory heaven and earth. The clouds and bamboo forests before Yin Zhaoge's eyes all vanished, only leaving behind lofty mountains and lofty peaks, as though he was situated within a boundless mountain. Earlier, Lu Shangfeng's speed had been slow, but now that he had truly attacked, his fist was already before Yin Zhaoge's eyes in an instant. Yin Zhaoge was not flustered in the slightest as he executed the combined attack of the turtle snake, stimulating the Shangqiu acupoint of the door of blood. A powerful explosive force resisted the suppression of the illusory heaven and earth formed of Lu Shangfeng's aura qi. Then Yin Zhaoge abruptly moved to the side, avoiding Lu Shangfeng's fist as he exerted force with his feet, shooting forward. His power infused into his right arm, aura qi that resembled numerous fire dragons and ice dragons entwining about it, resembling an iron bolt as it smashed horizontally into the center of Lu Shangfeng's body. Peng! Lu Shangfeng smiled coldly, seemingly not feeling anything at all, while Yin Zhaoge instead felt his arm go slightly numb. Infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner's speciality in frontal attacks and defense was displayed to the point of perfection on Lu Shangfeng's body, as he resembled a giant divinity of steel. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, So you've cultivated in the divine mountain tyrannical body? Lu Shangfeng laughed loudly. My turn. Saying thus, he punched downwards towards Yin Zhaoge's head. Yin Zhaoge let out a ha laugh, exhaling a mouthful of turbid qi as his entire body tensed, then relaxed. Mighty ape demonic fist. His entire body seemed to have grown stronger. His muscles, tendons, and bones were all stretched out, and his blood and qi surged. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. Not waiting for Lu Shangfeng's fist to land, Yin Zhaoge exerted force a second time with his arm that was pressed against Lu Shangfeng's chest, mightily jolting him into retreat. Lu Shangfeng lost his footing and his punch missed. Letting out a furious roar, he steadied his footing and pounced forward once more. Yin Zhaoge lowered his body, punching out simultaneously with his fists, landing on Lu Shangfeng's waist and sending him into retreat once more. However, in the process of falling backwards, the other party also kicked out towards Yin Zhaoge. Relying on his foundation in the Spirit Rhino Demonic Fist and the Ocean Stabilizing Spirit Fist, Yin Zhaoge forcibly withstood Lu Shangfeng's blow. However, as compared to Lin Zhou, Lu Shangfeng, who hailed from Infinite Boundless Mountain, not only had a higher cultivation base, his techniques were also powerful and heavy. This forcible resistance caused the bones of Yin Zhaoge's entire body to creak as the scattered qi and blood within his body surged unceasingly. Similarly, compared to other opponents, Lu Shangfeng's ability to withstand blows was also much stronger. His divine mountain tyrannical body not being broken, having been directly hit by Yin Zhaoge's fists at his waist and abdomen, he only saw darkness before his eyes, his qi and blood fluctuating as he very quickly recovered. Both sides were unwilling to retreat, wanting to gain the initiative. After forcibly resisting the other party's attack, they immediately rushed forward once more. A red light flickered on Yin Zhaoge's face as he activated the fire tribulation of the wind fire tribulations. Come! Yin Zhaoge's voice sounded like spring thunder as he strode forward, taking the initiative to attack as he punched straight towards Lu Shangfeng. Lu Shangfeng similarly let out a muffled roar, not evading as he punched over heavily. While Yin Zhaoge punched out madly, engaging in a vicious battle, he was still focused on each and every one of Lu Shangfeng's attacks, his mind not flustered in the slightest. Fighting to his heart's content, Yin Zhaoge's entire body surged with aura qi as he met fist with fist, forcibly withstanding Lu Shangfeng's iron fists. Both sides' bodies paused slightly. Then Yin Zhaoge's figure spun nimbly as he turned and elbowed Lu Shangfeng's waist, directly causing him to shrink. Chapter 162. Yin Zhaoge's elbow struck Lu Shangfeng's waist. While the massive impact did not break through Lu Shangfeng's divine mountain tyrannical body, it still caused his body to bend slightly. Yin Zhaoge did not stop as he immediately followed up with another blow. Within his Dantian's qi ocean, the chaotic qi mass shook as Yin Zhaoge's aura qi of fire and ice all transformed into blazing heat at this moment. Numerous fire dragons shot into the skies, the wind fire calamities and the mighty ape demonic fist appearing simultaneously. Yin Zhaoge's fist solidly landed on Lu Shangfeng's head. Lu Shangfeng could not change his stance in time as his gaze grew heavy as a black light abruptly shrouded his face. Late Xiantian martial scholars, not only could their aura qi form an illusory heaven and earth, it could also circulate as they wished. Quiet like a lofty mountain, moving like shocking thunder. As this thought arose, the power of his entire body flowed smoothly. The power of Yin Zhaoge's fist was violent to the extreme as even Lu Shangfeng felt shocked upon seeing it, as though he could already see the scene of his head exploding. He raised the power of his divine mountain tyrannical body to the maximum, focusing it on protecting his head. Only then was he able to forcibly withstand this fist of Yin Zhaoge's. Even so, a loud boom resounded within the air, as though a mountain had been forcibly broken apart from its base. Lu Shangfeng's tall body was actually sent flying by this fist of Yin Zhaoge's, flying backwards at an inconceivable angle as he slammed heavily onto the ground. The great earth within a radius of several hundred meters was completely shattered, a massive crater having been smashed out, countless green bamboos all reduced to smithereens. Lu Shangfeng was greatly enraged as he roared, about to flip over and get up. Divine mountain tyrannical body? Able to take a beating? Yin Zhaoge's figure flashed, not waiting for Lu Shangfeng to get up, he was already before him. grabbing hold of one of Lu Shengfeng's ankles. Lu Shengfeng's other leg swept out, which Yin Zhaoge dodged, before abruptly extending his hand. A thick crimson-yellow light suddenly flickered on Lu Shengfeng's body, transforming into armor that enveloped his entire body. It was a low-grade spirit artifact. However, a green light flashed within Yin Zhaoge's eyes. The Jade Dragon sword directly pierced into the other party's armor. Releasing the Jade Dragon sword, Yin Zhaoge took out the purple-gold thunder sword and stabbed it into Lu Shengfeng's armor. Then, under Lu Shengfeng's somewhat dazed gaze, the flying thunder saber also stabbed in. Although they had all escaped from Yin Zhaoge's hands. However, 3 spirit weapons were entangled with Lu Shengfeng's armor, causing it to be unable to be of any use for a moment. Don't spoil my mood, ah. I very rarely use this style of fighting. Yin Zhaoge smiled, his smile even more ferocious than Lu Shengfeng's. Rise? He grabbed Lu Shengfeng's ankle with one hand and his arm with the other. He shrugged his shoulders and straightened his back. Yin Zhaoge directly lifted Lu Shengfeng's massive frame high into the air. Because among those with similar levels of cultivation, there are very few who can take a beating. Yin Zhaoge let out a roar towards the heavens, resembling the roar of an enraged dragon. Pausing slightly, he smashed Lu Shengfeng heavily into the ground. Like a 1,000-kilogram boulder falling from a landslide, Lu Shengfeng collided with the ground, producing a roar that sounded like iron and stone colliding. The ground, which was already like a deep pit, continued to sink. It continued to shatter in all directions, almost turning into a small basin. The island they were on seemed to be shaking slightly. Yin Zhaoge's figure did not cease as he chased after Lu Shengfeng, following up with another kick to his lower abdomen. Having just landed on the ground, Lu Shengfeng leapt into the air once more, tumbling to the side. A muffled sound seemed to resound in the air as a black light flickered on Lu Shengfeng's body before it dissipated with a loud boom. What? Lu Shengfeng's face suddenly turned snow-white as a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spurted out. His divine mountain tyrannical body had been forcibly broken by Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge exercised his neck a little. He flicked his wrist. You're a pretty good punching bag. Thank you for letting me fight to my heart's content today. Clenching his teeth, Lu Shengfeng swallowed the fresh blood that surged up once more as he said hatefully, my divine mountain tyrannical body and the great chaotic elements palm have yet to be fully mastered. I am unable to use them together, otherwise you wouldn't be able to break through my defenses. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge chuckled coldly. You're blaming me for not mastering your martial arts to perfection? Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge stretched his muscles a little, walking towards Lu Shengfeng, right? Just now, you said that you wanted to kill me? Striding forward, he was already before Lu Shengfeng. Roaring furiously, Lu Shengfeng punched towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's body had already reached its peak. His body flashed, avoiding Lu Shengfeng's iron fist, his lower body kicking out. A long breath resounded within the air, resembling the roars of dragons and tigers. As he kicked out, the sound of air exploding resounded, resembling the fury of thunder, as though a massive ancient divinity had descended into this world, wanting to break a great mountain with a single kick. Lu Shengfeng's expression changed as he immediately changed his stance, his entire body's aura qi merging as one, resembling an insurmountable obstacle. Infinite boundless mountains direct lineage, great chaotic elements palm. Sadly, the current Lu Shengfeng was already a little strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he kicked heavily on Lu Shengfeng's knee. At the same time, his iron fist punched out once more, as though another thunderclap resounded between the heavens and the earth. One up, one down, 2 heavy blows from opposite directions. The heavily injured Lu Shengfeng was unable to withstand it even with the great chaotic element's palm. His body was directly knocked askew, unable to maintain his balance as he fell to the ground once more. Consecutively suffering Yin Zhaoge's full-powered attacks, even with Lu Shengfeng's strength, he was also unable to bear it as he spat out a mouthful of blood once more, falling to the ground as he struggled, unable to get up. On the other side, that giant panda opened its mouth and let out a few soft cries. While its voice was low, it was unable to conceal its joy. It was as though it was cheering for Yin Zhaoge. Having been brought to the side by Zhang Yao, that heavily injured middle-aged martial practitioner was jolted awake. Seeing this scene, he let out muffled sounds. While he couldn't speak, he was excited to the extreme. Zhang Yao was left wide-eyed and tongue-tied. No wonder he was able to defeat the early Xiantian martial scholar Ji Hanru as a late outer aura martial scholar back then. Perhaps she lacked actual combat experience, but as a core, direct disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion, Zhang Yao did not lack in discernment and knowledge. Infinite boundless mountains, direct lineage geniuses having their divine mountain tyrannical body, and great chaotic elements palm forcibly broken through by others were not unheard of. However, an early Xiantian martial scholar forcibly breaking through the divine mountain tyrannical body of a late Xiantian martial scholar of infinite boundless mountain, and also being a genius descendant of infinite boundless mountain on the level of Lu Shangfeng, this was definitely a miraculous story under the heavens. Afterwards, breaking through Lu Shangfeng's great chaotic elements palm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves was instead something that was easier to accept. After all, Lu Shangfeng had already been injured at the time. However, before this, not relying on any spirit artifacts, just relying solely on his own cultivation to break through Lu Shangfeng's divine mountain tyrannical body, Yin Zhaoge's strength could already no longer be described as terrifying, as it had completely surpassed Zhang Yao's imagination. The late Xiantian martial scholar Lu Shangfeng had been defeated by Yin Zhaoge. And as Zhang Yao knew, her senior apprentice sister Xia Yuchan had also only ended in a draw with Lu Shangfeng. That was to say that the early Xiantian martial scholar Yin Zhaoge had actually surpassed Xia Yuchan. So powerful. The round-faced girl almost unconsciously muttered to herself. Chapter 163. Yin Zhaoge came before Lu Shangfeng. Lu Shangfeng crouched on the ground, and a strange black light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head as if hesitating. Feeling Yin Zhaoge's killing intent that he did not conceal in the slightest, Lu Shangfeng suddenly raised his head, a humble to the point of almost flattery appearing on his face. "You are right. These eyes of mine indeed cannot recognize a true dragon. I was thinking that it won't be long before I'm inferior to you. So, if I want to make a move, I'll have to do it now. But reality has proven that I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. There's no need for the future. I'm already no match for you now. From the very beginning I should have avoided you." Lu Shangfeng sincerely said. "You are a magnanimous person. Please don't argue with me." The panda's droopy eyes seemed to be unable to understand the situation in front of it. Zhang Yao and the middle-aged martial practitioner were dumbfounded. Was this something a late Xiantian martial scholar could say? Were these words that a core direct disciple of the mountain domain's sacred ground, infinite boundless mountain, could say? Was this something that the arrogant, cruel and domineering Lu Shangfeng could say? However, Lu Shangfeng didn't seem to mind this in the slightest, and his words were incomparably smooth. "I'm willing to offer up this low-grade spirit artifact, the lofty mountain armor, as an apology gift." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Of course, you can also get the lofty mountain armor if you kill me. However, I have some savings over the years. Although they may not be very precious, there are still some rare items that I can offer to you." Yin Zhaoge looked at Lu Shangfeng, not speaking. Lu Shangfeng smiled kindly and said, "You don't have to worry about future troubles if you let me go. You also said that I bully the weak and fear the strong. I know you're stronger than me. How could I possibly go up there and try to break a rock with an egg? I can't wait to avoid you. In the future, wherever you appear, I'll definitely kill you." I immediately retreated. "You are the new Yen Wudi. In the future, you will be like your father and your sex senior, Han Tianzun. You will become a famous figure. I'm just a small character. You don't have to take it to heart. Just treat me as a fart and let me go." Lu Shangfeng spoke very quickly, as though afraid that if he spoke any slower, he would be slaughtered by Yin Zhaoge. Zhang Yao couldn't stand it anymore. He could not help but say, "You are not just representing yourself. You are a disciple of infinite boundless mountain." Lu Shangfeng laughed and said, "I am the shame of our sect. If I can survive today, I am willing to accept any punishment from our sect when I return to the mountain. But right now, there's no need to bring up our sect. In any case, this junior apprentice brother Yin—" "Oh no, it's senior apprentice brother Yen. In any case, senior apprentice brother Yen won't have any misgivings about this. If he thinks I'm threatening him and gets even angrier, then wouldn't my life be in danger?" Zhang Yao was flabbergasted. He looked at Lu Shengfeng speechlessly. Lu Shengfeng no longer looked at her, instead turning to look at Yin Zhaoge as he struggled to get up, slapping himself a few times with his hands. I deserve this, I deserve it. I only ask that you spare my life. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at Lu Shengfeng. Didn't you say earlier that you would feel unhappy just looking at me, and that you only needed to kill me? Would that make you feel better? Lu Shengfeng hurriedly slapped himself twice. Senior apprentice brother Yan, I was just spouting nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. I have always been extremely respectful towards those who are stronger than me, obedient and submissive. I only ask that you spare my life. Don't kill me. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Yin Zhaoge did not answer, instead reaching out to grab the jade dragon sword still embedded within the lofty mountain armor on Lu Shengfeng's body, before giving it a shake. The purple gold thunder sword and the flying thunder saber shook together. The jade dragon sword complemented each other. At this moment Lu Shengfeng was powerless to move. While the lofty mountain armor on his body had been activated, it was unable to stand against a spirit artifact controlled by Yin Zhaoge, as it instantly disintegrated. This lofty mountain armor naturally has to be given to senior apprentice brother Yan. Lu Shengfeng didn't mind it in the slightest. Zhang Yao opened her mouth but didn't utter a sound. That was a spirit artifact. Even direct disciples of the sacred grounds like her, Si Kongqing, Chao Yuanlong, Xiao Yu and Li Jingwan were also unable to obtain spirit artifacts. A high-grade or mid-grade precious weapon was the standard. Generally speaking, direct disciples of sacred grounds would only be bestowed with a spirit artifact after they had reached the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Those who had yet to reach the Xiantian stage yet possessed a spirit artifact were either people like Yin Zhaoge, Xiao Shan, or Lin Zhou who had a unique background while out adventuring, or people like them who came from extraordinary backgrounds. Whether it was the former or the latter, they were both extremely rare. Even so, to martial scholars, spirit artifacts were also treasures that were as precious as their lives. Although Lu Shengfeng's life seemed to be currently in Yin Zhaoge's hands, such a reaction from him still left Zhang Yao stunned. As for that heavily injured middle-aged martial practitioner beside her, he was even more jealous and bitter. The power that he came from of the entire clan only had a single spirit artifact, which was worshipped as their clan's guardian treasure. After taking apart Lu Shengfeng's lofty mountain armor, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. You have some trump card, right? However, I have no interest in seeing what your trump card looks like. Saying thus, the jade dragon sword in his hand flickered with sword light. Lu Shengfeng stared. A majestic sigh suddenly resounded within the air. Yin Zhaoge was also rather familiar with this voice. It originated from Infinite Boundless Mountain's elder, Shan Shurwang. Misfortune of the clan, misfortune of the clan. Ah. Above the small island, the winds and clouds fluctuated as a massive hand that resembled a mountain extended out, emanating a massive suction force as it sucked Lu Shengfeng in. Shan Shurwang had not come personally. This was the miraculous effect produced by the activation of the formation by the experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Not only had Shan Shurwang seen everything that had just happened, the bigwigs of the other clans had also seen it. Even Shan Shurwang, who was experienced in the martial world, felt his face burning at this moment. Losing face, all the way from clear concealed lake all the way back to infinite boundless mountain. This child will be watched over strictly, not letting him cause any more trouble. This old man can vouch for it. Shan Shurwang sighed as he said to Yin Zhaoge, this little friend Yen, if our clan's disciples have offended you, please do not take it to heart. We welcome you to infinite boundless mountain as a guest again. This last sentence also indicated that there would be compensation. Senior is polite. Yin Zhaoge didn't really care much about compensation. Comparatively speaking, he wanted to slaughter Lu Shengfeng even more. To put it bluntly, this person was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, being shameless and without skin. Looking at it from another perspective, he could also be said to be someone who could stretch and retreat as needed, able to act like a big boss, also able to act like a grandson. When he lost power, groveling and bending his knees. When he gained power, he was savage and brutal. After a short while, Ahu and Xieyuchan also arrived. After learning of what had happened, Ahu bared his teeth. A pity that it happened on Turbid Wave Pavilion's territory, A pity that infinite boundless mountain's bigwigs intervened. Otherwise, even if he was someone of infinite boundless mountain, he wouldn't have been able to come and go. Hearing this from the side, Xie Yuchan and Zhang Yao exchanged bitter smiles. This time, Lu Shengfeng definitely won't have the face to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. After hearing Zhang Yao's description, Xie Yuchan sighed in admiration as she looked at Yan Zhaoge. Junior brother Yan, you are even stronger than the rumors say. In this time's Heavenly Connection meet, even with senior brother Su and the others participating, you have also become a unique talent. Chapter 164. In terms of cultivation, it wasn't that there weren't those participating in the Heavenly Connection meet this time who had a higher cultivation base than Yan Zhaoge, and there would even be Heavenly Connection martial practitioners amongst them. Although Heavenly Connection state martial artists were mostly in seclusion and rarely ventured outside, the Heavenly Connection meet was still a special situation. Especially now that the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world was rather tense, this time's Heavenly Connection meet was even more important. In terms of strength, the current Yan Zhaoge might not necessarily be able to come out on top in the Heavenly Connection meet where heroes gathered. But for him to be able to defeat the late Xiantian martial scholar Lu Shengfeng with his early Xiantian martial scholar cultivation, in the entire Heavenly Connection meet, he was probably the only one who had done so. After all, Lu Shengfeng was not an ordinary late-stage Xiantian martial artist. Regardless of how this person was in other aspects in terms of martial cultivation, he was ultimately of the direct lineage of the mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain. Even if several ordinary late Xiantian martial scholars ganged up on him, they might still be defeated by him alone. At the very least, if Xie Yuchan were to go up against Lu Shengfeng, she would have a 50-50 chance of winning. Victory or defeat would depend on her performance on the spot. Therefore, looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, Xie Yuchan was truly filled with admiration, while Zhang Yao beside her had a look of admiration on her face. In keeping Lu Shengfeng's lofty mountain armor, Yan Zhaoge having left this treasure where it was, Shan Shirwang had tacitly agreed that it belonged to Yan Zhaoge. Tisk, if I were to open a spoils of war exhibition and display all the signature weapons of the core heirs of the various clans, it would be cool, but would I be beaten up for being too arrogant? The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched as he kept the items, smiling towards Xie Yuchan. Senior sister Xia overpraises me. Surveying their surroundings, looking at the messy island, Yan Zhaoge said rather apologetically, "This is much greater than the destruction caused by that big fella over there." The panda nudged him with an innocent look in its eyes. Xie Yuchan said, "No matter. The root of the problem lies with Lu Shengfeng. Our clan's seniors will naturally negotiate with Infinite Boundless Mountain's senior Shan Shirwang." This matter was settled. The group then prepared to return to Clear Concealed Island. When they returned this time, everyone sat on the giant panda. This silly fellow was not afraid of strangers and carried everyone on the water. The only exception was the middle-aged martial artist. The giant panda also held a grudge. It remembered that the other party had shot it with an arrow at the last moment of its advancement. However, even though he didn't carry him on his back, he summoned a stream of black water in front of him and lifted him up, bringing him back to Clear Concealed Island. This middle-aged martial practitioner came from a power that was close to Turbid Wave Pavilion. Having received permission from Turbid Wave Pavilion to enter Clear Concealed Lake to seek fortuitous encounters, yet something had happened on the surface of Clear Concealed Lake. Turbid Wave Pavilion would have to at least give some sort of response. Moreover, this person's injuries were too severe. If he wasn't treated in time, it was inevitable that he would lose his life. Thus, Xie Yuchan decided to bring him back to Clear Concealed Island. Sitting on the back of the panda, Zhang Yao was full of interest, and Ahu grinned. After all, it was rare to see a Pixiu. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, was rather conflicted as he looked strangely at the panda beneath his bottom that resembled a small elephant. The style is really a little strange. Yan Zhaoge carefully appraised the others. The others didn't seem to mind. Instead, they were quite interested, which made him feel a little better. Yan Zhaoge asked Xie Yuchan, "Senior apprentice sister Xia, do you have scarlet flame iron and cold light iron here?" Xie Yuchan answered, "They are all very common ores that produce a lot. Although there aren't any veins in the area around Clear Concealed Lake, there are some stored on Clear Concealed Island. Do you need them?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice sister Xia to help me contact some. In terms of price, I won't let your clan suffer a loss. Xia Yuchan looked at the panda. Smiling, she said, you want to feed this big fella? Then you'll have to prepare some more. Yin Zhaoge smiled bitterly, isn't that so? As they chatted and laughed, they returned to Clear Concealed Island. Yin Zhaoge took his leave of Xie Yuchan and Zhang Yao, bringing along Ah Hu and that panda. Returning to the bamboo house that he resided in. Ascending to the second floor of the bamboo house, he saw a figure already within his room. The other party stood by the window, gazing at the distant surface of the lake. As Yin Zhaoge ascended the stairs, he turned. Zhaoge, you're back? The visitor had a refined, scholarly appearance, 3 long strands of beard hanging down to his chest. It was precisely Feng Zhuan. Yin Zhaoge greeted Feng Zhuan, second apprentice uncle. I already know about the matter with infinite boundless mountains Lu Shangfeng. The fault does not lie with you. There is no need to take it to heart, Feng Zhuan said. This time I have come for another matter. Yin Zhaoge nodded, quietly listening to Feng Zhuan continue speaking. Feng Zhuan said slowly, regarding that decimating abyss organization that intends to cause trouble in the Earth domain. The Heavenly Thunder Hall has obtained a major clue. Yin Zhaoge's expression froze slightly. Decimating abyss? Feng Zhuan nodded. That's right. This organization has infiltrated even deeper than expected. Not just those martial practitioners who are dissatisfied with our 6 great sacred grounds. Even within the 6 great sacred grounds, there are also their people. Yin Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated as he heard Feng Zhuan continue. This time, the Heavenly Thunder Hall discovered members of the Decimating Abyss organization within their ranks, obtaining a lot of useful information. The Decimating Abyss's goal is to have that legendary 9 underworlds descend into the 8 extremities world. Feng Zhuan's current expression was also rather solemn and gloomy. Yin Zhaoge's expression was similarly solemn, many thoughts flashing through his mind. In the Earth domain, there very possibly really exists a crack in the passageway that leads to the 9 underworlds. However, for some unknown reason, there is some kind of power that has suppressed and blocked this crack. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows. The ultimate goal of the people of the Decimating Abyss is indeed to open that crack, drawing the descent of the 9 underworlds. The evil devils are proficient in bewitching people's hearts, drilling holes in their hearts, finally transforming into devils. However, they are also proficient in concealment, being hard to guard against. The ghost hatchet Elder Han Shang, from the looks of it, is still only a little extreme, not really resembling a true devil. People like him want to change the current situation of the 6 great sacred grounds, changing the heavens and changing the earth, fighting for a new future. Originally a martial practitioner of the 6 great sacred grounds, what is it for? Having desires in their hearts, they were then bewitched, unceasingly magnifying their desires, slowly drowning within? Yin Zhaoge's mind was filled with countless thoughts. After he had collected them, he looked at Feng Zhuan. While this matter was of great importance, Feng Zhuan still patiently waited for Yin Zhaoge to digest this information. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge had regained his wits, he continued, while the Heavenly Thunder Hall did not say it, our information channels in the Thunder domain indicate that it was Lin Tianfeng's handiwork that uncovered the Decimating Abyss spy concealed within. Just based on this, he holds an even greater advantage in the internal competition for the position of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's next Hall Lord. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Lin Tianfeng was the father of the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou. Yin Zhaoge looked at Feng Zhuan. The Heavenly Thunder Hall has obtained a great deal of beneficial intelligence. Does it include the identities of the spies of the Decimating Abyss organization within the other 5 great sacred grounds? That's right. Feng Zhuan nodded, his voice gentle. Also, during this time's heavenly connection meet, at this clear concealed lake, the Decimating Abyss is going to cause trouble once more. Chapter 165. Hearing Feng Zhuan's words, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. During this time's heavenly connection meet? Feng Zhuan said, it was only recently that I learnt that a water vein that flows into clear concealed lake originated from the Earth domain. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Other than us of the younger generation who are participating in the alliance meet, the clans all have their seniors leading them to hold down the fort. This small clear concealed lake can actually be considered to have experts as common as the clouds. It's not a place that just anyone can easily invade. Yin Zhaoge said softly, if the decimating abyss dares to make a move, that means that amongst the martial grandmaster experts leading the troops this time, there will definitely be some of them. Feng Zhuan smiled slightly. Also, as the host being able to control the formations here, that person from Turbid Wave Pavilion definitely has a problem. He smiled as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Perhaps I too have a problem. Similarly looking at Feng Zhuan, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Then I can only pray that you will be fine. Otherwise, I will immediately lose my life. Even if I have a problem, I won't kill you so easily, Zhaoge. Feng Zhuan could not help but laugh as he shook his head. If there was a problem with me, it would also be to deal with junior apprentice brother Yan, and not just to make things difficult for you. However, I feel like your talent and potential are going to surpass yours. Feng Zhuan sighed. In 10 odd years, no, perhaps only a few years is needed. Everyone will have to face your existence, face you squarely, just because you are Yin Zhaoge and not Yin Di's son. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Second apprentice uncle praises me to the point that even I feel embarrassed. Feng Zhuan smiled. Returning to the main topic, the decimating abyss wishes to have the 9 underworlds descend into the human realm. The nature of this matter is just as vile as that of the Flame Devil world, being the public enemy of the entire 8 extremities world. Right now, we are in a standoff with the Flame Devils and we still have a slight advantage. Although the Flame Devils are violent and aggressive, they are no longer as unbridled as before. However, if the 9 underworlds descend, the 8 extremities world will be attacked from both sides, with the Flame Devils making use of this chance to attack as well. Yin Zhao nodded his head. That's right. No eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned. That's why the Heavenly Thunder Hall shared this intelligence with us 5 great sacred grounds so straightforwardly. Of course, I guess that our clan, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain will have to pay a considerable price in order to obtain this information. He looked at Feng Zhuan. Feng Zhuan smiled. That's right, this is a very normal thing. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly, thinking for a moment. It would not be too convenient for Jade Sea City to pursue the matter of Lin Zhou and One Line Edge now. Earlier on, news had come from the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Not just Yan Shan, even Lin Zhou had confirmed that he would not be participating in this time's Heavenly Connection meet. In the battle for the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, having been injured by Yin Zhaoge, Lin Zhou had finally been forced to flee via the blood-transforming flowing light jade. Even though he had successfully broken out of the encirclement, he had suffered a loss of vital energy and blood, adding injuries on top of his previous injuries. It would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Even if he were to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet, it would be hard for him to do much. Other than that, Jade Sea City was also eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey, waiting to ask him about the matter of One Line Edge. However, there was such a thing. Even if Jade Sea City wanted to pursue this matter, it would not be good for them to do so forcefully. Although the information from the Thunder Territory indicated that the traitor who destroyed the decimating abyss was the handiwork of Lin Zhou's father, Lin Tianfeng. However, Yin Zhaoge was 90% certain that this definitely had something to do with Lin Zhou. He, big move ah! Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. The Heavenly Thunder Hall has gained greatly this time. Other things aside, Turbid Wave Pavilion owed the Heavenly Thunder Hall a favor this time. In the current internal affairs of the 8 extremities world, under such a delicate situation, Turbid Wave Pavilion's stance was biased. Too sensitive. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Feng Zhuan. Oh, after talking for so long, second apprentice uncle, who is the spy of our Broad Creed Mountain? In this time's Heavenly Connection meet, who are the martial grandmasters with problems? I've already sent a message back to the clan. Master and the others will naturally deal with it. Feng Zhuan reported a name before adding, the Heavenly Thunder Hall only knows of this one person. As for whether there are others, that is still unknown. Our clan still cannot let down our guard. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That is indeed the case. Feng Zhuan continued. As for this time's Heavenly Connection meet, other than the one from Turbid Wave Pavilion, there should have originally been 3 others. The Heavenly Thunder Hall should have originally been led by someone from the Decimating Abyss, but they have already been dealt with. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. That is to say, there should have originally been 4 more than half of them. One of them could even control the geography of the place. Indeed, there really would have been a chance of success. Feng Zhuan said, not just the spies. Members of the decimating abyss outside of the 6 great sacred grounds will also launch a surprise attack here this time, stirring up trouble together. In order to catch as many of them as possible in one fell swoop, other than that spy of the Heavenly Thunder Hall whose identity has already been exposed, we did not alert the other decimating abyss experts whose identities have already been exposed. However, even more experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion have already arrived here to lay an ambush. He looked at Yin Zhaoge instead. It is you main characters who are participating in the Heavenly Connection meet who have to be careful when things truly happen, evading in time. Yin Zhaoge smiled. I feel that we are already no longer the main characters. If not for wanting to avoid alerting the enemy, we could actually just disband, going home on our own. Feng Zhuan said mildly, the Heavenly Connection meet is still the Heavenly Connection meet. Like you, Zhaoge, early Xiantian, defeating a late Xiantian infinite boundless mountain direct lineage, didn't you boost the momentum of our Broad Creed Mountain once more just now? If the other side wants to make a move, they will also require some time to prepare. Actually, if it is not too dangerous to you youngsters, this would instead be the best tempering. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. These words make sense. Feng Zhuan stood up, heading outside. There are also many things on our side that still require preparations. Zhaoge, it's good that you know what to do. Make your own preparations. Something unexpected could happen at any time. Rest easy, second apprentice uncle. I understand. Yin Zhaoge sent Feng Zhuan off before calling Ahu in, letting him know. Ahu stared wide-eyed. Young master, the time for you to perform a meritorious deed has come again. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. I really don't want to rely on being bait to perform a meritorious deed. However, what is worth consoling is that this time, there will be a bunch of people accompanying me. Xie Yuchan very quickly brought over the scarlet flame iron and cold light iron. After Yin Zhaoge had processed them with a secret technique, the task of raising the giant panda was handed over to Ahu. Young master, what are you busy with then? Ahu asked curiously. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers, cultivating. Something major is about to happen. To do a good job, a worker must first sharpen his tools. Ahu felt that his brain was a little lacking, but the Heavenly Connection meet is about to begin. What are you cultivating for in such a short period of time? Yin Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. Previously, he had been afraid that his cultivation speed would be too fast, arousing the suspicions of others. However, now that the situation was special, he would just have to be flexible a little. Yin Zhaoge lightly touched his right eye with his finger. Anyway, he already had an excuse that couldn't be any better. Coming to the window, looking at the clear concealed lake that was shrouded in mist and clouds, Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned a little distant. 9 Underworlds. Chapter 166. Poor Kai Xianli. Yin Zhaoge had already consumed the Broad Creed Divine Pill as soon as he had obtained it. This pill could increase the spirituality of a martial artist's stellar energy, making it easier for a martial artist to perceive the world. The effect seemed simple, but it was very powerful. Even if a great grandmaster martial artist consumed it, it would have endless benefits. If a grandmaster martial artist consumed it, the effects would be even more obvious. In truth, martial scholars were basically unable to completely digest the medicinal power of the Broad Creed Divine Pill. The medicinal energy of the medicinal pill would remain in the cultivator's body, flowing over a long period of time. It would take effect for a long time, helping the cultivator cultivate. As the highest grade pill that Broad Creed Mountain currently possessed, even the experienced and knowledgeable Yin Zhaoge was rather in awe of its medicinal effects. Yin Zhaoge was currently seated in the meditative position, the clear qi within his dantian spreading outwards as the chaotic qi mass roiled, hot and cold alternating, yin and yang coexisting, resembling the furnace of the heavens and the earth as it unceasingly refined the medicinal power of the Broad Creed Divine Pill. Guided by Yin Zhaoge's aura qi, the medicinal force unceasingly dispersed throughout his limbs and bones. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, streams of qi that resembled numerous fire dragons and ice dragons roiling unceasingly. The energy really took the shape of a dragon. The scales on its body moved, and it was filled with spirituality as it let out waves of deep and grand dragon roars. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes, the light of thunder abruptly flashing within. The fragment of the sacred artifact, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, appeared within Yin Zhaoge's right pupil. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor flickered. The flickering light was like the beginning of the primordial chaos. A bolt of lightning descended, splitting the heavens and earth. At this point, all things gradually came into being, and the great thousand worlds evolved and changed. White clouds and gray dogs, the sea turned into mulberry fields. The endless river of time surged, seeming like an instant, seeming like an eternity. Yin Zhaoge and the Eye of the Thunder Emperor were connected mentally. It was as if he had also felt the intent of 1,000 lives and deaths in that instant. While the heavenly thunder was fierce and ferocious, it was unable to leave behind any traces within Yin Zhaoge's mind in the slightest. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes lightly before opening them again. In the blink of an eye. However, it felt as if billions of years had passed. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge felt that his connection with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had clearly advanced a step further, even to the point of having a telepathic connection. Yin Zhaoge let out a light yell. All of a sudden, there was a surge of lightning and a loud explosion. Outside the bamboo building, in the skies above clear concealed island, amidst the roiling clouds, there seemed to be an explosion, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Hung long 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 long. The sound of thunder in the sky and on the ground resonated, as if it was the beginning of the primordial era. Around Yin Zhaoge's body, numerous azure dragons formed of aura qi pulsed as their scales pulsed, numerous bolts of lightning shooting out from within. Dense electric arcs were jumping in the small bamboo house. When they gathered together, it was like a sea of lightning. The lightning surged violently, yet it did not harm the small building in the slightest. The astral energy dragons opened their eyes one after another, and all of them flashed with radiance. It was as if they were painting a dragon's eyes, full of spirituality and vitality. The illusory dragons turned into real dragons. Yin Zhaoge extended a palm, pushing forward horizontally. Astral energy azure dragons coiled about, transforming into primal chaos. No beginning and no end. There was no front or back. Although it was an illusory scene formed from stellar energy, one could still vaguely sense the profound concept contained within it. This was precisely the illusory heaven and earth formed of Yin Zhaoge's fist intent. Aura qi forming an illusory heaven and earth was precisely the mark of a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. His palm changed, turning completely red as the illusory scene of primal chaos formed of his aura qi also changed, turning completely purplish red. Amidst the clumps of purple flames, a pill furnace was indistinctly visible, seemingly real. Yin Zhaoge's palm changed slightly once more, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as he lightly tapped out with them. The purplish-red Tusita fire in the pill furnace disappeared, his aura qi intermingling to form an illusory dark starry sky. Above the night sky, 7 stars hung high, illuminating the north. Yin Zhaoge retracted his palm, striking out with the 6 spirits' demonic fists one after another. The illusory heaven and earth formed of his aura qi seemed to have returned to the primordial times, with numerous powerful beasts rampaging about, tyrannical to the extreme. Finally, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's retraction, all the scenes vanished, everything returning to primal chaos and nothingness. It was as if it could give birth to all things, could contain all things, could extinguish all things. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, standing up and leaving the small bamboo house. Who was currently playing with that giant panda. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, he couldn't help but ask, "Young master, that heavenly thunder just now was caused by you activating the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "That's right. I consumed the broad creed divine pill to stabilize my foundation, deepening my accumulations, gradually reaching a bottleneck in my cultivation. Then, comprehending the concept of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, I comprehended it and successfully took a step forward." Ahu opened his mouth. "Young master you just stepped into the early Xiantian martial scholar realm at Cloud Portent Mountain a while ago? Stepping into the mid-Xiantian stage so quickly, even family head wasn't as ferocious as you that year." Yin Zhaoge reached out and tapped his right eye. It was a fortuitous encounter. It can be considered a pleasant surprise. Ahu gave Yin Zhaoge a thumbs up. Even if it was fortuitous encounter, it was also something that you, young master, could only have obtained with your own ability. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Ah Hu. Oh, Ah Hu, your expression is becoming more and more sincere in your flattery now. Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. It's all thanks to young master's spurring. I often practice in front of a mirror. He patted his big head. Right, young master, the heavenly rock has arrived. Oh, senior apprentice brother Su has arrived? Yin Zhaoge chuckled at senior apprentice sister Xie's place, right? Ah Hu also chuckled. After meeting Elder Fong, he came over to young master's place. Seeing that you were in seclusion, he slipped away like a wisp of smoke to Miss Xie's place. Exchanging glances, the two laughed mischievously. There's something going on. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Come, let's go take a look. Su Fei was 30 years old this year. Much older than Lu Wan and Yin Zhaoge. He was currently already a Heavenly Connection martial scholar, only a step away from the martial grandmaster realm. Generally speaking, Heavenly Connection martial scholars were mostly in secluded cultivation, rarely venturing outside. However, the Sacred Sun clan had been continuously losing face recently. In order to regain it in this Heavenly Connection meet, they had sent the head of the Four Rising Suns, Tang Yonghao. Tang Yonghao was also already a Heavenly Connection martial scholar. Su Fei participating in the Heavenly Connection meet this time was specifically to guard against Tang Yonghao. Arriving outside the bamboo house where Xie Yuchan resided, from far away, Yin Zhaoge's nose twitched as he smelled the fragrance of wine. Then outside the bamboo house before a stone table in the small courtyard, two people sat facing each other. One was Xie Yuchan, while the other was an extremely tall, burly man. This man had thick brows and big eyes, a straight nose and a square mouth looking extremely mighty. His gaze was deep, his aura like a mountain. While he was young, he exuded a lofty aura. It was just that this man's current actions were a little strange, smiling as he held a wine flask, currently pouring it into a cup. Looking carefully, there were clearly tea leaves within the teacup in front of that man. From the looks of it, he was actually going to brew tea with wine. Chapter 167. Looking at that man's actions, Yin Zhaoge was rather speechless. What kind of fancy new playstyle is this? The man didn't stop moving. He laughed and said, You came at the right time. I went to find you just now, but you were in seclusion. I was regretful that you missed my wine and tea. Yin Zhaoge held his forehead. Using wine to brew tea, there really isn't anyone else. I know that you like wine, but can you not be so unconventional? The man didn't mind. You don't understand. Living in this world, we have to find some fun for ourselves. Yin Zhaoge facepalmed. So you treat wine like soy milk and dip it in youtiao to eat, using wine to soak rice in soup. Now, you have a new way of playing using wine to brew tea? Can't you drink like the other drunkards? Xie Yuchan and Ah Hu couldn't help but laugh. The big man didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he smiled and said, I've passed that stage. Unable to bear it any longer, Yin Zhaoge said, Then you can try drinking wine with your nose instead of your mouth. The burly man laughed heartily. For a martial artist of my cultivation, it's actually not difficult. I won't choke to death. Senior brother Su, you're always very mature in other matters. Why are you acting like a child in this matter? Xie Yuchan shook her head and laughed. This big man was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct disciple, the disciple of the Iron Lion King Shi Tai, Heavenly Rock Su Fei, a Heavenly Connection martial practitioner. Generally speaking, he was also considered by the outside world to be Broad Creed Mountain's current strongest martial scholar. Su Fei smiled and said, I'll let you taste my cooking first. Yin Zhaoge felt rather helpless. I really have nothing to say about you. Junior apprentice brother Yen, your alcohol tolerance is not good enough. Hu Ting is more like it. Xue Fei similarly looked down on Yin Zhaoge, instead looking warmly at Ah Hu by the side. Brother Fei, I'm not going to drink with you. You don't allow people to force me to drink with their gang qi. I'll die if I drink with you. Ah Hu, who had always been careless and carefree, now looked pale. Xue Fei didn't force him. He only said regretfully, Hu Ting, you actually have a good foundation. You can practice it. Everyone talked and laughed, and time passed quickly. As the sun set in the west, Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, Ah Hu and Xie Yuchan said their goodbyes. Before they parted, Xie Yuchan softly said, This time's heavenly connection meet is different from the past. You all know what's going on, right? Yin Zhaoge looked at Xue Fei. While the smile on Xue Fei's face did not change, his gaze was heavy and heavy. When I met second apprentice uncle, I already knew of the situation. The three of them looked at each other and nodded with a smile. He said nothing more. Over the next few days, Yin Zhaoge either cultivated peacefully by himself, exchanged insights on the martial Tao with those he was familiar with like Su Fei, Yi Zhongzhou, Xie Yuchan, or fed that giant panda. On Clear Concealed Island, everything was as usual. As time passed, the day of the Heavenly Connection meet officially arrived. The Heavenly Connection meet wasn't a martial arts arena. Its original purpose was to allow the geniuses of the younger generation of the various families to interact with one another. Sparring was contact and exchanging experiences was also contact. It was only because of the current environment of the Eight Extremities world. The situation was rather tense, so it caused the smell of gunpowder in the Heavenly Connection meet this time to be a little thicker. Especially for this time's Heavenly Connection meet, due to some special factors, it had a somewhat different color to it. It was precisely the venue where the Heavenly Connection meet would be held, in the air above Clear Concealed Island. With Clear Concealed Island as its center and the surrounding small islands at the center of Clear Concealed Lake, a special formation was vaguely formed, being the core of Clear Concealed Lake's protective formation. After it had been activated, numerous streams of light soared into the air, merging with the all-encompassing clouds. They formed a floating continent that seemed illusory whilst also real. Those numerous streams of light resembled bridges, allowing everyone to ascend to the floating island within the air. The island had its own restrictive formation. An illusory palace-like existence was formed. As Yin Zhaoge and the others ascended the floating island, they saw that other than the descendant of Turbid Wave Pavilion who was the host, there were others who had arrived before them. They were people of Jade Sea City. Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan and two other Jade Sea City disciples were currently clustered around a green-robed youth. That youth had a gentle and refined air, resembling Feng Zhuan. He had a rather scholarly air about him. However, as he stood there, the spiritual light above his head condensed and became real, piercing through the horizon. Within the spiritual light, there seemed to be endless waves roaring, showing that he was a Heavenly Connection realm martial artist like Xue Fei. The youth looked to be in his 30s, his gaze as deep as the ocean. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the others now, he nodded slightly. Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei nodded in return. They all recognized the other party, a core, direct disciple of Jade Sea City, a leading figure of the younger generation, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao. At that time, he was the oldest of the four young masters and also the one with the highest cultivation. The son of Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder Yan Di, the Broad Creed young master Yin Zhaoge. The son of the chief of the Sacred Sun clan Huang Su, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jia. The son of the first seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lin Tianfeng, the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou. The son of Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao. The four of them were all elites of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation, all of them of extraordinary backgrounds. After the previous Heavenly Connection meet, they had been hailed as the current four young masters. However, there was not much friendship between the four of them. Yin Zhaoge was only relatively more familiar with Song Chao. However, Song Chao was much older, and the two had seldom interacted with each other before. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Song Chao nodded. Junior apprentice brother Yen, it's been 3 years. Senior apprentice brother Song's cultivation has improved. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Song Chao answered, cautious and conscientious, progressing forward through trial and error. Si Kongqing also came forward to greet Song Chao once more. The Heavenly Connection meets format was loose, with no sign of its official start. Those who wished to spar could just communicate with each other. Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, Song Chao, Xie Yuchan, Ruan Ping and Yi Zhongzhou. These Xiantian martial scholars did not compete, only gathering together to chat idly. However, to them, even if it was just a casual chat, in the ears of the younger disciples, they all felt that they had benefited greatly. It was just that amongst them, Yin Zhaoge seemed a little more conspicuous. Of all the Xiantian martial scholars, he was the youngest and not just by a little. The others were all around or close to 30, with only Yin Zhaoge being in his early 20s. According to age, Yin Zhaoge should actually be of the same age as Li Jingwan and the others. However, even though this seemed a little conspicuous, not a single one of those present felt it strange, as though they were all used to it. As they chatted, the hearts of Yin Zhaoge and the others simultaneously jolted as they looked in another direction. In that direction, a few young martial practitioners dressed in gold-bordered white robes ascended Hovering Island. It was precisely the attire of the Sacred Sun Clan's direct disciples. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, Song Chao or Yi Zhongzhou, seeing the newcomers, they all narrowed their eyes slightly into slits. The one at the front was of a similar age to Su Fei and Song Chao, with a handsome face and an imposing appearance, a divine light shooting out from his eyes, causing one to feel admiration just from looking at him. Beside him was a youth who looked slightly older than Yin Zhaoge. His features ordinary, silent. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Tang Yonghao, Huang Jia. Chapter 168. Poor Kaixin League. Other than Xiao Shan and Chao Yuanlong, the other two of the Sacred Sun Clan's younger generation's 4 rising sons were currently in front of Yin Zhaoge. Acclaimed as the number 1 person of the Sacred Sun Clan's younger generation, the Radiant Sword Tang Yonghao hailed alongside Yin Zhaoge as one of the current era's 4 young masters, the grandson of the east-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglie and the son of the current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Su, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jia. After the Sky Connection Summit, aside from the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou, the other 3 of the 4 young masters who had been praised by others gathered together again. Yin Zhaoge's gaze paused on Tang Yonghao for a moment before turning towards Huang Jia. Whether it was the current 4 young masters or the Sacred Sun Clan's 4 rising sons, Huang Jia was the most low-key one. In Yin Zhaoge's memories, other than that heavenly connection meet that year, Huang Jia had rarely appeared before the eyes of the world. At this moment, as he stood by Tang Yonghao's side, he was like a shadow under the sunlight, tranquil and completely inconspicuous. Xue Fei and Song Chao looked at Tang Yonghao and nodded slightly. Senior brother Tang, long time no see. It was widely spread in the fire domain where the Sacred Sun Clan was located that Tang Yonghao was the number 1 person of the current younger generation. He, who was in the reaching heaven state, was hailed by many as the strongest master martial artist. Outside of the fire domain, especially in the heaven domain and the water domain, the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City had never acknowledged this reputation. However, if one were to say that Tang Yonghao was one of the strongest experts of the younger generation, this was basically universally acknowledged. Even if Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City were on extremely bad terms with the Sacred Sun Clan, they would still acknowledge this point. Tang Yonghao stepped onto the floating island and bowed to Su Fei and the others. Greetings, Senior Brother Su, Senior Brother Song. Long time no see. His gaze fell on Yin Zhaoge. Junior Apprentice Brother Yin, long time no see. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. It is rare for Senior Apprentice Brother Tang to make an appearance, Tang Yonghao said, breaking through from the heavenly connection stage to the Great Grandmaster stage. You can't just blindly cultivate in seclusion. You still need to accumulate experience and then cultivate in seclusion. Xikongqing, Li Jingwan and the other younger disciples were currently all focused on Yin Zhaoge and Tang Yonghao, who were standing facing each other. Yin Zhaoge's battle achievements in recent years had been glorious. He had defeated Xiao Shan, who was in the late outer aura stage with a cultivation of the middle outer aura stage, then defeated Ji Hanru, who was in the early Xiantian stage with a cultivation of the late outer aura stage, then defeated Lin Zhou, who was in the middle Xiantian stage with a cultivation of the early Xiantian stage, and then defeated Lu Shangfeng, who was in the late Xiantian stage. His skills shocked everyone, and his name spread far and wide. Not only were they able to fight those who were stronger than them, but they were also invincible. Fairly speaking, even without infinite boundless mountains' help in spreading the news, the current Yin Zhaoge of the Heavenly Connection meet was already the person who stood the most in the limelight amongst the participants. Even if Yin Zhaoge were to turn around and return to Broad Creed Mountain right now, no one would be able to accuse him of anything. However, there was still a huge gap between him and the reaching heaven state. Moreover, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. Tang Yonghao had been famous for many years, and was a top-notch existence among the connecting heaven realm martial artists. Generally speaking, with Tang Yonghao's current cultivation and age, There was actually already no need for him to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. His strength and talent had long been known to the world. Moreover, he was at the critical moment of breaking through to Great Grandmaster. However, the reason why the Sacred Sun clan had still sent Tang Yonghao out this time was at least partly because of Yan Zhaoge. In the previous battle of the Eastern Tang and the dispute over the Thunderbolt Soul Jade between the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Sacred Sun clan's face had been hurt. And in terms of the younger generation, Xiao Shun and Qiao Yuanlong had been consecutively defeated by Yan Zhaoge. And all of them were utterly defeated. In the grand scheme of things, a slight change in one part would affect the entire situation. On the level of the younger disciples, it was a good chance for them to regain some face in this Heavenly Connection meet. However, Tang Yonghao had no intention of fighting with Yan Zhaoge, instead saying, "Junior brother Yan's improvement is truly shocking. In such a short period of time, you managed to advance from the internal invulnerability realm to the innate realm. I am ashamed of my own inferiority. I look forward to exchanging pointers with you in the same realm. Although I may not be as good as you, I believe that even if I lose, I will still gain something in the path of martial arts." Xi Kongqing, Li Jingwan, Zhang Yao, and the others heard his words. They were all a little surprised. The faces of the Sacred Sun clan disciples who had come along with Tang Yonghao were all rather gloomy, feeling that it was a pity. Senior brother Tang still came according to his own wishes in the end. On the contrary, the expressions of Su Fei, Song Chao, Xie Yuchan and the others were as per usual. Who didn't participate in the Heavenly Connection meet, but his age and cultivation base were actually similar to Su Fei and the others. Therefore, he had obtained special permission to accompany Yan Zhaoge to Hovering Island. He grinned, secretly sending a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, rather than saying that this Tang Yonghao is upright, it would be better to say that he is pedantic, right?" Yan Zhaoge answered calmly, "Some people will always have certain things that others cannot understand, or view as foolish and pedantic. In the eyes of the masses now, it is already accepted that my strength can no longer be measured by my age and cultivation base in the usual sense. Even if Tang Yonghao makes a move, he won't be judged as the strong bullying the weak, having an unfair advantage. At most, some people will say that he lacks confidence, vanishing into the crowd, putting down his pride, sharing the views of the masses. If he doesn't make a move now, as you say, many people will instead think that he is pedantic and foolish, or perhaps blindly arrogant." Looking at Tang Yonghao, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "But he himself is most clear on what exactly it is that he pursues, and what it is that he wants to persist in. To some people, having a clear conscience is the most important. What they fear is not the finger-pointing of others, but the haze that has appeared in their hearts. From another perspective, perhaps it can also be said that he is arrogant or perhaps self-satisfied. But as I see it, those who are able to persist in their beliefs and carry them out are all more or less worthy of respect." Hearing his words, Hu looked thoughtful. Then how will he account for this to the Sacred Sun clan? Before his words had landed, Tang Yonghao swiveled to look at Su Fei. "Senior apprentice brother Su, you and I are of the same age, both being Heavenly Connection experts. Please guide me." Su Fei smiled carefreely, of course. Song Chao suddenly said from the side, "Senior apprentice brother Su, please let me pass. 3 years ago in the Heavenly Connection meet, this song lost to Senior apprentice brother Tang. I have always hoped to spar with Senior apprentice brother Tang once more." Hearing his words, Su Fei said, "That would not be good for Senior apprentice brother Tang. This Su has no intention of taking turns to fight him." Tang Yonghao's expression was as per usual. "It is not that I am looking down on Senior apprentice brother Song, but can I have a match with Senior apprentice brother Su first? Because this matter surpasses my personal honor and disgrace." Song Chao's expression was calm. "I also have no intention of taking turns to fight him, nor do I wish to interfere in your competition. One move. We will decide victory and defeat in one move. How about it?" A Sacred Sun clan disciple behind Tang Yonghao muttered, "It shouldn't be Heaven Surging Tide, right? That really would be a single move. Jade Sea City's supreme martial art, Heaven Surging Tide, concentrated all the power of one's entire body to erupt in one go. While it consumed a great deal of energy, its power was similarly great as well, being a life-risking technique of Jade Sea City's martial practitioners." Hearing the other party's words, Yi Zhongzhou and Li Jingwan both had enraged looks on their faces. Song Chao still looked gentle and tranquil, not explaining anything as he just looked calmly at Tang Yonghao. "All right, one move." Tang Yonghao pondered for a moment before swiveling his head and saying apologetically to Su Fei, "Senior apprentice brother Su, please forgive me." Chapter 169. As the leading figure of Jade Sea City's younger generation, the Seven Seas young master of the current four young masters, Song Chao had his own pride and confidence. He really wanted to compete with Tang Yonghao. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Yonghao and Xue Fei were bound to fight, Song Chao would definitely want to have a good fight with Tang Yonghao. And now he had no intention of taking advantage of Tang Yonghao. If Tang Yonghao used up too much of his energy, it would seriously affect his battle with Xue Fei. Just this worry alone could put Tang Yonghao at a disadvantage. Most of the time when experts fought, it was only for a single line. Song Chao had no intention of taking advantage of Tang Yonghao, and it was even more impossible for him to do as that Sacred Sun clan disciple had said, using a technique like the Heaven Surging Tide. Seeing Tang Yonghao agree, Song Chao nodded, "Please advise me." With that, he struck out with his palm toward Tang Yonghao. Stellar energy surged, transforming into an illusory world. However, as a heaven-connecting stage warrior, the illusory heaven and earth formed by Song Chao's Gang Chi was more realistic and condensed than that of a Khanate stage warrior. It was not just Tang Yonghao who was facing it head-on. Even Yin Zhaoge and the other spectators felt as though a massive wave that surged to the heavens had appeared before their eyes as well, smashing over towards them. As far as the eye could see, the boundless sea was boundless. The sound of waves was incessant, and tsunamis and landslides could be heard. Faced with this situation, Tang Yonghao straightened the middle and middle fingers of his right hand into a sword and stabbed forward with the momentum of splitting the sea. A golden sword light that looked like a rising sun appeared out of thin air, and an aura that was as hot and warm as the sun immediately enveloped everyone. Of the Sacred Sun clan's direct lineage, one of the 7 great sun arts, the Divine Sword of Dawn. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he raised his head slightly and looked upwards. The clouds in the sky dissipated, and a faint ray of sunlight shone through the layers of clouds. At the tip of Tang Yonghao's finger, a bright light erupted, as if some powerful existence was being nurtured. The sunlight in the sky above his head also frantically gathered towards Tang Yonghao's fingertip. In an instant, the light grew brighter and brighter. It was like a rising sun. The pale golden morning sun exuded boundless heat. It was as if 2 suns had appeared between heaven and earth. One was above their heads and the other was right in front of everyone. The sword light was like the first glimmer of the rising sun, soft but not weak, light but not fierce. But the moment the sunlight came into contact with the sea formed by Song Chao's stellar energy, countless rays of light that were as bright and dazzling as needles appeared. It suddenly exploded into a ball of light rain, scattering in all directions. Every golden ray would explode violently the moment it touched the surrounding tide. Continuous explosions. Endless explosions. Billions of golden rays collided with the boundless sea and exploded. The sea was like a dark cloud that had been dispersed by the sun. It rolled and retreated, fragmented, and finally turned into an endless rain of water droplets. Then, each of the water droplets was pierced by the golden light and shattered one after another, finally disappearing without a trace. It was as if the water on the ground had completely evaporated under the sunlight. Tang Yonghao sheathed his sword and stood. He looked at Song Chao and said sincerely, "Senior brother Song, thank you for letting me win." Indeed, Song Chao did not take advantage of him. To be more precise, the consumption of their stellar energy and physical strength was almost negligible. It was more of a competition of moves and comprehension of martial concepts. If it was a life and death struggle, victory and defeat would not be decided in a single move. Song Chao sheathed his palm and sighed. "I still lost to you by 1 move." He shook his head and turned to leave. He went directly to the edge of the floating island and sat down cross-legged. His intention was obviously to become a spectator. He no longer had any plans to continue participating in the Heavenly Connection meet. Tang Yonghao cupped his hands towards him. He then turned to look at Xue Fei and said, "Senior brother Su has waited for a long time. Thanks to Senior brother Song's concession, Our battle will proceed as usual. I have not expended much energy and do not need to rest. Let us begin directly. Xue Fei held a leather pouch in his hand. A thick fragrance of alcohol wafted from it. He had been drinking while Tang Yonghao and Song Chao had been fighting. Now, he raised his head and drank the last mouthful of strong alcohol. He hung the leather pouch back at his waist and wiped his mouth, saying with a smile, "Although you only exchanged one move with senior brother Song, it allowed me to see many things. I especially gained an understanding of your current cultivation. You are an upright person. I will not take advantage of you." Saying so, Xue Fei stretched out his palm and pushed forward. Under the palm, the aura enveloped the surroundings like the firmament, the earth bearing the weight of the 8 extremities. The palm was simple and unadorned, even looking a little simple and clumsy. However, it was majestic, as if encompassing infinite profound principles. As this palm was unleashed, the eyes of all the Xiantian martial practitioners present all lit up. Everyone knew that while Xue Fei had a heroic personality, different from his master Shi Tai, in terms of martial arts, he walked the same path. Like Shi Tai, he was focused on a single martial art. Unlike Shi Tai, who cultivated in the Vajrabadi, Xue Fei chose another supreme martial art of the 8 extreme arts, the Great Heaven-Earth Sword. Over the years, Xue Fei did not cultivate in other supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain, focusing on the Great Heaven-Earth Sword. His attainments in this martial art were indisputably the number one in the martial scholar realm. Even many martial grandmaster experts of the same clan could not compare to him. However, today Xue Fei did not execute the Great Heaven-Earth Sword. While the principles and concept he executed were of the same lineage as the Great Heaven-Earth Sword, they were also different. It was not as simple as transforming sword intent into a palm, or transforming sword arts into palm arts, much less using palm arts to execute sword arts. With the vision of Yan Zhaoge and the others, they could all tell that while Xue Fei's palm was still rather primitive and crude, it was clearly a new creation of the Great Heaven-Earth Sword, bringing forth new variations. This was a completely new martial art, a martial art that Xue Fei had created himself. While it was still incomplete, its potential was shocking. Hu murmured to himself, if Brother Fei continues to develop this palm art, perfecting it to the point of great completion, Broad Creed Mountain will probably have a 9th extreme art in the future. Standing with his palm, Xue Fei looked at Tang Yonghao, smiling carefree. This is just a little trick that I came up with in my free time. I've let everyone see a joke. While it is still hard to enter the eyes of the Fong family, senior apprentice brother Tang, I can use both the sword and the palm. Martial arts of the same origin can be combined. Tang Yonghao nodded earnestly. Many thanks for the reminder, senior apprentice brother Su. After the two of them faced each other and cupped their fists, Tang Yonghao waved his hand, and a golden longsword appeared in his palm. The light was blazing but not dazzling like the rising sun. Xue Fei, on the other hand, reached behind him and pulled out a black broadsword from its scabbard with a dragon's roar and landed in his hand. The sword light was simple and unadorned, appearing and disappearing in an instant. One of them used the Great Heaven-Earth Sword style, while the other used the Divine Sword of Dawn. The heavenly connection meet had just begun, and what was possibly the highest level of competition was about to begin. Seeing the swords of Su Fei and Tang Yonghao clashing fiercely, Yan Zhaoge could not help but nod repeatedly. Both live up to their reputations. He swiveled his head to look in another direction. There, the other Sacred Sun clan disciples were all nervously watching the battle situation. There was only one person whose expression remained the same, not changing in the slightest, quiet to the point that it was as though he did not exist at all. The radiant prince Huang Jia. Chapter 170. Compared to his identity, Huang Jia could be said to be extremely low-key. It was so low-key that even his elegant title of the world-illuminating young master seemed somewhat unsuitable. Unlike the dazzling sunlight that illuminated the world, it was like the moonlight on a dark night, quiet and serene. Yan Zhaoge looked at Huang Jia, and Huang Jia looked back, calmly meeting Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Interesting, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Yan Zhaoge was unable to determine Huang Jia's true cultivation base. He could only rely on his hearing to hear that the sound of his blood and pulse was virtually inaudible, heavy yet smooth. His blood was like lead mercury. This was a characteristic that only appeared after the second bone marrow cleansing. This meant that Huang Jie's cultivation was at least at the early stage of physical invulnerability. Apart from that, Huang Jie had intentionally concealed his aura, not revealing the characteristics of his other cultivation levels. It was very difficult to determine his specific cultivation level. The defining characteristic of a martial scholar in the middle stage of physical invulnerability was the ability to condense qi into a weapon and control qi within 100 STE. The defining characteristic of a martial scholar in the late stage of physical invulnerability was the ability to walk on stellar steps and levitate in the air. One of the characteristics of a Xiantian martial scholar was that their stellar energy had gained spirituality. Huang Jie didn't release his stellar energy, so he couldn't tell. The second characteristic was that the spiritual light above their heads pierced through the sky. However, if a Xiantian martial scholar wanted to, they could control and restrain it. Therefore, he could only judge that Huang Jie was at the early stage of physical invulnerability. Actually, considering his age, it wasn't surprising that Huang Jie was at the early or middle stage of physical invulnerability. Other than Yin Zhaoge, Jade Sea Cities Li Jingwan and Infinite Boundless Mountains Xiaoyu were all around this cultivation level. Huang Jie was slightly older but not by much. They could basically be considered the same age. However, Yin Zhaoge instinctively felt that Huang Jie was not that simple. Compared to Tang Yonghao, whose cultivation realm and age were obviously much lower. If the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie, who was of similar age and was similarly one of the four young masters of this era, truly possessed outstanding ability, he would step forward and battle Yin Zhaoge. This was the best for the Sacred Sun clan. However, Huang Jie didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Not only did he have no intention of clashing with Yin Zhaoge, Huang Jie was also polite yet distant towards others. The reason he came to the Heavenly Connection meet this time seemed to be just to watch from the sidelines. Those participating in the Heavenly Connection meet all stopped what they were doing at this moment. They focused on the battle between Tang Yonghao and Xue Fei. The battlefield was specially made based on the formations of Turbid Wave Pavilion. So Su and Tang could do as they pleased. The shockwaves of their battle were all blocked, so they did not have to worry about affecting others. Previously, Tang Yonghao and Song Chao's fight was just a casual one. Now, however, Tang Yonghao and Xue Fei's fight was a true battle between dragons and tigers. The onlookers, including the few Xiantian grandmasters, had grave expressions on their faces. Although Lin Fan's cultivation level was low, after a rough assessment, they could all feel the strength of the two sides. Just like how Yin Zhaoge had suddenly risen to the pinnacle in recent years, suppressing all heroes with his skills, even the core direct disciples of the various sacred grounds, while their talent and potential were on the same level as their combat prowess at the same cultivation level, if one were to look into it carefully, there would still be differences in strength to some extent. Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao were the strongest among them. With a sword in hand, Tang Yonghao's swordlight resembled light illuminating the great earth, omnipresent. Not only did his opponent's silhouette seem to have no place to hide beneath the sunlight, even many of his opponent's techniques and variations actually seemed to be within his predictions. What his opponent wanted to do, Tang Yonghao was often able to be half a step ahead, countering his opponent's moves. Other than the Sacred Sun clan's direct lineage Divine Sword of Dawn, there were also many other supreme sword arts that Tang Yonghao wielded with ease. They all seemed to have been immersed in them for many years, having gained a deep understanding of their essence, their variations unpredictable and majestic. Fully focused on the battle between the two, Si Kongqing knit her brows slightly. Tang Yonghao, so strange? It's not strange. You find it strange because you don't know that Tang Yonghao is a true genius in the sword. Yin Zhaoge said, it is rumored that in the current 8 extremities world, other than the 4 great sword arts, Tang Yonghao can learn all the other sword arts just by observing them from the sidelines. Si Kongqing's gaze flickered as she swiveled her head to look at Yin Zhaoge. Profound supreme sword arts were not as simple as just their stances and movements. The sword intent contained within qi circulation techniques, as well as many profundities, were all incomparably complicated. The martial arts of the various sacred grounds were all not easy to deal with. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Don't look at me, this is true. For example, in our clan's Great Heaven Earth Sword and Big Dipper Sword, Tang Yonghao would be able to comprehend 70 to 80% of them just by observing me or you from the sidelines for a period of time. It's just that Tang Yonghao has never done this. When he cultivates in the sword, even if he cultivates in sword arts other than those of the Sacred Sun clan, they are also those that have been long lost. Even if he can understand the sword arts of other clans, he himself does not cultivate in them. Yin Zhaoge sighed lightly. It is not just the other 5 sacred grounds. Tang Yonghao also restrains the sword arts of those first and second-rate powers, even those unranked powers. Yin Zhaoge looked at the Tang Yonghao in the arena. That is why I say that this is a person with his own persistence, even if his persistence, in the eyes of many, is hard to understand. Si Kongqing looked at Su Fei. Senior apprentice brother Su is not inferior to him. Yin Zhaoge smiled. This is only natural. Regardless of Tang Yonghao's myriad variations, the winds howling and the waves roaring, Su Fei was like a rock within the sea, unmoving and unmoving. He executed the great heaven-earth sword all the way, possessing both offense and defense, simple and unadorned, majestic and majestic, containing myriad profundities within, causing Tang Yonghao to be unable to focus solely on the front. Executing the great heaven-earth palm and the great heaven-earth sword together as one, their power multiplied as they blocked all of Tang Yonghao's myriad swordlights with ease. Observing the great heaven-earth sword, Tang Yonghao was able to comprehend the profundities within, predicting Su Fei's sword path. However, even so, he was still unable to gain the slightest advantage. In the martial scholar realm, Su Fei had cultivated the great heaven-earth sword to the maximum. Even if Tang Yonghao similarly cultivated in the great heaven-earth sword, it would still be impossible for him to do better than him. The clash between 2 heavenly connection martial scholars was a feast for the eyes of everyone present. Now the descendants of Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall ascended hovering Sky Island from different directions. On the Heavenly Thunder Hall's side, the thunder-rumbling young Master Lin Zhou and the lightning flash, Yin Shan, were both not present. However, their leader was a youth with a higher cultivation base, his age similar to that of Su Fei, Tang Yonghao and Song Chao. Yin Zhaoge recognized him as Xie Zi, also a young heaven's favored son who had long since made a name for himself, currently at the late Xiantian martial scholar realm. However, as Yin Zhaoge knew, while he had slain his opponent during a battle with a powerful enemy, he had also been injured, leaving behind latent problems. As a result, his ascension had been somewhat delayed. Otherwise, there was a 90% chance that he would already have stepped into the heavenly connection stage by now. Besides Xie Zi, followed a few younger martial practitioners, similarly dressed as he was, all of them being of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage. And in another direction were the direct lineage martial practitioners of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Indeed, Lu Shangfeng was nowhere to be seen, their leader being Ji Hanru. Right beside Ji Hanru, Zhao Hao's eagle gaze swept over everyone present, his gaze arrogant and unyielding. Chapter 171. From a certain perspective, the martial legacies of Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were rather extreme. Before the matter of the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, the young disciples of both sides had disliked each other. The Heavenly Thunder Hall mocked Infinite Boundless Mountain for having a tortoise shell, while Infinite Boundless Mountain mocked the Heavenly Thunder Hall for only having a head and 3 axes. Now that the matter of the Thunderbolt Soul Jade had appeared, the 2 sides had officially become enemies. The atmosphere between them became even more tense. At this moment, the 2 factions just happened to meet head-on, to the point that they couldn't even pay attention to the match between Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao. The direct disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall with Xie Zi at their head and Infinite Boundless Mountain with Ji Hanru at their head stared at each other, sparks seemingly rising within the air. However, those of Infinite Boundless Mountain were even more quickly defeated. Without Lu Shangfeng, no one could compete with Xie Zi. Moreover, even if Lu Shangfeng was here, he would most likely not be a match for Xie Zi. Only Zhao Hao's gaze was cold, indifferent and unyielding, and he didn't show the slightest intention of retreating. Xie Zi glanced at him coldly, but did not say anything. He looked away, obviously disdainful of fighting with an opponent in the inner invulnerability stage. Behind him, a youth close in age to Zhao Hao now smiled coldly as he stood up. This junior apprentice brother of Infinite Boundless Mountain looks very unfamiliar. Let us spar for a bit. The corner of Zhao Hao's mouth revealed a faint, cold smile, And he said indifferently, "Sure." Yin Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at this scene, the expression on his face looking like he was smiling whilst also not. As Yin Zhaoge had predicted, Zhao Hao achieved a complete victory. Zhao Hao's performance also attracted the attention of others. Not only was it because Zhao Hao had displayed the cultivation of a late inner aura martial scholar, but it was also because his victory appeared to be extremely easy. Si Kongqing and Zhang Yao's gazes turned towards Zhao Hao. They belonged to the same age group. More than half a year ago, when I met him at Infinite Boundless Mountain, he was still only at the early inner aura stage. Si Kongqing swiveled her head to ask Yin Zhaoge, "I heard that when we went to the Eastern Tang, he was only at the 8th or 9th level of the body refinement realm?" As soon as he said that, to the side, Zhang Yao and the others all jumped in fright. "Are you talking about before the War of the Eastern Tang? How long has it been? His cultivation has risen to this level?" Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Actually, earlier on, his cultivation base was even lower, and it is hard to say whether he was at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. About 2 years, maybe even less." Zhang Yao was somewhat speechless. Li Jingwan frowned slightly. Advancing realms quickly is one thing. At the same realm, his combat power is very strong. Yin Zhaoge smiled but did not speak. This was within his expectations. Because everyone had different fortuitous encounters, there would be differences in strength among cultivators of the same realm. Although Zhao Hao's eyes were at the top of his head, his actual combat ability at the same level was indeed stronger than Lin Zhou and Yi Jing's. The lower the cultivation of the three, the more obvious Zhao Hao's advantage. And this advantage would last for a long time. Some of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's disciples had suffered a loss at Zhao Hao's hands. Due to his status, Xie Zi could not make a move. As for those of the same age as Zhao Hao, after witnessing his cultivation base, they too lacked confidence. With both Lin Zhou and Yen Shan not having come, a small gap in age had appeared in the direct disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had come this time, such that Infinite Boundless Mountain's Jihanru also had no opponents. The Heavenly Thunder Hall wanting to get back at them became extremely awkward for a time. In the end, it was still a female disciple by the name of Chun Lin who stood up, battling Infinite Boundless Mountain's Xiao Yu. Although Chun Lin was a woman, although Xiao Yu was a heavenly genius, his personality was cruel, his actions were ruthless, and his combat experience was rich. However, he was someone who could talk but not fight. Due to his lack of experience, Chun Lin was able to gain the upper hand as the Heavenly Thunder Hall finally managed to regain some ground. Jihanru and the rest did not say anything, but Zhao Hao's gaze towards Xiao Yu was not very friendly, and was filled with disdain. On the other hand, the competition between Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao had already reached the climax. Both sides were locked in battle. Although there was no enmity between them, even having some appreciation for each other, the two were currently going all out, not holding anything back in the least. Their battle had instead become the one with the most explosive smell of gunpowder since the start of the Heavenly Connection meet. In the process of their battle, there had been several instances where both sides had sustained heavy injuries, even nearly perishing together. It was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, with it hard to determine who was superior. Although the Sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creed Mountain both hoped that their disciples would be able to obtain victory in this battle, if two seedlings with shocking potential were to perish together, neither side would be willing to see such a result. In the end, this battle could only be considered a draw. With the battle between Su and Tang having concluded, most of the spectators could finally retract their attention before beginning to search for opponents. Although having experienced the battle between Su and Tang, it was like having directly eaten a sumptuous meal, with everything else becoming dessert after the meal. The Heavenly Connection meet had finally officially become lively. On Hovering Island, while only the younger disciples of the various clans had ascended to participate, the bigwigs of the various clans who had come to clear Concealed Lake were similarly paying attention to the progress of the Heavenly Connection meet. Although they were all preoccupied with other matters, this did not affect them from observing the outstanding descendants of the various clans. In the Heavenly Connection meet every year, many geniuses would basically appear, shocking everyone with their skills. However, Zhao Hao's performance was still very eye-catching. "Feng Zhuan, how is this old man's disciple?" A black-bearded old man said triumphantly. "I'm telling you, He's not inferior to your broad creed mountains Yen Zhaoge. By the side, Infinite Boundless Mountains elder Shan Sherwang had an indifferent expression on his face, but his gaze carried some helplessness. The person of Infinite Boundless Mountain responsible for leading the team to clear Concealed Lake this time was him, while this black-bearded old man, Elder Mo, having been active in the lake domain recently, had also come to clear Concealed Lake to join in on the fun. This old man's cultivation base was even higher than his. Coming here, he had the feeling of usurping the host's position, and it was not good for Shan Sherwang to compete with him. It was unknown how Zhao Hao had caught Elder Mo's eye earlier, being taken in as his personal disciple. Although Zhao Hao had indeed displayed powerful strength and potential, with this Elder Mo's protection, it was also an important reason why Zhao Hao had been able to quickly extricate himself from the shadow of the giant spirit magnetite vein incident. Elder Mo glanced at Feng Zhuan from the corner of his eye. If you don't believe me, have your broad creed mountains Yen Zhaoge suppress his cultivation base to the late inner aura stage, and spar with my disciple? Feng Zhuan smiled mildly. That will have to depend on Zhaoge's own intentions. Receiving Feng Zhuan's sound transmission, Yen Zhaoge laughed involuntarily. His disciple's cultivation base is not as high as mine. Is it my fault? A match is no problem, but I am not his disciple's sparring partner. If this senior is really so interested, how about second apprentice uncle help me ask if he would be willing to suppress his cultivation base to the mid-Xiantian stage, and spar with me? If it's 2 matches, I don't mind coming down to train a bit. All right, Feng Zhuan answered leisurely, I'll ask. With this, there were no further words to be said. Yen Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly, raising his head to glance up into the sky. This elder surnamed Mo was the highest-level spy that the Decimating Abyss organization had planted in Infinite Boundless Mountain. Chapter 172. From Yen Zhaoge's point of view, after Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao's battle, the others' battles seemed somewhat lacking in meaning. The only match that could attract his interest was the match between Xie Yuchan and Xie Zi. Following Chun Lin's victory over Xiao Yu, Xie Zi's victory over Xie Yuchan at the same cultivation level could be considered to have completely won back face for the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Zhang Yao's round face was bitter, but Ruan Ping comforted her. Many people say that Xie Zi is the #1 grandmaster below Heavenly Arrival. There is actually some truth to it. This person's talent and potential are astonishing to begin with, and he's also used to fighting and killing. Along the way, he has many battle records of defeating stronger opponents despite being weaker than him. My current reputation was not obtained by bragging. Instead, I earned it with my cultivation. But it was also because he was so warlike that his vitality was injured when he fought with others. That was why he stayed in the late Xiantian Master Realm for so long. Otherwise, he would definitely be like Su Fei, Tang Yonghao, Song Chao and the others, stepping into the connecting heaven realm and preparing to attack the martial Grandmaster realm. Zhang Yao blinked, swiveling her head to look at Yen Zhaoge. Senior apprentice brother Xie's cultivation base is indeed powerful, but to say that he is the #1 martial scholar beneath heavenly connection is a little too much, isn't it? Not mentioning others, senior apprentice brother Yen defeated the late Xiantian stage Lu Shangfeng at the early Xiantian stage. Ruan Ping paused for a moment, then nodded. That's true. Hearing this, Yen Zhaoge didn't say anything. Looking over, he just happened to see Xie Zi's gaze also directed in his direction. The look in his eyes was not friendly at all. First, not speaking of the fact that Infinite Boundless Mountain had let the Heavenly Thunder Hall know that the Thunder Element Revival art originated from Yen Zhaoge. The 2 core, direct disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Yen Shan and Lin Zhou, who were also known as Lightning Flashing Thunder Rumbling, had both been defeated by Yen Zhaoge, having been heavily injured. Just based on this alone, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who felt that they had the ability, all wanted to battle Yen Zhaoge. He wanted to regain face for his sect. Xie Zi was one of the best among them, so he was naturally no exception. This was especially so with Yen Zhaoge's domineering rise over the past year, which had shaken his position even more. Xie Zi had always been an arrogant person. Because of his internal injuries, he had fallen behind Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao, and Song Chao by a step. The #1 grandmaster below the heavenly reaching realm could only comfort him. Many times Xie Zi thought about it. He even felt that this was not a compliment but a humiliation, so he never mentioned it in front of others. However, it was one thing for Xiezi to not accept it. It had originally fallen on his head, but it was taken away by someone else. This was another matter. Yin Zhaoge, having defeated the late Xiantian Lu Shangfeng, as an early Xiantian martial scholar, instantly caused Xiezi's title, as the #1 martial scholar beneath the Heavenly Connection martial scholar, to become unstable. He was stuck at the late Xiantian stage. Xiezi, who had already been suppressing a belly full of anger, immediately became even more displeased. He looked at Yin Zhaoge as if he were a thorn in his side. Yin Zhaoge roughly understood Xiezi's thoughts. While he liked to show off, he really didn't care about being the strongest beneath the Heavenly Connection realm. Compared to Xiezi, Yin Zhaoge's attention was currently elsewhere. There it wasn't people who were facing off. Instead, it was two strange beasts, both of them extremely majestic, spiritual qi overflowing from their bodies, at the same time also containing a dense masculine qi of blood. Yin Zhaoge blinked. "What's going on?" Li Jingwan answered softly. "Junior sister Chan Lin of the Heavenly Thunder Hall rears a green evil ghost wolf. It is exceptionally ferocious. I heard that our clan's senior brother Yi also has a very famous black water mysterious dragon. Therefore, she suggested letting the two of them have a match. In terms of actual combat, taming powerful strange beasts could also be of great help." Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw Chen Lin, who had defeated Xiao Yu earlier. She was currently standing there. Chen Lin was extremely tall, only half a head shorter than Yin Zhaoge and the other men. Her features were beautiful, but her expression was cold, carrying some arrogance. The green evil ghost wolf in front of her was even larger than an ordinary cattle, its greenish-black fur appearing as hard as steel needles. The wolf exhaled a dense, cold white qi from its mouth, a cold, icy qi surrounding its entire body as its two bloodshot eyes that resembled copper bells stared fixedly at the black water mysterious dragon opposite it. Carefully appraising it, Yin Zhaoge discovered that this green evil ghost wolf was even stronger than its owner, Chan Lin. Chan Lin was of similar age to Yin Zhaoge, Li Jingwan and Xiao Yu, and was currently only an outer aura martial scholar. However, the combat power of her green evil ghost wolf was already comparable to that of a Xiantian martial scholar. Such a situation was most likely due to her having begun taming this ghost wolf when it was still a cub. Yi Zhongzhou also looked at the two strange beasts below with a stern expression on his face. Yin Zhaoge glanced at his black water mysterious dragon. Coiling in midair, its size was much larger than that of the green evil ghost wolf. While it was a scaly dragon and not a true dragon, it was still majestic and awe-inspiring. Yi Zhongzhou said slowly, "Junior sister Chun, it is not too late to stop now. These two strange beasts are both not ordinary. While their intelligence is limited, they are extremely powerful. If they enter a frenzied battle to the death, it would be very hard for us to stop them. Because of a battle between strange beasts, it would not be nice to trouble the seniors of our clan." Chan Lin said mildly, "If green evil were to die beneath the claws of senior brother Ye's black water mysterious dragon, this little sister would definitely not have a single word of complaint. Since that is so, this Yi also has nothing more to say." Yi Zhongzhou frowned. The other party had come to provoke him, and he had already somewhat restrained his words, but the other party still did not know when to back down. Yi Zhongzhou was also enraged. "Let us begin then." After the two strange beasts faced off for a moment, the green evil ghost wolf was the first to make a move. However, it was not in a hurry to attack, instead slowly moving around the black water mysterious dragon step by step, seemingly trying to find a weak point in its defense. The black water mysterious dragon coiled quietly where it was, not moving at all. However, its eyes were always fixated on the green evil ghost wolf, moving along with it, not letting go of any of its movements. The black water mysterious dragon had a clear advantage in terms of strength, but the green evil ghost wolf had a strange innate talent, which was to emit cold air around its body, slowly weakening the opponent's strength. The cold air would slow down the opponent's speed, which was equivalent to giving it speed up. The green evil ghost wolf's own speed was extremely fast to begin with, ranked at the top amongst strange beasts of the same level. Yi Zhongzhou whistled, "Do it." He could already tell that the green evil ghost wolf was planning on stalling for time, constantly relying on the cold air to weaken the Blackwater mysterious dragon's strength. Under such circumstances, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Blackwater mysterious dragon. The Blackwater mysterious dragon let out a thunderous roar, pouncing towards the green evil ghost wolf like a tornado. As the pitch-black scales on its body opened and closed, large amounts of water vapor surged out, like endless waves sweeping towards the opponent together. The green evil ghost wolf also let out a roar, biting and tearing at the Blackwater mysterious dragon fiercely. A bloody and ruthless aura immediately spread out. At the end of the day, the Blackwater mysterious dragon held the advantage in terms of strength. Very quickly, it suppressed its opponent into a disadvantageous position, only able to flee in a sorry state. The other spectating Jade Sea City disciples all had joyful looks on their faces, but Yin Zhaoge's expression instead gradually turned solemn, because he clearly discovered that the eyes of the disadvantaged green evil ghost wolf were filled with craftiness and savagery. Chapter 173. On first seeing the green evil ghost wolf and the Blackwater mysterious dragon, Yin Zhaoge had already frowned, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. While the Blackwater mysterious dragon's body was majestic, it lacked some of the ferocious air unique to beasts. Clearly, it usually lived like a prince, not having experienced much actual combat. Meanwhile, that green evil ghost wolf of Chunlin seemed ordinary, far from being as mighty as the Blackwater mysterious dragon. However, its entire body was littered with scars, old and new, clearly having been through many life and death battles. Its entire body emanated a bloodthirsty, brutal aura. Yin Zhaoge carefully observed it for a moment in this battle. While the green evil ghost wolf seemed to be at a disadvantage, its dodging and shifting movements were extremely methodical, not seeming flustered in the slightest. It was as if it was intentionally using a guerrilla warfare method to deplete the Blackwater mysterious dragon's stamina. Adding in the effect of the cold chi it was naturally emitting, it was clearly planning to prolong the battle, dragging it out until the Blackwater mysterious dragon ran out of stamina before launching a frenzied counterattack. It was just that the Blackwater mysterious dragon was really too strong, so even after dragging it out for so long, the green evil ghost wolf still hadn't found a chance to counterattack. However, if this went on for a long time, if the Blackwater mysterious dragon didn't find a way to truly heavily injure the green evil ghost wolf, the situation would definitely be overturned by the other party. The green evil ghost wolf's tenacity and endurance were clearly extremely good, with ample battle experience. Instead, it was the Blackwater mysterious dragon that had become more and more impatient after having its sharpness worn down. Senior apprentice brother Yi, something's wrong. If this continues, the Blackwater mysterious dragon will be in trouble. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, sending a sound transmission to Yi Zhongzhou. Yi Zhongzhou was taken aback. As he saw it, the Blackwater mysterious dragon currently had the upper hand. Yin Zhaoge said, "That crafty wolf is feigning weakness. It is intentionally using a guerrilla warfare method to deplete the Blackwater mysterious dragon's stamina." Yi Zhongzhou's pupils abruptly dilated, and at the same time, a change suddenly occurred in the battle. After the Blackwater mysterious dragon's clearly blind attack had missed, the green evil ghost wolf abruptly spun its body after having evaded its attack. All the strength in his body burst out and hit the waist of the Blackwater mysterious dragon, who had not yet stabilized his footing. It was only at this moment that the green demon ghost wolf revealed its true strength. All the bones in its body vibrated, its muscles bulged, and its needle-like hair stood on end. Its entire body seemed to have doubled in size, not the slightest bit inferior to the Blackwater mysterious Jiao. The Blackwater mysterious dragon's attack had just missed, and before it could regroup, it was hit in the vitals by the opponent. Its huge and thick body was immediately knocked to the ground. The green demon ghost wolf did not show any mercy. It attacked the Blackwater mysterious dragon with its huge mouth and sharp claws. In an instant, the Blackwater mysterious dragon was heavily injured. The smiles of the Jade Sea City disciples all stiffened on their faces, Yi Zhongzhou's expression instantly turning ugly as well. The Blackwater mysterious dragon let out a wild roar after being injured and in great pain. It released all of its power and lifted the Blackwater mysterious dragon. After throwing the green demon ghost wolf away, The enraged Blackwater mysterious dragon soared into the air again and madly rushed toward its opponent, who had heavily injured it. After this strike, the green evil ghost wolf returned to its original listless appearance. It once again swam and fled, dodging the furious Blackwater mysterious dragon's counterattack. Yin Zhaoge's eyes gradually narrowed, a cold light emanating from within. He could finally tell that this green evil ghost wolf was really extremely crafty. At first glance, it seemed like it feared the Blackwater mysterious dragon that it had completely enraged. Actually, it was playing the same old trick again, making use of a roaming battle to wear down the Blackwater mysterious dragon's spirit and stamina, especially now that the Blackwater mysterious dragon was already injured. With blood flowing like a river, the longer it dragged on, the weaker it would become. This green evil ghost wolf's thoughts could be said to be extremely insidious. Actually wanting to completely kill the Blackwater mysterious dragon. Did not just want to win. Instead, it wanted to directly kill the Blackwater mysterious dragon. Yin Zhaoge directed his gaze towards Chun Lin. Others might not be able to see through the green evil ghost wolf's thoughts, but as its owner, how could she not know that her spirit beast was connected to her mind? Still remaining silent under such a situation, it was very likely that the green evil ghost wolf's actions had been incited by her in the first place. Senior brother Yi, take back the Blackwater mysterious dragon. Yin Zhaoge said in a low tone. That wolf is using its old roaming battle method again. The Blackwater mysterious dragon is already injured. If this goes on, if it succeeds in its sneak attack, its life might be in danger. Yi Zhongzhou's face was livid. He now also knew that Yin Zhaoge's words made sense. After a moment's silence, Yi Zhongzhou, also a decisive person, grit his teeth and said in a heavy tone, "This match I admit defeat." A hint of regret that was hard to detect flashed through Chun Lin's gaze, as she revealed a smile that carried a hint of coldness. Senior brother Yi, thanks for letting me win. Now it is still senior brother Ye's Blackwater mysterious dragon that has the upper hand, chasing after my green evil ghost relentlessly. Since senior brother Yi admits defeat, please stop this Blackwater mysterious dragon. Yi Zhongzhou's expression changed, finally still feeling sorry for the Blackwater mysterious dragon, as he called out, "Blackie, come back." After the Blackwater mysterious dragon had been enraged, the weakness brought about by its injuries had become more and more obvious. Hearing its owner's voice, it finally unwillingly gave up on its pursuit, halting its movements. However, just as the Blackwater mysterious dragon had halted, a fierce light abruptly appeared within the blood-red eyes of the green evil ghost wolf, the power of its entire body erupting. Making use of the moment when the Blackwater mysterious dragon's body and mind were at their most relaxed, it unleashed a fatal blow. The green evil ghost wolf's speed was as fast as lightning. Let alone Yi Zhongzhou and the others, even the Blackwater mysterious dragon itself, who was just inches away from it, was unable to react in time. In the blink of an eye, its opponent's attack was already right before its eyes. A figure abruptly blocked in front of the Blackwater mysterious dragon, punching heavily on the forehead of the green evil ghost wolf. The green evil ghost wolf was directly sent flying backwards. The newcomer was precisely Yin Zhaoge. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Chun Lin frowned. Recovering from his shock, Yi Zhongzhou roared furiously, "Junior sister Chun, you're very good ah." Glancing coldly at Yin Zhaoge, Chun Lin summoned back the green evil ghost wolf that had been beaten dizzy and disoriented by Yin Zhaoge, curtsying towards Yi Zhongzhou. The green evil has at the end of the day still not gained sentience, its wild nature hard to tame. However, it just so happens to be extremely strong, with little sister also being unable to control it completely at times, nearly injuring senior brother Ye's Blackwater mysterious dragon. Little sister apologizes to senior brother Yi here, hoping that senior brother Yi will be magnanimous and not take offense. Yi Zhongzhou took in a few deep breaths consecutively before he could forcibly control himself from rushing up to reward her with a heaven-surging tide. The other party had already taken advantage of him, still acting innocent. Using a soft knife to kill him caused him to feel exceptionally stifled. Having stifled Yi Zhongzhou with just a few words, Chun Lin swiveled her head to look at Yin Zhaoge, smiling slightly. "Yin Zhaoge, I have long heard of senior brother Yan's great name." Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly, the other party's smile seeming to contain some other meaning. Indeed, he heard Chun Lin continue, I've heard that senior brother Yan has recently obtained a rare beast, a rarely seen Pixiu, having a transcendent spirituality. I wonder if little sister will have the fortune to witness it. The green evil ghost wolf lying by her feet let out a low howl, vaguely containing a bloodthirsty, combative feeling. Chapter 174. Yin Zhaoge stared at Chen Lin for a moment before asking, "Your meaning is that you want to challenge my Pixiu on behalf of your green evil ghost wolf?" This little sister knows that her cultivation base is inferior to senior apprentice brother Yan's, and only has some experience in rearing spirit beasts. Therefore, I would like to seek senior apprentice brother Yan's guidance. Chen Lin said slowly, rearing spirit beasts is, after all, not just about feeding them. Actual combat is also required. Yi Zhongzhou's expression changed. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands at him, indicating for him not to make any random movements. Looking at that green evil ghost wolf of Chen Lin's, Yin Zhaoge shook his head, saying, "Your green evil ghost wolf has already battled with senior apprentice brother Ye's Blackwater mysterious dragon before. Fighting with my Pixiu again, even if it wins, it would still be an unfair victory. Yi Zhongzhou felt it strange because when Yin Zhaoge said this, he clearly had a feeling of not having much confidence, as though he was looking for an excuse to avoid battle. Senior apprentice brother Yin is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Chen Lin admires it, but there is no need to worry. Chen Lin smiled leisurely. Green evil's condition is indeed not good now, but I still have an absolute cold that can compete with senior apprentice brother Yan's Pixiu. Following Chen Lin's whistle, everyone immediately felt a wave of cold air approaching them at lightning speed. A moment later, an even more majestic green evil ghost wolf with an even denser killing intent appeared before them. The expressions on the faces of Yi Zhongzhou and the others all changed, never having thought that Chen Lin would actually possess two powerful green evil ghost wolves. Especially this ghost wolf named Absolute Cold. Just its fleshly body alone was already comparable to Yi Zhongzhou's Blackwater mysterious dragon, and its bloody killing intent surpassed it by who knew how many times. My loss was not unjust, Yi Zhongzhou sighed. If his Blackwater mysterious dragon faced off against Chen Lin's Absolute Cold ghost wolf, the other party would have a 70 to 80% chance of defeating it in a head-on clash. So this is the main dish. The earlier battle with senior apprentice brother Yi was just a prelude. Looking at Chen Lin, Yin Zhaoge laughed coldly within his heart. You were aiming for my Pixiu from the start, right? Chen Lin smiled, asking, how about it? Can senior apprentice brother Yin also release that Pixiu? Yin Zhaoge looked a little worried but concealed it very well. Like senior apprentice brother Yi said before, while these spirit beasts have limited intelligence, they just happen to be extremely strong. If they fight to the death, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them in time. In the battle just now, didn't junior sister Chen fail to control your Azure Demon Ghost Wolf in time? In a battle between beasts, deaths and injuries are unavoidable. Chen Lin smiled, however. If senior apprentice brother Yin is truly lacking in confidence, why don't you go ahead? I won't force you. The Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples by the side all revealed smiles on their faces. Looking at Chen Lin and the others, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed soundlessly. Although he loved to fight back, such a simple method of provocation was useless against him. Yin Zhaoge knew why Chen Lin and the others had been so confident, as though they had already gotten rid of him. They should have found out from some way. Yin Zhaoge's Pixiu was still in its infancy, also lacking in combat experience. Even if it possessed shocking potential, it would still require sufficient time to be nurtured. Spirit beasts like the Pixiu, like wild beasts, did not have a long infancy. However, under normal circumstances they would also require a certain amount of time to mature. If Yin Zhaoge refused to battle in order to protect his Pixiu, he could, of course. However, the alliance of Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain, facing the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Their previous battle results hadn't been too good. Jade Sea City's Song Chao had been defeated by the Sacred Sun Clan's Tang Yonghao, while the battle between Su Fei and Tang Yonghao had ended in a draw. Infinite Boundless Mountain's Zhao Hao and Xiao Yu, facing disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, had one victory and one defeat, but none of them had been able to fight Xie Zi. Now that Yi Zhongzhou's Blackwater mysterious dragon had lost yet another battle, if Yin Zhaoge continued to be a coward, It would really be too demoralizing. The round-faced girl Zhang Yao's face was a little pale as she secretly said to Yan Zhaoge, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, I'm sorry. I didn't think that." Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "It's fine." Having obtained the Pishio, he hadn't had any intention of keeping it a secret in the first place. Zhang Yao couldn't be blamed. Moreover, because of the decimating Abyss Organization's spy, Turbid Wave Pavilion owed the Heavenly Thunder Hall a huge favor. When the younger disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion interacted with each other, as long as it wasn't something too out of line, most of them would give them some face. If Chunlin pretended to casually ask Zhang Yao about it, Zhang Yao wouldn't be able to say that she didn't know. Seeing that they seemed to have been forced into a corner by Chunlin and the others, Yan Zhaoge sighed, saying to Ah Hu, "Go bring Pan Pan over," choosing one of the two names. Fat Tiger was resolutely rejected by Ah Hu. Therefore, in the end, that giant panda's name was still decided on as Pan Pan. When Pan Pan was brought onto Hovering Island, the smiles of Chunlin and the others who had still been complacent just a moment ago instantly froze on their faces. Chunlin was tongue-tied, as though she had swallowed a dead rat. Yi Zhongzhou and the others beside Yan Zhaoge were also dazed like wooden chickens as they looked dazedly at Pan Pan, whose body resembled that of an adult elephant that had appeared before them. The current Pan Pan, even lying down, was even taller than Chunlin's first green evil ghost wolf standing up. Under normal circumstances, Pan Pan naturally wouldn't be able to grow so quickly. However, he wouldn't be able to withstand the large amounts of scarlet flame iron and cold light iron that Yan Zhaoge had specially refined to eat. Under sufficient nourishment, his growth rate would naturally far surpass the imaginations of others. Therefore, let alone Chunlin and the others who were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, even Xie Yuchan and Zhang Yao who had seen Pan Pan before also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "In a battle between spirit beasts, death and injury are unavoidable. However, I believe that junior sister Chun definitely won't be afraid. After all, you still have one that you haven't fought before. Of course, if junior sister Chun really doesn't have confidence, I also won't force it." Having her words returned to her by Yan Zhaoge, Chunlin's expression instantly turned cold as ice. Her face turning green, she let out a long breath, saying coldly, "How much ability I have we can only know after we fight. Many things are just superficial." "I agree with this," Yan Zhaoge nodded casually. Looking at the extreme cold ghost wolf opposite him, Pan Pan still seemed a little unable to react as he still had that charmingly naive look on his face. Seeing this, Chunlin and the others regained their confidence. The extreme cold ghost wolf was extremely ferocious. Even feeling Pan Pan's immense strength, it did not show any fear as it stared fixedly at Pan Pan with its blood-red eyes. Pan Pan, on the other hand, had a cute look on his face, as though he was completely unaware of the current situation. The extreme cold ghost wolf was also not in a hurry as it stared patiently at Pan Pan. After a whole incense stick's worth of time had passed, the two demonic beasts were actually still in a stalemate. Because of Pan Pan's indifference, the scene looked a little strange and comical. However, the atmosphere amongst the surrounding spectators was already tense to the extreme, the very air itself seeming to have solidified. Chunlin had originally looked as though she had a card up her sleeve. As time passed, the cold chi emanating from the extreme cold ghost wolf's body would grow denser, also being able to reduce its opponent's combat power more and more. However, as time passed, not only did she not feel the surrounding temperature drop, she instead felt it grow hotter and hotter. Chunlin's gaze fell on Pan Pan's neck, where a short saber that flickered with a dim light hung. After carefully sensing it, Chunlin's expression involuntarily changed. Mid-grade spirit artifact. You actually hung a mid-grade spirit artifact on this Pishio's neck? Yan Zhaoge, you're definitely cheating. Not even looking at her, Yan Zhaoge gazed at the sky as he said slowly, "I'd be happy to hang a mid-grade spirit artifact on my pet as a toy. If you're not satisfied, you can also hang it on that little dog of yours." Chunlin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Mid-grade spirit artifact, that was something that even she didn't have herself. How could she hang it on the ghost wolf? Chapter 175. Martial scholars were unable to wield mid-grade spirit artifacts, Pan Pan naturally even more so. However, as a mid-grade spirit artifact, The hidden clear sunlight saber possessed its own spirituality. The cold quality of the saber naturally absorbed all the surrounding cold chi. A mid-grade spirit artifact had been casually hung on the body of a spirit beast by Yin Zhaoge just like that. How could Chun Lin not feel envious and jealous to the point of almost vomiting blood? Looking at Chun Lin, whose face was filled with grief and indignation, Yin Zhaoge smiled leisurely, just joking. Actually, it was me who forgot to remove the saber. Ahu came forward, removing the hidden clear sunlight saber from Pan Pan's neck before retreating to Yin Zhaoge's side. With this interruption, the stiff atmosphere eased. The spectators all didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, but they also gained a deeper understanding of Yin Zhaoge's wealth. Pan Pan still had a blank expression on his face, completely not caring about the ghost wolf before him as he looked at the hidden clear sunlight saber that had been taken away reluctantly. Chun Lin felt a little stifled as she instructed the ghost wolf to continue. Despite having suffered some setbacks, the ghost wolf was still extremely patient, displaying a rare forbearance and composure. Streams of cold chi emanated, forming an icy fog. A world of ice and snow appeared amidst the icy fog, enveloping Pan Pan. Pan Pan just sat quietly where he was, still with a dazed look on his face. Chun Lin watched the battle rather expectantly, but very quickly, she discovered that without the hidden clear sunlight saber, the icy fog created by the ghost wolf was still growing thinner and thinner. Not only did the surrounding temperature not drop, it instead began rising once more. What is it this time? Chun Lin was about to go crazy. Looking over, Pan Pan didn't have any other treasures on him this time. However, from the surface of this giant panda's body, many white flames were born. The blazing heat of the flames unceasingly dispelled the icy fog, instead causing abundant fire-type spiritual chi to gradually disperse, gradually weakening the power of the ghost wolf. Chun Lin's heart trembled. Pixiu, possessing extraordinary talent, able to control white fire and black water. She said decisively, "Extreme frost, do it. We can't delay any longer." Every dog has its day. Now it was Chun Lin and the absolute cold ghost wolf's turn to not dare to delay any longer. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The ghost wolf of absolute chill took the initiative to attack. His speed was indeed extremely fast, virtually no slower than a Xiantian martial practitioner of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Still, while Pan Pan appeared to be slow, his massive body stood there, not revealing the slightest flaw. Wolves were cautious by nature, and the extreme cold ghost wolf did not dare to easily approach. The ghost wolf of absolute cold had moved a very large distance, and Pan Pan only needed to turn around. If they focused solely on defense with Pan Pan's deterrence, the absolute cold ghost wolf would not dare to advance recklessly. Pan Pan dared to take one or two hits from it, but it was unable to withstand Pan Pan's heavy and powerful attacks. But this way, the consumption of the absolute cold ghost wolf's physical strength was very great. He was already at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. In this way, the gap between him and Pan Pan would only grow wider and wider. Although the absolute cold ghost wolf held the initiative on the battlefield, continuously circling around Pan Pan, it was unable to find a suitable opportunity to attack. Chun Lin bit her lips. "I can't hold back anymore. Since I've made my move, I have to win." Accompanied by her sharp whistle, the absolute cold ghost wolf's movements abruptly halted, raising its head and letting out a long howl towards the heavens, a small-scale snowstorm directly appearing around its body. Amidst the mournful howl, the absolute cold ghost wolf's body was pushed along by the snowstorm. Its speed abruptly increased by another level, shooting viciously towards Pan Pan. The eyes of the spectators all narrowed slightly, as they could all tell that this absolute cold ghost wolf had unleashed a kind of innate divine ability, borrowing the power of the snowstorm to instantly raise its speed and explosive power, its current attack. It was somewhat similar to Jade Sea City's supreme martial art, Heaven Flooding Tide, its entire body's power erupting, fast and vicious. Yin Zhaoge chortled, clashing head-on. "You'll die even faster." Pan Pan, who had always been charmingly naive, blinked, his massive body finally moving, facing the absolute cold ghost wolf's full-powered blow. Not evading at all, its massive body abruptly stood up, before raising a hind leg, resembling a human stomping its foot, mightily stomping downwards. Blazing white flames ignited on the surface of Pan Pan's body, enveloping its entire body. In that instant, it seemed as though it had transformed into a divinity that controlled flames. The blazing hot chi of Yang instantly swept away the snowstorm completely. The absolute cold ghost wolf wanted to evade, but it was already too late now, the light above its head abruptly dimming. As though Mount Tai was pressing down on it, the sky disappeared. The space around its body completely locked down as it was completely unable to move at all. Boom! Everyone's ears were filled with a roaring sound, the ground beneath their feet shaking, as though an earthquake was occurring. Amidst a tragic howl, the absolute cold ghost wolf was directly trampled beneath Pan Pan's foot. Amidst Chun Lin's inners that felt like they were about to burst apart, she saw Pan Pan look at the ghost wolf beneath his feet with a dazed expression on his face, before his fat body turned slightly. Next, his body that resembled a small mountain sat down. Seeing this, Chun Lin was instantly scared out of her wits as she involuntarily cried out, "Z, save absolute cold." Not needing her to say anything, a figure as fast as lightning had already shot viciously towards Pan Pan. It was precisely the #1 expert of the Heavenly Thunder Hall in this time's Heavenly Connection meet, Xie Zi. However, not waiting for him to approach, Yin Zhaoge had already blocked his way. As the two clashed, a massive boom resounded. The surrounding spectators could only feel that the clash between these two was even more shocking than the earlier clash between the Pishio and the absolute cold ghost wolf. However, having been blocked like this, Pan Pan no longer had anyone to disturb him, as though there was no one else present, swaying as he sat down. This time the absolute cold ghost wolf couldn't even let out a tragic cry as it directly breathed its last as Pan Pan sat down on it, transforming it into a wolfskin cushion. Chun Lin barely managed to not collapse headfirst onto the ground, fainting. While her cultivation base wasn't low, she didn't dabble much in the martial Dao or in actual combat. More than half of her abilities came from the two ghost wolves that she had meticulously raised. That ghost wolf called Green Evil aside, this absolute cold ghost wolf was precisely where her foundation lay. Now that it had actually been sat to death by Pan Pan right before her eyes, Chun Lin's eyes instantly turned red as she glared at Yin Zhaoge. "You actually struck such a vicious blow," Yin Zhaoge said indifferently. "Before the competition, what did junior apprentice Sister Chan say? If I remember correctly, it should be in battles between spirit beasts, death and injury are unavoidable. That's what she said, right? Just now, if not for me making a move in time, senior apprentice brother Ye's Blackwater mysterious dragon would have been killed by your ghost wolf. What did you say afterwards?" Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. "Let me think. It seemed like the green evil has still yet to gain sentience, its wild nature hard to tame, yet its strength extremely great. Sometimes, even I am unable to completely control it, injuring senior apprentice brother Ye's Blackwater mysterious dragon. This little sister apologizes to senior apprentice brother Yi here, hoping that senior apprentice brother Yi will be magnanimous and not take offense. It should be like this, right?" Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Yi Zhongzhou, who nodded with a cold smile on his face. Swiveling his head to look at Chun Lin, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "Do you think that I am returning your words back to you? It's not like that." Chun Lin was taken aback, only to see Yin Zhaoge's smile turn domineering and arrogant. "Everyone can totally be a little more candid with each other, ah?" Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. "For example, my Pan Pan just happens to be lacking a wolfskin cushion. If your little dog doesn't deliver itself to us, we won't touch it. Since you have delivered yourself to us, we'll just slaughter it and accept it with a smile." Chapter 176. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Chun Lin was angered to the point that her aura chi almost went awry. Directly entering cultivation deviation, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Looking over, Chun Lin saw that it was Xie Zi. Chun Lin couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Xie Zi patted her shoulder, swiveling his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. "Yin Zhaoge, right?" He pointed at Pan Pan. "I can also tell you very candidly right now that I want to slaughter your Pishio." Xie Zi was around 30 years of age, his figure majestic, his features carrying a bit of ruthlessness. His gaze was filled with the same desire for battle and self-confidence as his fellow apprentice brother Yen Shan, just that his bearing was a little more stable than Yen Shan's. However, his entire body was still filled with an air of arrogance, appearing even more forceful and domineering. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Actually, you also want to kill me, right? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Xie suddenly laughed, a cold light exploding within his eyes. Well said, well said. Yan Zhaoge, I know that you defeated that trash Lu Shangfeng, but if you think that I'm the same as him, then you're wrong. That's right, while Lu Shangfeng is very useless, being able to defeat him at the late Xiantian stage with your early Xiantian cultivation, it's enough to prove how outstanding you are. Xie extended his palm, his fingers forming a blade as he chopped through the air. You're very outstanding, so it's inevitable that you're a little arrogant. However, remember this old adage, only living geniuses are called geniuses, dead ones are nothing. This adage is applicable to everyone. It's best if you and I work together. Looking at Xie, Yan Zhaoge shook his head and laughed. He slowly placed his finger before his neck, making a throat-cutting gesture towards Xie. If you want to fight, there's no need for words. Flicking his wrist, Xie walked towards Yan Zhaoge, saying coldly, that's exactly what I wanted. I'd like to see how many more of my punches you can take. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, not even a single punch. Xie was taken aback. I'll just directly knock you down with a few punches. Who said anything about receiving your punches? Yan Zhaoge laughed. Xie's face darkened. Sharp-tongued brat. I hope your ability is not limited to that mouth of yours. As he spoke, Xie strode forward, directly arriving in front of Yan Zhaoge, and struck out with a green thunder right heart fist. Dense lightning bolts covered Xie's body. It was as if he was the god of thunder. The terrifying stellar energy was concentrated at one point, and the illusory world filled with lightning was compressed to the size of a fist, like a ball of lightning. Xie's fist pressed towards Yan Zhaoge. Although it had shrunk a lot, its power was more condensed, far surpassing the illusory heaven and earth formed by ordinary Xiantian martial scholars. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he similarly pushed forward with his palm, Orochi that resembled numerous fire dragons surging, instantly intermingling as it transformed into a world of blazing fire. In the world of fire, a purplish-red pill furnace sat in the center, stabilizing the universe. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. They were Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao, who were meditating at the side. They also had stunned looks on their faces. Ever since his battle with Tang Yonghao, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao, who had been standing quietly by the side as if the entire heavenly connection meet no longer concerned him, was similarly stunned. Ever since he had appeared, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jia, who should have been the focal point of everyone's attention, but had kept a low profile as if he didn't exist, gazed at Yan Zhaoge, a radiance abruptly flashing through his eyes. Zhang Yao blurted out, Orochi illusory heaven and earth. The mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm. She swiveled her head to look at Xie Yuchan and Ruan Ping. But wasn't it said that senior apprentice brother Yan had just stepped into the Xiantian stage not long ago? Ruan Ping could no longer be bothered with his composure now, his mouth slightly agape. He looked somewhat absent-mindedly at Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, even if Xie Yuchan hadn't said it, he himself was also somewhat regretting his previous actions of probing Yan Zhaoge. Luckily, he had been stopped by Xie Yuchan in time. Everyone else was stunned on the spot. Xie was even more dumbfounded. Previously, when you defeated Lu Shangfeng, wasn't you still in the early Xiantian martial scholar realm? Yan Zhaoge hadn't first concealed his cultivation base, and then caught his opponent off guard, instead immediately displaying his own strength. He laughed lightly. The scene that I have always wanted to see has now come true. Yan Zhaoge pushed out with his palm. Within the illusory heaven and earth, the purplish-red pill furnace suddenly shook mightily, as though something wanted to rush out from within. The next moment, the lid of the furnace opened, blazing fire spurting outwards. Then a massive ape leapt out from within, towering between the heavens and the earth, moving mountains and shifting seas. That ape howled madly, punching out with a fist, sweeping up boundless blazing fire that danced madly along with it. The terrifying explosive force directly shattered the illusory heaven and earth formed of Xie's Orochi into smithereens. Tushita Palm, Wind Fire Calamities, Mighty Ape Demonic Fist, the three combined, the explosive force directly wanting to overturn the heavens and overturn the earth. Xie Zi's expression changed abruptly. No wonder he could defeat the late Xiantian Lu Shangfeng as an early Xiantian martial scholar. He is indeed impressive. Not daring to be the slightest bit slow, he executed the thunder shadow body of the heavenly thunder hall's direct lineage, his figure moving backwards like a bolt of lightning, seemingly transforming into an illusory shadow. However, Yan Zhaoge's speed was not slower than his in the slightest. The aura wind heaven warping heavens in conjunction with the wind-fire calamities as he chased after Xie Zi's retreating figure, not giving him any chance to catch his breath at all. Xie Zi's expression was dark and cold as a light flickered within his hand, a sword light shooting swiftly towards Yan Zhaoge. As he stabbed out, the combination of technique, eyesight and speed had all reached the pinnacle of speed. Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage, one of the Thunderbolt 3 supreme techniques, Thunderbolt Flash. The sword light within Xie Zi's hand flickered continuously, dozens of sword lights flickering, seemingly forming a single line. Thunderbolt consecutive flashes. Yan Zhaoge did not even blink as the Jade Dragon Sword left its scabbard with a long roar, transforming into a jade light as it clashed with Xie Zi's low-grade spirit artifact, the Mist-Sealing Sword. The Big Dipper Sword expanded, starlight scattering, transforming into the all-encompassing starry sky as dozens of lightning bolts entered within, instantly disappearing without a trace. Xie Zi's expression grew even more solemn as he struck out with his sword once more. This time, his sword light transformed into a purple waterfall, condensed to the point of seeming tangible, with a majestic momentum, resembling a long rainbow streaking through the heavens. One of the Thunderbolt 3 supreme techniques, Thunderbolt Shock. Different from the Thunderbolt Flash which pursued speed and technique, this sword instantly erupted all the true chi of the entire body, causing the power of the technique to increase greatly. However, this was still not the end, as a red light abruptly flashed past Xie Zi's face. Just as his first sword had been unleashed, his second sword had already followed closely behind, virtually using his sword as a large saber, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge with the posture of forcefully splitting Mount Hua. The power of this second sword was not inferior to that of the first in the slightest. The two terrifying sword lights, one horizontal and one vertical, forming a massive cross. The final move of the Thunderbolt 3 supreme techniques, Thunderbolt Consecutive. The first sword had already been the full-powered strike of a late Xiantian martial practitioner like Xie Zi. However, after unleashing such a powerful technique, he completely did not need to recover his chi at all to immediately unleash a second sword, its power no weaker than that of the previous one. He had not held back his strength with the first sword, already unleashing his strongest defensive power. Under such circumstances, he was still able to immediately unleash a second sword. An opponent of the same level would already have to expend all of his strength to receive the first sword. The second sword that followed would be even harder to deal with. It was precisely the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage killing technique. Chapter 177. A set of the Supreme Thunderbolt 3 Ultimate Thunderbolt displayed the unique characteristics of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's legacy martial arts to the point of perfection. The first two Thunderbolt Flash and Thunderbolt Quake aside, the final Thunderbolt combo deeply contained the essence of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's legacy. While it was extremely powerful, it was also extremely profound and difficult to cultivate. Even many martial grandmasters were unable to successfully train in this move. Throughout the entire history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, those who were able to successfully train in this Thunderbolt combo, at the martial scholar realm could be counted on one's fingers. It was not without reason that Xie Zi was praised by many as the strongest grandmaster below the Heavenly Arrival sect. Xie Yuchan shook her head slightly when she saw this move. In her previous battle with Xie Zi did not unleash his Thunderbolt chain, and she was already defeated. If it were Lu Shangfeng, the result would be the same. He would most likely be defeated before he could force Xie Zi to use his trump card. Even Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao, and Song Chao paid more attention to the Thunderbolt chain. Being one step behind Xue Fei, and the others had always been a sore point for Xie Zi. In Xie Zi's eyes, he was definitely not weaker than Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao. This move was left behind by Xie Zi, in an attempt to challenge their trump card. It was just that at this moment, facing Yan Zhaoge, in just a few short exchanges, Xie had already realized that this was an enemy that he might not be able to defeat even if he exerted all of his strength. Xie didn't dare to hold anything back in the slightest as he consecutively hacked out with his full strength twice in a somewhat illogical fashion. His target being Yan Zhaoge. The low-grade spirit artifact, the Mistlock sword, merged with Xie's sword intent, turning into two purple bolts of lightning that intersected to form a cross, cutting through the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. The jade dragon sword in his hand shook, resembling the roar of a dragon. The green light danced and met Xie's thunderbolt chain. A streak of green light streaked across the sky and collided with the purple lightning cross. Without any pause, the second beam of green light soared into the sky. Following closely behind, the first streak of azure light also landed on the purple cross-shaped lightning. Xie's pupils abruptly dilated. How is it possible that he also knows my Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt combo? Chen Lin and the other Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were in an uproar. The martial grandmaster expert leading the Heavenly Thunder Hall abruptly glared at Fang Zhuan, his gaze like lightning. The others were similarly astonished. However, not waiting for them to regain their wits, Yan Zhaoge's third consecutive sword had already struck out. Xie was dumbfounded. Impossible! The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt combo could only unleash 2 consecutive strikes. Such an all-out attack with 3 moves in a row would first collapse the martial artist's own meridians. However, no matter how hard it was for Xie to accept, Yan Zhaoge's third sword let out a roar of destruction, easily shattering his already dissipating aura chi before Xie's shocked and inconsolable gaze. The unstoppable cross-shaped sword light was destroyed. In the next moment, a huge fist rapidly grew bigger in Xie's field of vision, until it filled his entire line of sight. Blood splattered in the air. Yan Zhaoge punched out heavily. He directly hit the bridge of his opponent's nose, causing his nose to bleed. Xie's whole body flew backward, and a stream of light flashed across his body. A jade pendant on his neck shattered. If not for this treasure protecting him in time, his head would have been directly blown apart by Yan Zhaoge. Even so, he fell headfirst onto the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Everyone stared dazedly at the incomparably miserable Xie, truly finding it hard to imagine that this was still that high-spirited heaven's favored son not long ago. However, their attention was no longer on Xie's body, instead turning to look at Yan Zhaoge. On every single one of their faces, they were all looking at Yan Zhaoge with expressions of disbelief. A Sacred Sun clan disciple asked Tang Yonghao quizzically, "Senior apprentice brother Tang, just now that was Thunderbolt triple combo?" Frowning, Tang Yonghao shook his head. It only looks similar to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt triple combo. Actually, it's not the same, but the profundities within are something that I can't immediately see through. Yan Zhaoge retracted his fist, chanting slowly, "An instant splendor, finger-flicking shocking thunder." Keeping the jade dragon sword, he looked calmly at Xie. "I said before. I don't need to receive your fist. You can receive mine." At this moment, Xie was still a little dazed. The crowd of Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were all a little dazed. And even the martial grandmaster expert who had led the Heavenly Thunder Hall team here was frowning, falling into deep thought. Everyone present had looks of amazement on their faces. Regaining her wits, Chen Lin glared at Yan Zhaoge. "Where did you steal my Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt combo from?" Yan Zhaoge glanced at her rather pitifully. "It's fine if you don't understand, but since you're ignorant, you should speak less. If you don't understand and still want to pretend to understand, you'll only be making a fool of yourself. Go back and ask your seniors whether this is Thunderbolt combo or not. As for secretly learning martial techniques, I've always been rather curious as to how your clan's Lin Zhou learnt a line edge." Chen Lin clenched her teeth, wanting to stand firm to the end, first insisting that Yan Zhaoge had stolen it. However, her seniors had not said anything at this moment, causing Chen Lin to have no confidence. Her seniors not saying anything meant that in the eyes of Fang Zhuan, Shan Shiweng and the others, the martial art that Yan Zhaoge had executed was really not Thunderbolt combo. However, such a result caused Chen Lin and the other Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples to be even more unable to accept it. Ahu secretly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, that 3-sword combo of yours just now, what exactly was it?" Towards him, Yin Zhaoge did not need to hide anything as he answered leisurely. It was not a sword art. Like Thunderbolt combo, it is also a force-exerting technique. Sword arts, fist arts and saber arts can all be used. The essence of Thunderbolt combo lies in being able to instantly recover after a full-powered strike, then immediately unleash a second attack. Also, the power of the second sword is not any weaker than the first in the slightest. Ahu nodded. Under such circumstances, even if a martial practitioner was facing an opponent whose cultivation base was slightly higher than his, he would still be able to achieve victory through this kind of consecutive killing move. If the opponent's cultivation base was the same as or lower than the user's, this Thunderbolt combo would very likely result in an instant kill. I have never learnt Thunderbolt combo before, and am not clear on the exact details of the technique used to exert force. However, I can understand the general principle behind it. The crux of continuously exerting force lies in the circulation of true qi. Yin Zhaoge explained, this is a technique that utilizes the strength of the entire body, the aura qi within the dantian and the acupoints having to erupt simultaneously. After the user unleashes the first sword, the true qi should originally circulate within the body through the meridians, returning to the dantian. Then, when exerting force the next time, the true qi will once again be emitted from the dantian through the meridians. Using the Thunderbolt combo martial technique, after exerting force for the first time, one has to forcibly interrupt the normal flow of true qi within the body, preventing it from circulating back to the dantian. After the interruption, the true qi will immediately flow in reverse, thereby unleashing the second sword. Yin Zhaoge said, cultivating into a martial scholar, cultivating aura qi, is done by tempering one's inner qi in reverse. However, to reverse the flow of the entire body's aura qi is still not normal cultivation, but rather a life and death battle. This is a very heavy burden on the martial practitioner's body. Let alone inner aura martial scholars and outer aura martial scholars, even Xiantian martial scholars and even heavenly connection martial scholars are rarely able to do it. Therefore, there are very few martial scholars who can successfully cultivate in Thunderbolt combo. At this point, Yin Zhaoge shrugged. It might be a little impolite to say this, but this supreme martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, which is renowned throughout the world, actually has a major flaw. Chapter 178. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Ahu couldn't help but grin. Young master, if these words of yours were heard by those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, they would probably completely explode. Not only had he defeated the elite of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, Xie, he had also directly stated that the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage martial art, Thunderbolt combo, had a major flaw. Not only would Chun Lin and the other younger generation disciples explode, even the martial grandmaster experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall might personally come down to find trouble with Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Thunderbolt combo. This move, even if it is a martial grandmaster without having reached a certain level of cultivation, they also cannot use it too frequently. Otherwise, they might leave behind hidden injuries in their meridians. As for martial scholars like Xie, it must be said that being able to cultivate in this move, he is already a heaven-defying genius, but it is also just a matter of a single move. Consecutively using it twice within a short period of time, without others needing to hit him, he would collapse first. Ahu asked curiously, then young master, that move of yours just now, Yin Zhaoge said, that was a little thing that I created while analyzing the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Currently, it is actually still just an embryonic form, still awaiting further improvement. The concept of this concept originates from an instant of youth, finger-flicking shocking thunder. Yin Zhaoge raised his right hand. There are many details within. I'll slowly explain them to you when I have the time later. The general principle is that after the qi flow forms a circle, the aura qi after the first eruption does not return to the dantian, instead directly circulating quickly within the meridians of the arm. It is equivalent to creating a small dantian at the point where the force is exerted, temporarily using it. Yin Zhaoge explained, the place that I chose just now was the divine gate acupoint of the hand, using this acupoint as a temporary dantian. This dantian does not store aura qi, purely acting as a hub for the circulation of the aura qi. This way the aura qi forms a circle, using a small circular method to exert force a second time. Not like the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Thunderbolt combo. It goes in a direct reverse direction. Ahu understood as soon as he heard this. This way, the damage and pressure on the meridians would be greatly reduced. As long as the user's breath is strong enough, they would be able to easily unleash 3, 4 or even 5. Or even more. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right, the more consecutive they are, the stronger their combat power will indeed be. However, in battle, qi returning speed is only one aspect. It's not the only deciding factor. There are many factors that affect the outcome of a battle, but when the difference between the other factors is not large, the speed of returning qi becomes very important. Ahu said, young master, you said that the method you used just now is only at the initial stage and is not perfect yet? If it's perfected, what would it be like? Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. It's just the first step. There are thousands of martial arts theories in the world, each with their own strengths. However, the Great Tao is the simplest. Actually, different paths lead to the same destination. If it's a real battle, it can't be separated from being faster and stronger. Even though there are many variations and many principles, in the end it all comes down to these 2 points. Strength can tear apart the void, and speed can travel through time. To some extent, it is also a representation of great strength and fast speed. Yin Zhaoge sighed, continuing upwards. There is indeed some logic to it. It was no longer something that could be described by strength and speed. But if one continued upwards, the Great Tao would return to its roots. It would be another, higher existence. The Great Tao returns to one, returning to nothingness, yet also being omnipresent, the past and the future indifferent. Ahu was a little dazed. Young master? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Don't understand? Actually, there are many things that I also don't understand, only remaining on paper. These things on paper I also don't know if they're right or wrong. However, it is precisely these boundless profundities that attract us to unceasingly explore and learn martial arts. On one hand, we can compete with others, but on the other, we can actually also understand all that is unknown in this world. Scratching his big head, Ahu chuckled. This logic I can understand. As Yin Zhaoge and Ahu conversed, the others also gradually regained their wits at this time. Their gazes as they looked at Yin Zhaoge were all incomparably blazing hot. Xie Zi was definitely not someone that ordinary late Xiantian martial scholars could compare to. It could even be said that even amongst the geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds and their direct disciples, he was not someone that other late Xiantian martial scholars could compare to. Whether it was Turbid Wave Pavilion Xie Yuchan or Infinite Boundless Mountains Lu Shangfeng, they were all not his match. Saying that he was the strongest martial scholar beneath Heavenly Connection was comparing him to figures like Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao and Song Chao. Other than the 6 great sacred grounds, even Heavenly Connection martial scholars might not be able to defeat Xie Zi. However, such a heaven's favored son had now been defeated by a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. At this point, everyone felt conflicted once more. Yin Zhaoge, in just these short few days, he rose to the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm. Or was it that when he clashed with Lu Shangfeng earlier, he intentionally held back his strength, hiding his true cultivation base? But that's also not right. Ruanping frowned. According to the rumors, he only just stepped into the early Xiantian stage not long ago. Even then, he was still concealing it. Half a year ago, when he arrived at Cloud Portent Mountain, he was still in the late outer aura stage. It was still half a year's time, leaping from the late outer aura stage to the mid-Xiantian stage. Ruanping felt a bit of a headache. It can't be that at Cloud Portent Mountain, he was also concealing his cultivation base, right? Beside him, Zhang Yao's round face wrinkled. Senior apprentice brother Yan. Exactly when was his cultivation base real? And when was it concealed? No matter how you look at it, it still feels so inconceivable. After glancing deeply at Yin Zhaoge, Xie Yuchan said, no matter how you look at it, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Currently in his early 20s, junior apprentice brother Yan is already a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. Hearing her words, Ruanping and Zhang Yao both nodded in unison. On Jade Sea City's side, looking at Song Chao and Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan smiled bitterly, saying that we are of the same age. Looking at senior apprentice brother Yan, Jingwan feels like an idiot. Yi Zhongzhou waved his hands. Don't say it like that, junior apprentice sister Li. If you say it like that, you might as well say that all my years have been spent living like a dog. He was currently also only in the mid-Xiantian stage. Looking quietly at Yan Zhaoge, Song Chao did not speak for a long time, only saying after a while, "In this world, there will always be an extremely small number of people who stand out from the masses. No need to undervalue yourself. We are all amongst that extremely small number, but Yan Zhaoge, he is an extremely small number amongst the extremely small number." On infinite boundless mountains side, looking at Yan Zhaoge, after a while Ji Hanru sighed, "I am far inferior to him." After having been defeated back then, Ji Hanru had really worked hard to improve himself, feeling ashamed and courageous, wanting to study diligently before finding Yan Zhaoge to get back at him. He was indeed worthy of being a core direct disciple of infinite boundless mountain, a genius indeed, turning pressure into motivation, breaking through his bottleneck, stepping from the early Xiantian stage to the mid-Xiantian martial scholar realm. However, seeing Yan Zhaoge's rate of improvement today, as well as that powerful strength at the same cultivation level, Ji Hanru completely dispelled all thoughts of competing with Yan Zhaoge. However, unlike that time half a year ago, the current Ji Hanru didn't feel any sense of defeat or disappointment at all. It wasn't that he had lost his ambition, but that the gap between the two sides was just too great. After having reached a certain point, the one who had fallen behind instead no longer had any thoughts of jealousy or hatred. Beside him, Zhao Hao's eyes shone, his expression solemn as never before as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 179. Zhao Hao's gaze was bright, his expression solemn as it had never been before as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. On the other side, there was another person who was similar to Zhao Hao, the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Jie. Huang Jie, who had been waiting quietly all along, after seeing Yan Zhaoge's Orochi forming illusory heavens and earth, displaying the cultivation base of a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. His eyes, which had always been calm and tranquil, now erupted with a shocking brilliance. This light flashed for a moment and quickly returned to normal. Seeing Yan Zhaoge execute finger-flicking shocking thunder and defeat Xie Zi's thunderbolt combo, Huang Jie's originally tranquil gaze grew deeper and deeper. Beside him, Tang Yonghao gazed at Yan Zhaoge for a long time before saying softly, "I really hope to be able to exchange blows with him as soon as possible. Whether I win or lose, I believe that I would still benefit greatly from it." Hearing this, Huang Jie remained silent. The others gradually came back to their senses. Everyone's gaze landed on Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao, and Song Chao. With Xie Zi's defeat, in the minds of everyone present, only these three heavenly connection martial scholars had the qualifications to continue battling with Yan Zhaoge. Sadly, Su Fei and Yan Zhaoge were of the same lineage, also being on very good terms. Even if they were to clash, they could very well do so behind closed doors. Tang Yonghao made it clear that no matter who won or lost, he would not use his realm to suppress his opponent. Thus, everyone's gaze fell on the Seven Seas Prince Song Chao, the son of Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang, a leading figure of Jade Sea City's younger generation. While he had been inferior to the radiant lightsword Tang Yonghao by a single move, just from that single exchange, Song Chao definitely lived up to his reputation. Moreover, he was also one of the four young masters alongside Yan Zhaoge. While Jade Sea City and Broad Creed Mountain were allies, this did not affect the sparring between their disciples. It was just that the smell of gunpowder would not be as strong, not to the extent of life and death being decided. However, Song Chao clearly had no intention of clashing with Yan Zhaoge. No matter how the gazes of the crowd fell on him, he still maintained a gentle and elegant appearance, calm as always. Seeing Song Chao's performance, everyone knew it was destined that he would not be able to see Yan Zhaoge's battle with Song Chao. From the start of the Heavenly Connection meeting until now, even though Tang Yonghao and Song Chao, as well as Tang Yonghao and Xue Fei, the three Heavenly Connection stage experts, were fighting each other fiercely and brilliantly. But there was no doubt that the most dazzling star was. It was Broad Creed young master Yan Zhaoge. With his early Xiantian cultivation, he had beaten Lu Shangfeng, who was at the late Xiantian stage, to the point that he was too ashamed to participate in the alliance meeting. He had just advanced to the early stage of the Xiantian realm not long ago, and in such a short time he had once again broken through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Then, with his Xiantian middle stage cultivation, he easily defeated Xie Zi, who was praised as invincible under the heavens. Also, in every match, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yin Zhaoge would always clash head-on, defeating his opponents in the domain they were most proficient in. This made his victory even more indisputable. In this time's heavenly connection meet, Yin Zhaoge resembled the blazing sun in the sky, illuminating the entire world as the myriad stars lost their light. Not only the juniors, but the authorities who were watching the battle also exchanged glances with one another and fell silent. After a long time, Shan Sherwing sighed softly. It's true, it's another Yen Wudi. Everyone else was silent. Even that elder Mo, his face currently black, also did not open his mouth to speak. Shan Sherwing sighed softly once more. Also, from this old man's observation, he actually seems to have the momentum of surpassing his master. He swiveled his head to look at Feng Zhuan. Congratulations to Broad Creed Mountain for producing yet another true dragon. Feng Zhuan nodded slightly. Shan Sherwing is polite. Elder Mo stared at Yin Zhaoge, his gaze distant. Similarly moving were the martial grandmaster experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion, who had been guarding this place, as well as the martial grandmaster experts of the Sacred Sun Clan, who had led their team here. Their gazes on Yin Zhaoge. They were all somewhat hard to understand, as though filled with deep meaning. Feng Zhuan, the martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, as well as Jade Sea City's Elder Chan, as well as Shan Sherwing imperceptibly exchanged glances, their expressions as per usual on the surface. On Floating Traveling Island, there had first been the battle of the three great Heavenly Connection martial grandmasters, then Yin Zhaoge domineeringly defeating Xie Zi. At this point in the Heavenly Connection meet, while it had yet to end, the thoughts of the participants were gradually beginning to fade. All that they had experienced earlier already had to be slowly digested and absorbed. But just as everyone thought that this matter had come to an end, the situation suddenly changed. The dense fog that enveloped Clear Concealed Lake all year round suddenly resembled boiling water, surging unceasingly. The cloud layer exploded unceasingly, resembling one massive bubble after another bursting open unceasingly. Down below, a dim black light suddenly appeared at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake that was clear as jade. A massive formation appeared, numerous spirit patterns flickering, innumerable sigils circulating. Illuminated by the black light, the water of the lake instantly turned pitch black, while the fog above the lake's surface also turned roiling dark clouds, black as ink. Amidst the all-encompassing dark clouds, streaks of red lightning swam about unceasingly, expanding in all directions. Occasionally, a terrifying crimson bolt of lightning would descend, illuminating the sky, yet unable to disperse that darkness, instead causing the scene before them to appear even more strange and mournful. At the bottom of the black lake, the massive formation circulated, the black spirit patterns flickering with a dim light, giving off a feeling of unbearable filth. In the northwest direction of Clear Concealed Lake, a stream of water that had originally been calm suddenly became berserk. That river water seemed to possess a life of its own, transforming into a strange dragon that wreaked havoc unceasingly, its entire body a crimson red like blood. This strange dragon stretched out its head and front half, entering Clear Concealed Lake to wreak havoc unceasingly, while the back half of its body extended far away into the distance. That source was in the Earth domain. There seemed to be an endless amount of energy gushing into the strange dragon's body, causing it to wreak havoc in Clear Concealed Lake. The strange dragon extended its claws, grabbing towards that massive black light formation at the bottom of the lake. The formation became like a huge door, which was grabbed by the strange dragon's claws, before slowly opening to both sides. Instantly, a terrifying aura rapidly enveloped the entire Clear Concealed Lake, unceasingly rising and spreading towards both sides. That aura did not give off a feeling of filth or evil, but caused one's mind to waver, making it hard for them to stabilize their minds. The strange power seemed to be incessantly stirring up the deepest desires and negative thoughts in the hearts of everyone on the lake, unceasingly magnifying them. These desires and negative thoughts seemed to have obtained nourishment, rapidly growing roots and sprouting, breaking out of the soil, rapidly growing into great trees that towered into the heavens. And accompanied by the growth of these things, the formation at the bottom of the lake also seemed to have been nourished, circulating more freely, that terrifying aura also increasing by several times. Because of the news of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, most of the core, Direct disciples of the various clans participating in the Heavenly Connection Meet had actually already received a warning from their seniors. At this moment, facing a major change, those who had already been prepared for it were mostly able to stabilize their minds in time. As Yin Zhaoge carefully experienced the changes in his mental state, he gazed towards the surface of the lake in the distance, seeing numerous crimson bolts of lightning descending there. Within the lake, the massive figure of the strange blood-red dragon was indistinctly visible, bobbing and sinking. Feeling that terrifying aura that confused his mind, Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, muttering to himself, "It really is a 9 underworld evil devil." Chapter 180. Full of sincerity, requesting for subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Enveloped by that terrifying aura, everyone present was more or less affected somewhat. For example, after being defeated by Yin Zhaoge, Xie, whose heart was filled with countless emotions, surged unceasingly. As a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he had been the first to understand the changes that were about to occur during this Heavenly Connection Meet. However, having been domineeringly defeated by Yin Zhaoge at this moment, his emotions were at their most intense, his state of mind the most unstable. Enveloped by that aura, Xie's mind was filled with various thoughts, various strange scenes even appearing before his eyes, almost causing him to go mad. As a descendant of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, while he was arrogant, facing such a huge change, he still did not lose his cool. Sensing that his current state of mind was not right, he tried to control it. But even so, many thoughts surged within his heart, unable to be suppressed no matter how he tried. Especially when the source of many of these thoughts, Yin Zhaoge, was currently right before his eyes. Chan Lin, who was in a similar situation to him, was also feeling restless and uneasy. Looking at Pan Pan, the panda who had killed her extreme cold ghost wolf, she felt as though she had met her mortal enemy. Her eyes were exceptionally red, making her wish that she could disregard the fact that she was only a grandmaster of the physical invulnerability realm and kill Pan Pan as soon as possible. On the other hand, while Yin Zhaoge and Pan Pan had helped his black water mysterious dragon vent its anger, Yi Zhongzhou currently found Chan Lin to be an eyesore no matter how he looked at her. Everyone else more or less had the same problem. Even the Heavenly Connection martial scholar Song Chao's heart was a little unstable, wanting to battle Tang Yonghao once more. Like Yin Zhaoge and the others, they were all direct disciples of the various sacred grounds, possessing deep cultivation bases and firm wills. On Clear Concealed Island, even on Clear Concealed Lake, the other martial practitioners of Turbid Wave Pavilion as hosts, their influence was even more obvious. Some malicious thoughts that were usually buried deep within their hearts, not even being detected by themselves, surfaced to the surface one after another. The hatred and resentment that had been accumulated over the past few days all seemed to be exposed at this moment. The contradictions had also become even more extreme. The middle-aged martial practitioner who had previously attempted to capture Pan Pan and used his bow to interfere with Pan Pan's advancement, had been heavily injured by Lu Shangfeng, had still not fully recovered from his injuries, having been arranged by Turbid Wave Pavilion to recuperate on a small island on Clear Concealed Lake. At this moment, this middle-aged martial practitioner's eyes were crimson. He struggled to get up. His expression was ferocious and terrifying, but he was also in pain and hesitation. He had been heavily injured by Lu Shangfeng earlier. While Lu Shangfeng had been beaten half to death by Yin Zhaoge, he had been brought away by Shan Shiwang. This caused him to feel rather bitter hatred towards Infinite Boundless Mountain, but there was nothing he could do about it. The mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, whether it was the middle-aged martial practitioner himself or the power of the clan he belonged to, they were all powerless to shake it. That high and mighty strength made it impossible for him to even think of revenge. But the strength of the 6 holy lands, it still made him feel unreconciled. Afterwards, Turbid Wave Pavilion's lineage had properly treated and settled him down, allowing him to feel slightly better. However, at this moment, this middle-aged martial practitioner's heart was filled with hatred towards Infinite Boundless Mountain, even hating Turbid Wave Pavilion, which was also one of the 6 great sacred grounds. The negative emotions in his heart surged uncontrollably, becoming more and more intense. His rationality gradually faded, and he was unable to extricate himself from it. This middle-aged martial artist was just a tiny microcosm of what everyone on Clear Concealed Lake was currently facing. On the floating island, Yin Zhaoge was also in the midst of calming his many emotions. It was just that with his cultivation base and his lack of injuries that would cause him to be distracted, he wanted to stabilize his mental state. Could not be considered too difficult. The legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor, affecting one's emotions, is only in the direction of rage. However, the 9 underworld's evil devils come in all shapes and sizes, hard to guard against, especially proficient in digging out the desires and fears within the hearts of lords. Hard to guard against. Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly, Ahu beside him baring his teeth. Young Master Ah, Elder Feng and the others should also be making their move by now, right? It's about time. Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distance, carefully sensing it. He could sense that there were quite a few martial practitioners approaching Clear Concealed Lake from all directions. These martial practitioners all had different legacies. There was no lack of martial grandmaster experts amongst them, even some peak experts, their auras surging to the heavens, not inferior to Elder Chan, Shan Sherwang and the others. Without a doubt, these were all experts of the Decimating Abyss organization. Having gathered at Clear Concealed Lake this time, they wanted to accomplish a major matter for them. However, Turbid Wave Pavilion and the other 5 sacred grounds, having received the news beforehand, had already made preparations. Numerous experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion had long since been lying in ambush in the vicinity of Clear Concealed Lake. After the people of the Decimating Abyss organization had congregated at Clear Concealed Lake, they instantly set out in ambush. Broad Creed Mountain and the other 5 sacred grounds, in order to avoid exposing their plans, similarly respecting Turbid Wave Pavilion, none of their experts had entered the lake domain. However, the numerous experts headed to the earth domain once more, cutting off the possibility of the 9 underworlds descending from another direction. Meanwhile, on Clear Concealed Island, Feng Zhuan and the others also finally made their move. Having long since been prepared, Feng Zhuan and the others acted according to the plan, the division of labor clear and orderly. Congregating with the experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion lying in ambush here, Feng Zhuan and the others went to deal with the strange blood-red dragon within the lake, some to capture the spies of the Decimating Abyss organization hidden within the various sacred grounds, and some to regain control of Clear Concealed Lake's formation, stopping the Decimating Abyss organization's plans. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The darkness of the dark clouds that enveloped the sky above Clear Concealed Lake gradually began to dissipate, regaining its former ethereal appearance, the strange violent red lightning no longer visible. The lake water that was jet black as ink also began to turn clear once more. On Clear Concealed Island, a green-clothed middle-aged man looked somewhat regretfully, somewhat sorrowfully at the person before him. Senior apprentice Brother Feng, why did you join the 9 underworlds? Before him was a martial grandmaster with a rather aged appearance. It was precisely the elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion who had previously been in charge of leading the disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion to participate in the Heavenly Connection Meet, as well as in charge of Clear Concealed Lake's formation. Looking at that green-clothed middle-aged man, this elder Feng said hatefully, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. There is no need for words." The green-clothed middle-aged man sighed. Was there a need for this? His cultivation base was higher than Elder Feng's, and control of Clear Concealed Lake's formation had already been seized by him at this moment. In this way, not to mention winning, even if Elder Feng wanted to escape, it would not be easy anymore. Now, the green-clothed middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed slightly as he turned to look. Why have you come? You should be going. You. His voice suddenly halted. So you actually also, on Clear Concealed Island, looking at the calamity that was gradually calming down, Yin Zhaoge and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. However, not waiting for them to truly relax, the scene before their eyes suddenly changed. The massive formation that flickered with a black light lit up once more at the bottom of the lake, the sky turning dark once more as crimson-red lightning intersected. That terrifying aura that shocked one's very soul appeared once more. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly, a bright light flickering within. The next moment, the floating island beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble. The floating island formed by the restrictive array formation suddenly began to disintegrate. A massive suction force emanated from below, pulling Yin Zhaoge and the others downwards. Chapter 181. The floating island was originally formed from the radiance formed from the power of turbid wave pavilion's formation here, combining with the clouds and mist that filled the skies of clear concealed lake. At this moment dark clouds covered the sky, and under the terrifying aura, the floating island was also dyed black. Inside the black island, there was a faint flash of strange red light. As the red light pulsed, the floating island shook violently. The blood-red light turned into cracks that looked like sharp wounds. The floating island immediately shattered and began to disintegrate. At the same time that the floating island in midair began to disintegrate, clear concealed island below also began to shake violently. The huge island gradually sank into the lake, until it was completely submerged. As clear concealed island sank, in the central region of clear concealed lake, the waters of the lake formed a massive whirlpool. The center of the whirlpool was pitch black, as though it was a black hole. A terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to drag everything in the surroundings in. Hovering Island was right above the black hole. Affected by that massive suction force, the fragments of Hovering Island that had collapsed fell downwards along with Yin Zhaoge and the others on the island. There's a change in the plan. Yin Zhaoge and the others exchanged glances, all reading the same thoughts from each other's gazes. Fortunately, when the black clouds covered the sky again, everyone had a premonition in their hearts. While clear concealed island had directly sunk down below, even forming a black hole that was out of everyone's expectations, Yin Zhaoge and the others were still not caught unprepared. Yin Zhaoge tapped lightly on a fragment of hovering sky island. His entire person leapt up, landing on Pan Pan's back, with Ahu following closely by his side. Swiveling his head to look, Yin Zhaoge relaxed. He saw that Xikong Qing had already been grabbed by Xue Fei, stepping on the fragment of floating sky island, as they quickly fled into the distance. As for the other sacred grounds, Infinite Boundless Mountain had Ji Hanru leading the way, while Turbid Wave Pavilion had Xie Yuchan and Ruan Ping. Jade Sea City had Song Chao and Yi Zhongzhou. The Xiantian realm disciples of the various clans with higher cultivation bases would take care of their junior brothers and junior sisters with slightly lower cultivation bases. Everyone used the floating island fragments to escape as far as possible from the center of the black hole below. The floating island shattered, and everyone descended. Because of the black hole, the falling speed was even faster. If they wanted to dodge in time, they would have to struggle free from the suction force of the black hole. Physical invulnerability grandmasters and inner invulnerability grandmasters had the heart but lacked the strength. They needed the help of innate grandmasters. Among the disciples of the 6 holy lands, only the situation of the Heavenly Thunder Hall was comparatively worse. Xie Zi had already been injured in the first place, his mental state even more unstable. At this moment even he himself was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect himself, let alone Chan Lin and the others. Fortunately, over at the Sacred Sun Clan's side, Tang Yonghao had noticed this problem in time, his cultivation also high, thus being able to bring Xie Zi, Chan Lin and the others along to break out of the encirclement. Everyone rushed out. Thanks to their quick reflexes, they did not fall straight into the black hole. But at the edge of the black hole, they could still feel the strong suction force. It was like a quicksand pit, trying to drag everyone around it into it. Under the effects of the massive formation that sparkled with black light, the previously beautiful and marvelous clear concealed lake had now completely changed its appearance. In the distance, the black lake water churned as if it was boiling. And in the region close to the black hole at the center of the lake water had disappeared, only leaving behind a patch of pitch black, resembling sludge that had clogged up clear concealed lake. Stepping on the sludge, Yin Zhaoge, Pan Pan and Ahu instantly felt as though the black sludge beneath their feet had a life of its own. It curled towards their feet. That terrifying aura that shook one's heart grew stronger and stronger at this moment. Yin Zhaoge and the others released their aura qi, keeping the sludge at bay as they continued advancing towards the outskirts of clear concealed lake. The further they were from the center of the formation, the smaller these negative effects were. Following closely behind Yin Zhaoge, Ahu said vexedly, "Didn't you say that everything was within your grasp? Why is young master risking your lives again?" Yin Zhaoge looked back towards the black hole that had appeared where Clear Concealed Island had vanished, while the Heavenly Thunder Hall provided us with some information, allowing us to identify the spies of the Decimating Abyss organization. However, this does not mean that all the spies of the Decimating Abyss organization are within our grasp. It is not that the Heavenly Thunder Hall did not report it, but that their knowledge is similarly limited. Everything that happened before. It is precisely because of the limited information that the plan was made as conservatively as possible, in order to guard against unexpected situations. Yin Zhaoge's expression was a rarely seen seriousness. However, in the end, there was still an oversight. This means that the Decimating Abyss organization, or should I say the 9 underworlds, has infiltrated the 8 extremities world, our clan included, far surpassing everyone's imaginations. The martial grandmaster experts who have come here to ambush us were all chosen by the various sacred grounds to be the most trustworthy, the least suspicious. At this point, Yin Zhaoge sighed. However, from the looks of it now, some of these people have also met with problems. I can only hope that not too many of them have met with problems. Otherwise, we would really be sending lambs into a tiger's den this time. Ahu's face was bitter. Who could it be? Being able to rise to such a high position in the 6 great sacred grounds, why would they get involved with the Decimating Abyss organization? Yin Zhaoge did not speak, his gaze focused as he revealed a pondering look. Let's see if the backup plan can work. However, if the backup plan is also leaked, being targeted by the enemy, today's matter is destined to be hard to resolve. In the distance, intense fluctuations of power emanated from various directions. Clearly, many experts were currently scattered in various locations, engaging in battle. Meanwhile, the terrifying aura that enveloped Clear Concealed Lake was growing denser and denser. The black light formation seemed to have opened a great door to the 9 underworlds of this human world. Accompanied by the unceasing use of the formation, the black mud beneath Yin Zhaoge and the others' feet also began to grow more and more strange and violent. The martial practitioners within the lake resembled flickering candles in the wind, extinguishing one by one as they were engulfed by the mud. Young master. Ahu's expression was stern as Yin Zhaoge said to him, "Don't worry about me. Just pay attention to your own safety, especially guarding your mind. Don't let the devilish chi take advantage of you." At this moment, the Great 9 Underworld's door is actually still far from truly opening. It is only a sliver of its aura leaking out from the crack in the door. As long as we remain within ourselves, we will be able to stabilize our minds. Saying thus, the two were engulfed by the mud. Yin Zhaoge's vision darkened, but he did not feel suffocated. That devilish chi that looked like mud, when truly situated within it, was like being within a dense fog. Pan followed closely by Yin Zhaoge's side, curiously surveying their surroundings. As Yin Zhaoge slowly led him forward, the scene before him suddenly changed as a purple light of thunder flickered. Within the light of thunder, a human figure appeared. It was shockingly Xiezi. It was only that the current Xiezi had completely recovered from his injuries, and his aura seemed to be even stronger than before. However, his entire person appeared strange and distorted. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, his eyes lit up, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The next moment, Xiezi's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, a terrifying and evil purple swordlight had already arrived in front of Yin Zhaoge. Fallen to the dark side? Yin Zhaoge frowned slightly. Since you are seeking death, I shall grant your wish.